worshipping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out from angel fries, raising up with this and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Random table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Huh, where do you think you're going? Squirrel stampede! Anybody want some nuts?
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick! Ball yuan shou yi. Perfect hit! The dragon unleashed! Qi Guan Changlong! My fist is unrivaled!
Here. Who needs shoot?
I'm magic, and this is my soul sword.
All right, testing. Hopefully this thing is on, but hello and welcome to the Marvel Rivals Season 0 Championship Doom's Rise for the first time here in the Asia region. It is your number one caster Vok, Astrovok, joined here by my co-commentator, Elvin. Now, how we doing this morning?
Doing pretty good. We're up bright and early today, and I'm super excited to see these Asian server metas. I really hope that we get to see something different and unique because I don't know if you guys know, but I play a lot of competitive in a lot of different games, and I kind of want to. I've always noticed that different regions just have different metas, so I'm kind of excited to see that today.
Yeah, that's the thing. Different regions, differing metas. It could be the same, could be just a little modified depending on where you are. And I know some people are excited. Maybe, hey, we're going for a Jeff meta. Unfortunately, it's not the situation. Let's be very honest. At high elo, maybe higher ranks, competitive-wise, just not as hot as I really thought it would be. So maybe not some shark gameplay this time around, unfortunately.
Maybe not, but we can pray. I personally want to see Jeff. I want to see that Iron Fist. I want to see those fun characters that we all love or some of us hate just go into the meta. I do think there might be maybe one team that's just posted out because they're comfortable with it, and maybe they're not like comfortable with the different metas that's going on right now. But the chances of that happening are kind of low, but we never know. We might be surprised today.
That's the thing, you never really know. Plenty of surprises to come a little later on, but considering it is 3 in the morning, I imagine we're going to have a blast covering this as early as it might be for us. For everyone else, currently might be the afternoon, might be a little late at night, or it could be, just like us here in North America. But hey, this is the Asia region, so we have at least that to focus on going forward.
Exactly. And you know what? These players, they came prepared, and that's for sure. 256 teams. This is going to be a guaranteed bloodbath. I literally have a Google Doc right next to me because I'm ready to take notes. If I see something disgusting, I am going to write that down and I am going to pull that out in rank. So NA regions, Dallas, Oregon, watch out because I'm about to pull some of this stuff out and see if I can be successful.
Exactly, just have to take notes from that one. But going into our bracket, for those of you unfamiliar, actually, before I speak on that, Elvin, you want to tell them about the new skin and the event we have for Marvel Rivals this winter.
Dear rivals, embrace the cold grasp of winter and let the ice cold power freeze your enemies with fear. The snow symbiote costume is the ultimate look to send chills down your enemies' spines. Venom's snow symbiote costume has officially launched in stores on December 27th.
Man, and a cool skin at that one. I will say, someone who used to play Venom a little bit over in the closed test, that might be one I have to pick up for myself. It's just, like a last minute Christmas gift. I got a phone case and socks for Christmas. I feel I deserve this one.
Oh, 100%. And you know what? I officially love skins that completely changes the whole look of the character, right? Venom looks very icy. And you know what? That backshot, I don't know if you guys see the intro of that backshot of Venom skin, but I need that skin ASAP. Honestly, I wanna go into my rank matches and just spam all my abilities.
That is not the one thing I was expecting to hear today at 3:49 in the morning, but you know what? That's totally fine. That's cool. Oh, we are never getting hired again. But for those of you unfamiliar with today's format, now we have entered what they call double elimination, something unfamiliar over in the FGC, but considering today is the Marvel Rivals Championship, now we kind of entered that gauntlet, right? If you fall over in the upper bracket, you still have a chance to make it out of lowers and maybe come up from there in grand finals, but even then, that can be a doozy considering even the biggest top teams can fall right where you are, and all of a sudden it's, we're facing like diamond, maybe even upper ranked players here. This is not going to be a fun thing for us, is it? No, it will not. For them, it will.
Yeah, the competition is definitely going to be very hot, but here comes the schedule where today is going to be the ignition round. Again, 256 teams are going to dwindle down to only 128 as we're going to have tomorrow, December 28th, round 2 to 5, followed by December 29th, round 6 through 9, January 3rd, round 10, the 4th, 11th through 13th, and finally ending with January 5th on round 14, aka the finals.
And it should be an exciting one at that. And a quick reminder that matches all the way through round 9 are a best of 3. So that is going to be a 1-2 scenario. And then after that, the minute we hit the matches from round 10 to 14, best of 5s. And then from there to lower finals and grand finals are best of 7s. But we look at our total prize pool for Asia region. That is a grand whopping $14,500.
Wow.
With first place running up with $6,000, runner-up getting $3,000, third and fourth place respectively, being able to take home a sizable $1,500 and $800. But don't fret. If your numbers 5 through 8 or maybe 9 through 16th place, you'll get a little bit of money, maybe enough to buy yourself a chicken sandwich after the fact.
I mean, it's amazing. Just the fact that you can get to the top 16 and still get some money. Hey, that's better than nothing. And you know what? I think even if you make it to the top 16, it's not really about the money at that point. It's about the experience that you're getting. And, you're understanding the game at a different level if you can make it out. There's so many teams that are playing. And if you can get to that top 16, that says a lot. So if anything, taking that experience and bringing it in and practicing, bringing it into the next tournament, maybe instead of top 16, maybe you'll make it to the top 4.
I mean, that is true, but it looks like we got confirmation, I should say, production that our first match should be ready up here, which I'm looking forward to. And at this time of the morning, what a better way to start off your day with a little bit of Marvel Rivals.
Yes, Marvel Rivals, and we're gonna get to see the bans. Wow, a Black Panther being banned by Team Obvious first. Now that is very interesting. I'm assuming they don't want to get dove in the backland, right? So I'm assuming they're gonna maybe run characters that are not in the air. So maybe Team Obvious is not gonna be running the Iron Man, but it looks like they're highlighting the Spider-Man. So kind of interesting how they're banning the Black Panther when they have a lot of things that can deal with the Black Panther, right? They have the Mantis stun or sleep. They got the Spider-Man swinging around. The Hela can just dash away, right? And then the tanks are just tanks, so they should be able to survive a Black Panther. But you know what? Maybe they're just highlighting those characters just to, trick us. But from the other side of things, we have a Spider-Man ban. So it looks like they might just know each other. I wouldn't say the Spider-Man is necessarily meta right now, but it could just be that they just know exactly who they're playing against. And they might just know that there is Spider-Man one trick in the Obvious team. So they take that out of the table, but they are going to secure that Doctor Strange, Obvious securing the Luna as well. Both characters, I want to say, Doctor Strange, probably one of the best, if not the best tank in the game right now. And Luna, with those insane heals and the amazing ultimate, probably one of the best, if not also the best support in the game as well. But no surprise here, Mantis and Hulk also being banned.
Yeah, Mantis obviously want to kind of nullify any potential of an Adam Warlock thing. But here's the thing, Elvin. You want to know what's interesting about this matchup? It's the fact that I watched this over on Tetra's channel not just too long ago. I'm sitting here realizing, wait, it's not DLTT and Obvious, is it? And it is. And the reason why they had to protect the Doctor Strange is because Beer said the last time they played on Hell's Heaven, they were able to at least recover a little bit of health and get that sustained off of shielding, especially going against the Venom Doctor Strange matchup, which I am curious to see. So I imagine no more backline that we'll have to worry about, especially going off of high evasion characters such as Spider-Man and Black Panther, both high evasion, high damage. You're going to have to worry about, not this time around though.
30 seconds.
Exactly, and it looks like we have very similar comps coming around, same DPS, no surprise there. Hela and Hawkeye making it through. Very interesting. Arguably two of the best, if not the best DPS in the game as well. So letting that through and not banning that is, very surprising. But are we seeing this correctly? Is that Jeff the Land Shark?
Battle starts in 5.
I want to say, but please don't do this to me, where we see one character and then at the last second they immediately swap out. I'm hoping that's not the situation leading into this, but as we get started, we might be sticking to our guns here, going for the Jeff the Land Shark pick against Obvious.
That is what I love to see. A little bit of a meta shift. Jeff the Land Shark, he's very good at healing, but that's kind of all he does. He doesn't really have that CC that other characters can provide for the team. But those heals can be insane, especially with the Mantis being bad. And just like that, we're going to start the match with a nice, beautiful headshot coming in from the Hawkeye, all ready to start the fight. And a double piece, taking control of the entire map as they're pushing up. Zone should be up now too, so they got to get at least one person. And the Luna going insane. Luna playing like a DPS. They don't have to worry about healing the team when the enemy team is literally running away. And just like that, they're going to secure the first point and win the first fight.
And so it begins the dreaded Hawkeye Hela match that we have to worry about leading into this one. But I will say, Xiaoti actually opting in for the Jeff the Land Shark and then the Luna Snow combo. You do get an extra bit of frostbite with that one, especially with Jeff. This is not too bad, but can't really sustain himself in backline. I will say, backline kind of getting a little wrecked here. I should say our frontline DPS. That is going to be another clean, concise headshot from Resident Hawkeye with Beerster moving up front off the shielding. You are going to have have a Venom to worry about just trying to decimate you with the tendrils, able to escape with plenty of overhealth in hand.
Exactly. And you know what? A nice little shot from Hela there, trying to retake the battle. And I was gonna say the Venom makes a lot of sense because Hawkeye, he doesn't have the best kit to peel for himself, kind of relying on his team, and then the Hela from Team Obvious also getting a pick, and just like that is a 5v5. But again, going back to that Venom, being able to dive the backline, right? Being able to be a nuisance, as you can see, getting a pick on the Hawkeye, that's exactly what you want to do with Venom. You have everything you want to do, everything you need to dive the Hawkeye, and that's exactly what they're going to do. And just as it looks like they were going to lose the fight, it looks like they came back and won the beautiful second fight just again.
Dang, and a good one at that one. Now we have Hayden on the Cloak and Dagger. I will say Milkshot coming back just in the nick of time. We still have the Venom to worry about. No overhealth active, and I think they kind of knew to have to go with this pick considering both teams are playing Hawkeye, but then you have one team that kind of has to build around that Hawkeye with very little evasion that they have in hand, but it's on the side of the LZT with the ulti up just momentarily, and it could be a nasty one if really just Obvious is pumped together right point, or I should say at the wrong time. Obby in the back line, and that is going to be the Eye of Agamotto. 1 kill, 2. Make that almost 3 for the entirety of Obvious here, managing almost an entire team kill. Never mind. Commentator's curse comes in handy, and that's Beerser falling at the last second for Obvious to get a good clump of kills, put themselves at 78% and counting.
Lyser going insane with the Eye of Quasimodo, hitting around 3 players, and his team just following up directly. Once again, complete domination, and they're holding them back in spawn. Oh, the Hawkeye out of position, jumping out, and they are gonna get punished for that one. 6v5 already. This is not looking good for the blue team. As an ultimate coming in from Hawkeye, but he doesn't even get to use it because the match is already over. Team Obvious winning the first round.
And a last second ultimate not going to be enough, even though he tried a shot at the shadows. Really going to have to wait until the next. Would have probably held it over or been the best to do so, especially going into Super Soldier Factory. But now 40 seconds on the clock, teams having to re-strategize just a bit here.
You make a really good point. They did not have to use that Hawkeye ult. They probably should have saved it.
Yeah, that was, it's really mean to say. Possibly last second attempt to maybe try and secure a couple of Elins here and there, but kind of seemed more out of desperation than anything. Hey, that's totally fine. We always have this next round to go into.
Exactly. They still have the Luna ult, right? They have the Hela ult, so they still have a lot to work with here. But the enemy team, they have the Eye of Quasimodo. They have the Hela ult as well, so they can easily match it up. But I think the big difference is going to be the fact that they do not have a Luna ult, and that might actually be the difference. And it looks like we have a swapping characters here from Team Obvious, opting for the Loki, Raccoon, and Storm instead. Storm is a character that I did not expect to see at all. The ultimate is very strong, but easily gets countered by Strange Shield. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they play this out. But just like that, the first fight is starting. No ultimates being used yet. First kill already coming in. Hela's going for the 1v1, but it's going to be first and that gets first blooded there by the other Hela. But the rest is going to come in right away as well. That is one of the main reasons why you want to pick Raccoon. You get that res right away. One free res definitely can turn the ties around. And once again, Team Obvious, they obviously are dominating again, continuing their momentum from the first round and trying their best to just hold things down. It's very interesting to see, by the way, that the blue team, they still haven't used any other ultimates.
Man, and not just yet. I imagine when it comes to their backline strategy, I mean, if anything, Jeff, an interesting pick. You want to pair him with Luna Snow, that's no issue. But against Team Obvious, considering that their strategists can pretty much sustain themselves, especially off of DPS with the Rocket Raccoon, it's not going to be a fun time. And then we have the Storm to worry about. Arguably, not one of the better characters here. That AoE when it comes to the ulti, even better. But here we go with Beerser, just having to defend as best as possible off of shielding. But that, actually, I was going to say, might not be enough still with the value, especially off the Eye of Agamotto. That is going to be first and suffering at hand. And where there is one eye, there is another being able to pop out here. Another Elin over to Caden and Liza.
Wow, Kaden on the Loki deciding to transform into this Strange to get that second Aya Quasimodo. And that's actually going to win them the fight. But Hawkeye might have something to do here. 90% of that ultimate charge. If they get a kill, they're going to definitely get their ultimate very soon. But getting double teamed there at the end couldn't really do much. He was by himself. So it is good that he died because he can't stagger too long. His team needs to wait for him to come back if they want a chance at this because it's at 85% right now. They don't have many ultimates except for the Luna. Oh, but the Luna gets picked.
Another
Luna
one.
gets picked. 92% on the clock and another Aya Quasimodo hitting almost the whole team. And this is looking like it's going to be Team Obvious.
Wait, hold on. Elvin, I just realized something. It's Aya Agamotto. Am I correct on that one? Wait a minute.
I think you're 100% right, and I am butchering that.
Dude, it's totally fine. But for Hell's Heaven here, I believe that is going to be first one headed over to obviously move forward. So far, 1-0 victory in their favor with Lizer taking MVP.
And definitely well deserved. Those ultimates have been insane. 19-0, by the way. 6 final hits. Definitely deserves that MVP. But look at the whole team. This is just statistically looking at those stats. Team Obvious just had a whole bunch of healing, whole bunch of damage coming in, whole bunch of final hits, a whole bunch. They literally, quite literally, just dominated the whole time.
Man, genuinely did, especially with some picks that we weren't really expecting to see whatsoever, especially off the Storm in that last one off of Super Soldier Factory. Didn't exactly see that much play, even with the ulti. But then with the Doctor Strange, I feel that has to be the highlight of this game moving forward. Just a hard counter against the Hela first, and unfortunately went down in those last few seconds. But hey, shielding, all good and even better.
Yeah, I do believe that Team Obvious just kind of had the better ultimate usage there. I mean, from the beginning of the fight, they were just getting picks with the Hawkeye, and I wanted to mention this early before the match started, but I really do think when it comes to a Hawkeye Hela matchup with both teams both using it, it really just comes down to which DPS are going to be able to frag out better or just sooner. Because as soon as you get that first pick, being able to take that support or the enemy DPS, it almost always decides the team fight, especially in the beginning of the rounds where you just don't have those ultimate abilities to just make a comeback.
Man, exactly. Let them ramp a little too far and all of a sudden give Hawkeye too much on a leash. They're going to run a mile with it. And for Obvious, really made that obvious, full pun intended. I did like in the first match, though, that really kind of going off the meta here. Instead of really that Doctor Strange Magneto, or really Doctor Strange Hulk, we did see the Venom pump out yet again, because even Obvious knew that, hey, there's a Hawkeye in your backline. We can make that a very vulnerable situation for everybody involved. But I believe we should be getting into our quick highlights before we head over to break and then our next match.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising the distance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Child!
Man, you know what, Quasimodo, Avocado, Americano, I have Agamotto. We've realized now, it all sounds the same, but hey, totally fine. But once again, welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 0 Doom's Rise. Once again, your number one caster Vok, Extra Vok, with my co-commentator, Elvin, for some more Marvel Rivals action here in the Asia region.
Hey, listen, I gotta defend myself for that one. I am a big hip-hop fan, and I was listening to Quasimodo there for a second, and my brain kind of just, it's supporting. You gotta give me a little break. But again, welcome back, where 256 teams are battling it out in a best-of-3 format. Only 128 teams can make it, so half of those teams, unfortunately, are gonna have to go home, while the other half are gonna compete for the next day. But remember that this is the Asian servers as well.
Yeah, exactly. Totally different meta, totally different playstyle. A little bit different from what we have seen previously, especially in our first match. Also, that was DLZT versus Obvious on Hell's Heaven, with Obvious up by 1. But of course, we have some points to talk about, whether it be the Doctor Strange matchup between Elijah and Beerser, but then the Hawkeye Hela matchup that's rearing its ugly head yet again with some of our top DPS.
Exactly. I think for the first round, it was all about that Venom. Notice how the Hulk was actually banned, but I think the Venom kind of replaced that and took the Hulk's job of just diving in the backline. And the enemy team, they only had a Luna freeze to kind of just deal with it. So if they miss that, or even if they hit it, it's just not enough CC to lock down that Venom. The Venom which is able to free cast in the backline, and they definitely were rewarded on that. But here we go on the match number 2, as once again, we're going to see a Hulk ban, this time coming in from Team Obvious, as the orange team here banning that Psylocke. Ooh, that Psylocke was very interesting because nobody really played that Psylocke. So it's going to be interesting to see what metas are going to be coming in. But the Spider-Man was secure this time. We're going to be able to see some Spider-Man gameplay.
Okay, so I imagine we are getting some nasty backline dives and plenty of evasion off the Spider-Man as well. We are seeing the Black Panther hovered over, so it might be the same thing on that Protect. No ban pick just yet. That is actually going to be Protect on that one. With the Psylocke, I imagine, wanted to get rid of any stealth capabilities, and then Dance of the Butterfly, especially going into Shin Shibuya, is not the best thing to really contend with. A lot of gaps and corners that you have to worry about, especially off the stealth in general, as getting to our next ban here. Elvin, what are we predicting on this one?
I mean, we have to see a Venom ban if you're playing Spider-Man. But no, they're gonna ban the Strange instead. I mean, it makes sense. Strange is one of the best, if not the best tank. But obviously, I would imagine that Team Obvious is gonna run the Spider-Man Venom combo, and that extra ability, that team up, that makes it so Spider-Man can one-shot pretty much any squishy in the backline. Kind of interesting to see that they didn't ban the Venom.
Man, that's going to be a nasty one to really contend with if they do go with the Venom Spider-Man pick. That is going to... Okay, so that is confirmed on that one on the side. The obvious, it is going to be the touch of Clintar team up, concerning that Spider-Man, like you said, it really one-shot anyone, especially off the symbiotic powers, and then First Stand can really backline dive off of that one. But we are getting some other picks as well. The Magic team up coming in with Lizer. Possibly if they stick with the Black Panther instead, however, opting in for the Star-Lord. So now, I imagine we're going for that ambush DPS rather than just front line outright.
Yeah, 100%. You need characters that can deal with that Black Panther just dive in your backline. So picking Star-Lord, being able to go into the air, Spider-Man swinging around, same as Venom. Magic, probably not going to even be in the backline. She's going to be in your backline, right? So there's just a lot of things that they can do to handle that Black Panther, but... Am I seeing this right? Is this a one support comp coming in from Team Obvious?
It might be. I have seen this previously where they have ran it down with just the one strategist, and it's worked from there pretty well, considering they had the support to play around the strategist, the other way around. But it might be a little dangerous considering DLZT, they're running not only with the double strategist lineup, but then you have the Hela for the exact DPS percentages, and then a Black Panther that can get in with quick and easy escapes, especially the Vibranium markers, the Spear Toss, and then the E, all pretty powerful, and then Fast Descent crashing down upon you would even be more so.
Exactly. Kaden is going to have to play this perfectly because it's going to be very hard to just keep up with your front line. Just dive in the back with Spider-Man already. Trying to look for a pick, trying to get the combo, but it's not going to be enough. Black Panther is still alive, but you know what? No, it was enough. First blood coming in. And Spider-Man just handling a business.
That's the thing. Was alive is the key word here. And now, the side of Team Obvious going in for the run and gun combos. Or really just the run and web, if you will, with Lizer still sticking their guns off the damage. Magic no longer in the equation, for now at least. And still has a bit of a ways to go, especially in building up Galactic Legend. That is going to be at least one clean elim for View 0 on the Magneto.
We do got to pay attention in the pathing that Team Obvious, that the enemy team took here, the red team. Instead of opting to go to main, they opened the walls on the left side, and they all as a team went together and kind of just like provided a flank there and got map positioning. And that's actually going to reward them with possibly the first point, just like that, unless a Spider-Man can say something about it. But it's just one lonely Spider-Man against the whole team. I don't imagine they can do very much. And just like that, wow, first point secured off of one fight.
Starting to look like a very one-sided attack here, especially on push, with LZT moving just a little further inward. And now, kind of a bit of a backline fight between a Black Panther and a Spider-Man here. This web slinging, and it is going to be Friendly Neighborhood Spider. It will take that one, and a little bit of a ways away. Hey, that's no issue. The one thing I will say about Obvious, rather than opting in for the Penny Parker on defense like we have seen before, now instead, Venom to contend with.
Exactly, and now going in Milkshake, going in for the Punisher as well. Imagining going for the shotgun to deal with the Black Panther. Oh my god, but Spider-Man just causing a ruckus, going for the and the triple.
Golly, just absolutely nasty with it. Now I'm beginning to understand why both teams here had to kind of deal with and ban the Spider-Man pick going into our last game on Hell's Heaven, because shit Shibuya, no joke, and having to deal with the spectacular Spider-Man ulti and really paying the consequences for it dearly. But now, still on defense, Obvious, at least able to retake, get a little bit of that sustain back and recover as best as possible. Vibranium Spear Toss from the Black Panther gets frozen in place, thankfully. Luna Snow.
That is a great start for this defense for this second point. But you got to remember, there's still 3 minutes and 50 seconds left, so anything can happen. Luna trying her best to keep her team alive.
About to say, we got to crank up the new genes for this one, and it's going to be a loud one at that one. Same for the Magneto ulti on Meteor M, flying forward, but not exactly working to the intended damage for Zero. At least not able to find any elims just yet here.
Yeah, first and unironically, it looked like they were accidentally actually stopped that Venom. Oh, or maybe that was on purpose. That is an insane play. Swinging around, eating up that Magneto ultimate just to save their team. And once again, right back healthy in the backline.
Man, one thing I will say, we always have to worry about the Loki, as annoying as they can be, but even more worrisome, it's a Feast of the Abyss, which, my personal opinion, kind of an underwhelming ulti in the wrong hands, but in the right ones might be good for a full team engage. Even a push here, view Zero, making sure that doesn't exactly happen, finding 1, but 2 kills here, last one being on Kaden. So no Luna Snow, or really just no more Milkshy to contend with either. That's a hella pick. Another here, Spider-Man coming in with the Avi die.
Spider-Man once again with their ultimate ability. Are they going to be able to get something? 1, 2, and once again, 3. Just like that, able to pick up the team one by one.
Man, off a trifecta at that one. Not Spider-Man just ramping up on the kills. I swear you let him slip in once, and all of a sudden you just find yourself gapped like this. Now, Avi running with the Hawkeye yet again, going on top, but we have to worry about the fact that evasion, not exactly his best strong suit. And with the Black Panther that was prowling around, I was about to say, could get a little dicey, but I believe they should be handling their own here.
Definitely handling their own, going in with the Hawk instead, trying to get those sneaky one-shot picks, and that's exactly what they're going to do. The Loki already getting put down. So this is definitely an obvious favor. They might not be winning the fight in general in terms of winning the whole team fight, but the fact that they're getting those sneaky picks, that is just dwindling down the time. It was 4 minutes. Now only 1 minute and 38 seconds left.
Now we have the Punisher ulti and Fate of both worlds from Luna Snow to kind of contend with. Naturally plenty of healing, but now even more DPS with an actual Starlit Witch pick coming in here from Lizer. Now really going for really the unorthodox off-meta picks, if you will. Nothing off-meta about the Spider-Man. That's another Elim onto the Hela, and now having to wait with the Loki decoys in the back. That's going to be fast descent we hear over in the corner, with Milkshake trying to hold out on their own, getting another Elim though on the Black Panther.
Exactly, and these off-meta picks are actually working. I'm very glad to see that we're actually seeing something different here. As the group coming in out as well, trying their best to just build those walls to maintain that health, building those walls to keep their team alive. Ooh, but a very sneaky pick coming in from the Hela, and that should give him enough space to just go in and possibly get control of this map.
The LZT losing plenty of health, and there was absolutely no way they were just making it out of there. Very unfortunate to fall to that, but combo, touch a Clintar, and then a spectacular Spider-Man ulti again, webs everywhere. That's going to be tough to have to get out of the laundry just a little later on, but now back over to the Obvi POV. Hawkeye still in the back, and trying to at least put in a couple of shots in. Look at Momoto, able to stick it in with the headshot.
Wow, and I'm very surprised that Team Obvious is actually making it work with only 1 support. But I think it's just the fact that I think the Spider-Man is just doing too much in the backline. He's getting way too much value off that ultimate ability. We need the enemy team to kind of just deal with the Spider-Man, or they are not going to be winning this. But as I say this, they're actually getting control, and they might actually get the second point.
I mean, you never really know. All depends. We do have a couple of group walls to worry about, including the Thornwood, but then Feast of the Abyss going to hit its intended targets off the overhead. Thankfully for Diao ZT, almost able to narrowly escape, but that's the Hela going down, and Lizer able to secure 2 at least. And then the opposing Luna Snow ulti off of Fate of both worlds. Meteor M popping in from the Magneto, and not even able to stop that with Obvious on the defense. And another one for Hawkeye. Make that another, stacking up on the Elims for first stand with the Venom.
Wow, and those headshots were insane. Going to single-handedly get those picks just like that. Team Obvious, once again, they're going to be holding on. It looks like they were going to get... It looks like they were going to lose that round. They lost the first fight, essentially. Although the Spider-Man got the first pick, they still ended up losing the point pretty early. But turning it around, switching their DPS, they went from the Punisher to a Hawkeye, and just consistently changing those DPS might have been the right decision for them to win that second point.
Man, and a scary one at that one. I will say, like you said, they lost the first point, especially off of push, but then going into this one, had to change it pretty much everything around to have to contend with the DPS coming in from the LZ team. For obvious, paid off very well. That Spider-Man Protect came in the nick of time. The Hulk ban, I imagine, them wanting to really contend with the possibility of maybe the Gamma Radiation team up between Doctor Strange, Hulk, and Iron Man, which on this map in particular can be a doozy to really think about or even consider.
100%. They're going in with the Jeff the Landshark again. And that's going to be interesting because that Jeff the Landshark is going to get a lot of value if they're able to get that ultimate, because you know what? If they eat up one or two people, they can just throw them down to the abyss. It's not too far away. So it's a very interesting comp coming in here. Still deciding to go for just the one tank gameplay here, which is going to be the group this time around. But in the other side of things, we actually have that Penny going in to hopefully provide a lot of defense to stop this push.
Let's really think about it. Let's talk about it, if you will, when it comes to the Penny Parker. Very heavy anti-Jeff countermeasures, if you will. Those spider mines being put down, able to hide them at least here and there in every corner crevice possible. If Jeff even tries to remotely hit the It's Jeff ulti on that point, all of a sudden, you find yourself getting swarmed by the spider mines, maybe even Sweeper, and then it all goes downhill from there. You save your team, but at the cost of losing Jeff. And for obvious, might be a little vulnerable to that, but placing down the walls, it's going to be the Thornwood going down for health, and then with the Hela on top. At least one Elam against first and on the Punisher.
That was an amazing first pick, and if they could just work on this group, it could be even more amazing. But the Hela has their eyes on the Iron Man, exactly what the Hela should be doing. You got to be targeting that Iron Man in order to win that fight. And another beautiful kill on the Black Panther this time.
All right, let's not have the Hela ramp like this, I beg. Just finding 1, 2, 3 for a quick triple Elim coordination. And first and, of course, having to stick it back on the Punisher, at least the turret, just for a little bit, looking a little vulnerable and having no choice but to pull him back here. Even with the Loki health, just the Penny Parker with Moto pushing in too far and too close for comfort.
Exactly, and it does look like we do have a Punisher ult though, so this might change the ties around here as Lyser getting that first pick. It is officially now at 65. What is Team Obvious going to do to secure this victory here?
Man, it's going to have to be a quick one at that one with first and down. At least just a brief few seconds here. Black Panther in your back line already, getting rid of Loki ultis, or decoys, I should say. But one thing, who is it? It's Jeff. And what do we think Jeff is going to do in this particular situation, Elvin? I can give you one guess. We're going over the corner. Maybe not. That's really unfortunate, as everybody's still able to dive back. And that's one Jeff ulti kind of wasted. For the better here.
That would have been a massive Jeff. Oh, but I don't know if they thought that we're gonna get the kills by just throwing them, or maybe they ran out of time. But that was very unfortunate. I am going to assume they ran out of time, because that would have been a triple kill there for them.
I was gonna say the best thing you can do in that situation, and it might be a risky one at that, at the cost of your own life, you have to throw yourself off the cliff, which 100%. I know sounds bad, but with Jeff in a lot of key situations and with plenty of characters, it's the only way you can secure those elims, and that's actually gonna be a couple more going in for our Black Panther, and then another one against Milkshine with the Hela.
And just like that, Team Obvious is going to win at the point. So 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. They only need to travel 115 meters, and they have already secured 25 meters. So it's looking very good for Team Obvious again if they want to secure this victory. But they really got to lock down this Hela, because the Hela is doing way too much.
And with the fast descent upon them, that's still going to be another secured and comfortable even with the spider mines, but the Meteor M coming in from the Magneto. Now having to contend with, it is Lyser now on the Iron Man, Unibeam and the Rocket Barrage to hit as well. Obby still trying to really pin down on a lot of these Loki decoys with plenty of the overhealth a turn, but now from the skies, Hela can go twice as high. No reading Rainbow to be involved in this one. It's all crows.
And she's not scared to be in the front line, literally in the front line, just holding it down, hitting as many shots as possible. She has already picked up 3, looking for the 4th here on the Magneto, but the Black Panther's coming in for the assist as well, but needs to back off because everyone is respawning.
Yeah, just back off a little bit, like Dejlo said. Back up off me for about 3.3 seconds. You don't want any of this smoke. But now, Avi with plenty of shielding, especially in conjunction off the Magneto. Too good here. Now, obvious. A little further inward. Yao ZT with the Jeff DPS. We love to see it, but now having to prioritize heals and get out of the way of another Meteor End.
Unfortunately, though, the Black Panther did end up getting picked there. So it's not looking very good for the enemy team here. Oh, another jump the last shark. Oh, got it. Yes. Did he do anything again? And he swallowed so many people as well.
Remember, Elvin, when I mentioned earlier that Penny Parker can be very anti-Jeff, but the anti-Jeff countermeasures, those spider mines, I will say time and time again, do not ever risk yourself putting up an It's Jeff ulti knowing that they are there. You're not going to have a fun time, but imagine the fate of both worlds popping up yet again. Another show incoming with the Luna Snow, and from Milkshine, has the Meteor M up and readily available at any time, but considering that Luna to contend with, it's not the right time to worry about it yet. First and no, flip out. The Blaster Barrage as well, flying through the skies. That's going to be the Meteor to hit.
And the Meteor, unfortunately, not being able to do much there. As those Loki clones also providing a lot of value. Being able to be immune during that ultimate is huge. But just like that, that's going to be 4 picks already coming in from Team Obvious. And that's a lot of time. A lot of time that they're saving here.
Even through the Blaster Barrage, I should say the Spider Sweeper from the Penny Parker, Blaster Barrage is still able to hit through plenty of that, making those Spider Mines null and void. But now we have the counter Loki DPS coming in from Avi, who momentarily, plenty of decoys and a good swap out at that one, allowing him to get in closer on these heals and really just make sure he's able to stop at least for a brief few seconds.
And Loki doing a good job of touching the point there. The strategist player kind of playing like the tank there, knowing that they could pull those stunts off because they have the immunity. So that's going to be a very big play coming in from that Loki. But a Bucky coming in this time, hopefully dealing with the Black Panther.
I mean, really, you have to get armed and dangerous, full pun intended, in a lot of these key situations, and with Winter Soldier, might be the best possible choice. You have a lot of capabilities off of him, being able to lock down a lot of these characters with Tainted Voltage, and then with the grapple and the uppercut abilities as well. But now we were getting legendary. The Galactic Legend completely nullified with First Hand going down, and now with the It's Jeff, hoping to just, swim around for a little bit, even if they are getting rid of just a few key points. Just here and there.
I mean, that was both DPS. That was a lot of time wasted, and that was an amazing Jeff the Land Shark. Oh, the return! The return from Kaden there as well.
It's the few words that I would like to say in that case, but Jarvis, click that. Especially going in for Lizer, even if it is one character, still able to secure another Elim on the Yamamoto, and then First and Blaster Barrage, and able to fly out Jeff in the nick of time, getting that healing, but at least 43 health. That is another Galactic Legend to hit. Star-Lord on Star-Lord, violence.
Wow. And Team Obvious actually not winning this time around. We got it. Wow, we got a tied game 1-for-1.
All right, you know what? It's actually... Hold on, 2-for-1 I just saw?
No, I mean, Team Obvious won the first map, but they lost the second.
Got you. That is very back and forth game here, especially off of that one, and our MVP being our resident Loki player decided Yao ZT, and a good game at that one. 17 elims so far, but my goodness, it was a barn burner if anything here on Shin Shibuya.
Yeah, and you love to see the strategist getting MVP. Very rare sight. So you know that Loki was getting a lot of value. And that's exactly what you want to see. I personally believe strategists are probably the most important role in the entire game. You have to do so much trying to keep your team alive, but also knowing when to do damage and when not to do damage. So the fact that they were able to get that MVP screen, they definitely deserve that.
Exactly, it's that ebb and flow. Like we saw just last second, it was the Loki decoy swap over, able to still cap up off the point and make it a better play for everybody involved, especially off the healing. But hey, match so far for Obvious and Biao ZT, definitely a change up from what we saw on Hell's Heaven, bit of a one-sided thing, and especially going into this game, I feel so bad though for a lot of the Jeff plays that I saw just tried their best, if you will. And sure, we saw a couple of elims here and there. And then here comes the enemy of all Jeff players across the world, Penny Parker, with the Spider-Mine counterplay. Disgusting stuff.
I mean, it was perfect. They knew what they were going to come into. I'm assuming these two teams know each other very well because they've been target banning each other all the whole time. So the fact that they probably assumed that we're going to go for a backline presence, pulling out the Penny just to deal with that backline presence that the enemy team was going to pull out. And it worked like a beauty. Those Jeff ults, if they would have gotten those off perfectly, it would have been a completely different game.
And it would have been at that one. One thing I would like to talk about, actually, before we enter our highlights, is that Asia being an interesting region, considering they really like their melee characters way more than a few other regions. Here, that's what we saw more of the Black Panther action, especially more of the Spider-Man action, and really paid off very well. But I believe we should be headed into our highlights before we head off into another quick break here.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 분명한 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그대들의 승리와 명예 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아무도 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 아무도 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어진 운명 꿈꿨던 너와 나 흐르는 승리와 명예 The fate of both the worlds is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아무도 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명
Welcome back, Rivals. If you're just tuning in, you are watching the Marvel Rivals Championship Asia Server PC Edition, where 256 teams are battling out for $14,500. My name is Elvin, and I'm joined in with the #1 caster bot, Asherbach.
Yes, hello, that is me. To those of you just joining us so far into pretty insane first match so far into our 3-match day, I believe DLZT versus Obvious. First map that we had was Hell's Heaven. It was pretty one-sided, especially going into a dive comp with Venom. Pretty interesting pick, but in the end, it did work to especially pick off the Hawkeye Hela backline duo that we did see. But then head into our second one, Shin Shibuya 2099, Obvious versus DLZT. Again, it was a lot of the melee picks that had me interested in considering over an NA, more the poke kind of projectile thing. But no, all Black Panther, all Spider-Man, and at the very last second, we did have the Loki to able to cap point here in this case, had the payload.
Yeah, and that was an amazing play by the Loki, actually getting MVP for that as well. Being able to just do the front line's job because the front line just wasn't there in time. But I do have to mention that the picks here are completely different. I did not expect to see a Spider-Man. I did not expect to see a Black Panther being pulled out. Even a little bit of, or a lot of Jeff the Landshark as well, which is arguably, well, me personally, I think Jeff the Landshark is definitely one of the best healing output strategists. But in a lot of the higher skill play, you don't really get to see him as often, which is amazing that we get to see him in this matchup. The question is, are we going to be able to see them again?
I mean, true, and as much as I like the Jeff, right, going into it, I just feel too squishy for a lot of situations, and the Penny Parker counterpick kind of proved that, because where there was one Jeff ulti, there was always a Spider-Mine, even Spider Sweeper, to kind of just pick him off and kind of deny that in its place. But coming to hero picks and bans right now, so far, Hawkeye and Black Panther out of the equation. We saw how well that Black Panther kind of played into the backline dive and evasion in the last game. Let's not have a repeat of that one and really just counter losses after the fact.
Yeah, and it looks like for Convergence, it doesn't look like they're too worried about the Spider-Man pick. And I mean, me personally, after seeing that Spider-Man, it looked like they were getting a lot of value, especially with the Venom. But it's not going to bother them here for this map, as the Luna is going to get saved. And the Hela, once again, getting saved. But the group ban is a very interesting ban, something we haven't seen today.
I mean, we saw a little bit of group, but we're right. We did not exactly see the ban, but the Doctor Strange ban, no surprise to that one, kind of nullifies Hulk, Iron Man, Doctor Strange team up a little bit in its tracks. And now we kind of have to pick up the pieces from there. And really on the side of Obvious going into attack, we are going to have Lizer, and again on the Penny Parker and first and with the Spider-Man, so probably more backline damage we're seeing again, but from Gwai. Hovering over the Hulk, and a View Zero coming in with the Magneto, so if anything, shielding playing a heavy part with DLZT's gameplay, especially with the Psylocke. That's going to be a lot of stealth sneak-ins, even with Dance of the Butterfly online.
I definitely love the Hulk pickup, but very interesting to see that. They might pull it out, but they have yet to pick an Iron Man here. But actually, it doesn't look like they're going to go with the Hulk. Instead, they're going to be going for, is that a Magneto that I see? So I thought I was going to see a Hulk, because Hulk right now is very strong, but maybe because of the Strange ban, they probably don't feel like they can get that team up, or maybe they just don't have an Iron Man player.
Yeah, because if anything, especially on the Hell's Heaven, we did see a lot of Doctor Strange plays and picks, even from Lizer and Beerser going into it, and for Beerser was able to capitalize heavy with the shielding, considering nullified the Hela ulti not once, not twice, but actually quite a few times leading into it, and now without that, gonna have to play more around a little bit of these off-meta picks, if you will. Spider-Man on top, and really at least trying to get in with the web sling, can't find anything just yet, and really just no choice but to stick back, find some health.
Yeah, and they were very close to getting first pick there as well, so they got to be very careful. But I stand corrected. The Hulk did go through, actually, and I'm a very big fan of the Hulk being able to just provide so much space for the team. And again, the Spider-Man gameplay getting, once again, not once, but this is the second time they got in the first pick.
That's one thing you are going to have to worry about the web slinging action, considering you can just combo a lot of these moves into plenty of damage. It's high risk, high reward off of that character, but for first and having to play it safe, especially off of a lot of the Hela blades, and at least players would actually finding another one here.
And the Hella pick was definitely much needed. I can see why they decided to save that character, because that's one of the best characters, a his kind character, to kind of just handle that Spider-Man. And that's exactly what we saw. I am kind of curious to see that. They don't have the Spider-Man and team up here, which is very surprising to me, because the Spider-Man does a lot, but without that team of ability, that one-shot combo that Spider-Man can usually do, it's going to be a lot harder.
Yeah, I was about to say you can do plenty, especially with Spider-Man and Venom. You have the Touch of Clintar team up, if you will, allow for suit expulsion, and even get him with plenty of damage off the symbiote perks. But now you have to focus on the now here. Hulk diving in, good shielding off of that one, going for another dive, possibly playing around, maybe some more ambush rather than just frontline moves here. Just a little further back here. That's going to be another Hella pick off on our kill feed.
And Team Obvious first, and going for the flank and being rewarded, getting the sneaky pick on the Psylocke, and still nobody being able to deal with them. And that's going to provide a lot of space for Team Obvious to take control of this second half.
And a good control at that one, even off of the Mantis. No Adam Warlock team up, but that might not even be needed, even if you are Milkshake going with the anger buff. Now I can hear the Hulk out. Ulti off in the distance. I just want to be a little more careful to deal with. Fiercer. Let's try up on that one. The Health ulti and then Fate of Both Worlds will be up momentarily, but for first and able to find one more Elim before having to almost make near quick escape. Dance with the Butterfly would be active, but Spectacular Spider-Man now up and active. Penny Parker still with the damage, but where there's high risk, there's not that much high reward, as Fate of Both Worlds popped off just in time, and that's one Psylocke down and out.
And Luna being able to save the day there, because that could have been a sneaky 2-pick from the Psylocke, but unfortunately, Luna being able to hold that ult, and it's exactly what you want to see from your strategist, being able to hold those support ults to kind of just stop the enemy team from providing that game-winning ultimate play.
And I will say, an interesting swap here is we have a team up active for Diao ZT, but now going with the Luna Snow Namor pick. It's going to be an interesting one, which is a controversial opinion. Namor, Hella, not as cool. You're still able to hit with the accurate shots off the damage, even with the Trident. It's the Horn of Proteus ulti that has me interested, because only stuck in a certain place, you can't really get that much value off of it unless you just get lucky with as many people might be clumped up under that. But now we have the Hell Unleashed, or Hella Unleashed, if you will, in with the Crows, but trying to find at least a few desired picks. Not just yet, though.
Yeah, not being able to get any sneaky picks, but they were able to get a lot of space off of that, and that is more than enough if they want to be able to stop this. 4 minutes on the clock left, so they got a lot of work to do. And Kaden being able to get a pick on the Neymar. Unfortunately, Neymar not having that immunity, so getting picked, and player 8 as well getting another one. Just like that, it's a 64. Make that a 63.
Uh-oh. It wasn't shielded in time, but I will say what is in time. Fate of Both Worlds yet again off the Luna Snow, but then the Penny Parker stun. It is going to be the Mantis ulti, give everyone his damage and a health boost at that one. And Hell Unleashed yet again off the Hella ulti, a Rain or a Feast of Crows, I should say, and another Spider-Man backline dive for Obvious to really make some dominant plays. Plenty of value to add to that.
Plenty of value indeed, and Spider-Man having that ultimate again, getting one pick, and that just might be enough to win at this round, as there's only a Hulk left, and just like that, they're gonna get that first pick, and they're gonna get the victory there with 3 minutes and 25 seconds left on the clock. That is quite a lot of time.
A fast one at that. I swear, you give Obvious an inch, they're gonna take a mile, and that's no exception for Diao ZT. Now they're gonna have to go the extra mile to try and fight through this, because as much damage as Obvious were able to pull out the situation alone, it's gonna be an uphill battle. That's 100% guaranteed, Elvin.
100% guaranteed, and as long as Obvious doesn't make any crucial mistakes, they should be able to take this home. All they got to do is just sit back and relax and kind of just stall as much time as possible, because even if they do make it all the way to the end and they tie it up 3-3, I mean, those 3 minutes and 25 seconds, as long as they can force an overtime, they're gonna have a huge advantage coming in here. And as we see a kind of a meta shift here, Kaden going on the Thor, I believe that's the first time we see it today.
Man, you don't really see much of Thor in general, and when I do, I usually end up with the worst Thor players possible. But hey, that's just me. We have to focus on this game in general. I imagine maybe Kaden wanted to go for the Thor Force ultimate a little later on, especially with the lightning, and even has the revive perk, if I remember correctly, or team up, I should say, with Hela. So that should be a good one to think about at that, and hopefully this time we might see some good Jeff plays at that one.
Leave Jeff going for a sneak. I think they're just trying to get information right now. They're trying to say, you know what? They're running the hook again.
We can't get too close like that, Jeff. You gotta be careful. He's just a baby. He's like, what, 2, 3 years old? He's tiny, I know that.
Very tiny, and they got spotted.
Oh no!
But the stun is not gonna be enough being underwater. I do believe they're CC immune right there, but they're just playing very sneaky. I'm kind of confused why they're kind of just sitting in their spawn. The Team Obvious just doesn't have that land shark heals going on right now, at least for the first few seconds. And I think this is why we're gonna see a Hulk going in full throttle, because they definitely want to take advantage of this missed position here. And again, Shark just going in for the damage, but they're not really there to support the team.
Yeah, I will say, possible miscalculation coming in from Obvious right now. I get that maybe they wanted to go for a little bit of information, but the information seeker for Jeff is going to go down and out. Another elim secured right now for DLZT, who take the point at dominating fashion, which we're going to have to chalk that up to a loss for now. Obvious, going to have to make a comeback.
They're definitely going to have to make a comeback. They're going to have to stick together, because 5 minutes and 15 seconds left in the clock. This is the ideal situation to be able to pull a massive comeback here. Now, Team Obvious, they need to be more careful of making those crucial mistakes. They need to stick together. Jeff the Land Shark, although they do a lot of damage, we need them to do a lot of heals. But that's not going to matter, because the Thor is going to get picked off already. And just like that, they got a lot of space.
Man, what do we like? It's real estate. No, it's free point advantage, and no exception for Yao ZT right here, going with another Hulk dive, but obviously wanting to stick a little close point here just in case it's going to get wiped off the face of the earth. And you are going to have Lizer with the Magneto. Meteor M should be up momentarily from 97 and able to get a full charge on this one, but then you are going to have the Mantis ulti to hit. Should be some damage, but not that much. Thankfully for Milk Shot, pop off with it, and now that's going to be another elim going over the rest of Obvious. But who is it? Wonder. It's Jeff, not with an effective ulti as I would thought, but hey, not exactly that many clips around here and there. Still able to secure one off the Magneto with view 0, and actually one more going down here too. DPS Jeff in full effect.
Yeah, definitely in full effect, going to be able to win that fight, and that's exactly what they need to do. They need to waste as much time as possible. I did want to point out that the blue team here, they had trigger discipline. They saw, I believe it was Lizer with the Magneto meteor, and literally the whole time the meteor was at 0%. It never even got charged up, so they did no damage. Very good discipline from them, but again, missed position there. Thor getting picked off in the spawn.
And which is what I'm interested by, possibly going for the lightning charge, maybe even the Mjolnir bash on a few key occasions. But hey, a lot left to be desired, at least from my perspective, with Obvious getting a little stunned here. I can imagine this could be a very nasty Hela ult if you're not careful enough. And yet again, you gotta hit the reading rainbow line again. Butterfly in the sky, but Hela can of course go twice as high, and with twice the damage, almost twice the kills here, still secures one, doesn't find another, but one could be enough. With the armed and dangerous ulti finds one, and we're going again.
Oh, but not being able to find anybody else. I really wanted to see, I wanted to hear D again about 6 times, but we're not going to see it this time around. Maybe a little bit later, as the Psylocke is going to get a sneaky pick. Just like that, that's exactly what they need, to just waste time. And first, and getting another pick, they have the ultimate as well, but they're holding it because they believe they have already won the fight. But as I say that, the fight might be turning around, as player 6, aka Magneto, just holding it down, hitting as many shots as possible, holding out the shield, trying to protect their team.
And hell gets unleashed yet again. It's going to be a feast of crows if you're not careful enough. And for the Hulk on ZT, having to dive in as fast as possible, save the team a little bit of time and trouble. But for first and that's 1, that's 2. That is a 3 trifecta. And trying to secure yet another one. Whole team engage off the Hulk shield. And that's going to be one more over to Milkchai with a very angry Mantis in hand. Another elim secured here.
And I'm very happy to see that Team Obvious, after getting those picks, are playing extremely aggro because that's exactly what you want to do. You want to be able to stagger the enemy team just to waste more time and time again. But now that everyone's respawned, they have to back it up. But first and getting the first pick.
Man, damage, distance are the two keywords, the name of the game, if you will, with the gamma boost and the shielding as well. But it's Jeff yet again. Hope he can play to effective pace, but of course, see in the corner, a few people do get snatched up, I believe so. And for Liza, it does not matter, nor for Milkchai. Find one on Beerster and another against with the Mantis on Mantis violence. Love to see it here.
And I love the way Milkshake is playing the Mantis because Mantis doesn't have the best heals, but they do provide a lot of damage, just in general, damage boosting their team, damage boosting themselves. And as long as you can keep hitting those headshots, you can keep healing everybody else and keep damage boosting your team as well. Playing an extremely aggressive is exactly how you want to play this Mantis.
Man, a good sustain and that one, Mantis really was just one of those rare strategists that could release the same rest of the team themselves just in case they get backline dived upon. And even with the damage, because one DPS Mantis, you can get just that. But now getting a little bit scary here. A very angry, raged out Bruce Banner, if you will, hulking out completely and off the payload. A little dangerous, a little too dicey that I would like to see what the hell unleash the ulti off the top. Feast of Crows again. Caden has active at any point, couldn't use it and utilize it as best of their abilities, but that's going to be one more over to the Hela.
One more over to the Hela, but here comes the enemy Hela as well. They're actually going to get a lot more value this time around, and Caden getting another sneaky pick, diving as exactly what a Hulk should be doing. Only 2 players left at this point that are going to be able to get another one and the ultimate ability as well.
All right, getting too close to call here, getting very scary. About 3 seconds left on the board, and I don't even think anyone can touch the point. That's going to be obvious. Sticking to their guns and sticking this out, finishing the match in the map 3-1.
Wow, and Team Obvious once again, obviously dominating the map. Exactly what we saw in map 1 is kind of what we saw in map 3. Just from beginning to end, just a masterclass. They picked very aggressive composition again, and they get rewarded for that as first and getting that MVP.
You know, I will say, I think for just 3 seconds, I could be a little unprofessional and say Hela needs some work. I'm talking, please ban her in every game that you come across. I don't want to see her. I don't want to think about her. I don't want to have to hear that ulti in my dreams. And I imagine for the LZT, even though they have one online, it was just obvious in the nasty picks at that one, which, man, I was a little worried about the Thor pick. And then, of course, we saw the Jeff getting information. But hey, in the end, it did work out for them. And considering this is a best of 3, moving on 2-1 here.
And just like that, Team Obvious is going to take that home. That Jeff, that was very interesting. I'm not going to lie. They probably shouldn't do that again because it almost costed them that second half as well. Because it looked like they were going to gain momentum, but unfortunately they were able to shut that down. And it's very interesting to see how aggressive both supports were playing. It's like they had a very aggressive comp. Even the supports were doing a lot of damage. And to me, that's a team winning composition.
Man, even as off meta as it may be, of course, gonna see our little shark maybe a little later on, possibly. We never really know. But I will say, the beginning of these maps, really everyone kind of going a little bit off the books, off meta from what I expected. Very melee heavy, a very far cry from what I thought would be the traditional, maybe Doctor Strange, Hulk, and maybe Iron Man team up that we do like to see, especially with the gamma radiation boost. But hey, I always get proven wrong. And, you know, might be the same thing going into our next couple of matches a little later on.
Yeah, I do want to say, I don't think it's the meta difference. I just think it comes down to most likely the players themselves not being comfortable with that Iron Man Hulk combination. That could have been a thing. Or maybe they just don't think it's that strong. But as we say that, we're going to be going in with the highlights, followed by a quick break.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, avenge your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, avenge your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me.
All right. Hello and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 0 Doom's Rise. It's our official Asia Ignition round, and once again, it is your number one caster Vok, Asher Vok, here with my co-commentator, Elvin. How are we feeling today?
Oh man, we're feeling great. We just watched an amazing match. If you're just tuning in again, this is 256 teams battling it out for $14,500. So a lot in the line. This is definitely a statement. The first official launch tournament coming in from the devs. If you're looking into getting too competitive, you definitely, even if you don't compete right now, you definitely want to take notes because you want to prepare yourself for the next upcoming events.
Exactly. A little too late as we already had our open qualifiers and are in our double elimination bracket. But hey, there's always the next time around as we're going into January and through the rest of 2025. We should have plenty of more events coming up. So hey, there's always plenty of time and opportunity to get your money up and your game up, if you will, when it comes to Marvel Rivals.
Exactly. And just like that, we're going to be going in straight into the match as we have Team Spooning going up against Team Azeroth. Hopefully I didn't butcher the names, but why do I see 6 Wolverines in my screen right now?
Okay, don't question it. We're not going to question the multiple Wolverines. Hey, I was going to say plural for Wolverine is, I'm sure it's just Wolverine.
Is it really? I mean, just like that, not a big surprise. A Hawkeye ban coming in from Team Azeroth. They definitely do not want to deal with those sneaky one-shot picks. And again, a very similar ban, a Hela ban coming in from Team Spooning, getting rid of those very 2 hit scan characters that could potentially just swing the fight around with just a couple of attacks.
And I just don't blame him. I mean, we really did see in the last game that was Diao ZT versus Obvious how powerful those Hawkeye Hela picks were actually getting to be, especially going into Shin Shibuya and then our final map of that match with Jalia. But okay, actually, no Protect coming in from Spooning. Maybe they either missed it or maybe just opting not to go with one at all. Azeroth now opting in to protect the Psylocke coming in from Vernier Caliper.
Yeah, I can't imagine that's a part of their strategy to not save a character, because what I'm finding a hard time to understand what type of value you get by not saving one of your comfort picks, right? So it might have just been a mistake. Maybe they ran out of time, a bit of miscommunication. Shouldn't be that big of a deal, depending on what these next bans are. And the Mantis being banned. I mean, not surprised. Mantis Ultimate just being causing the ruckus and just providing that damage boost to the team. It's just way too much to handle at times. Now, I would imagine it's going to be a Luna ban, but instead we see Jeff being banned.
Oh, man, the little shark. I mean, really, in retrospect, now that I think about it, the It's Jeff ulti, depending on where you are and who you are, might be a little more disruptive than initially need be. But then Mantis. Imagine natural anger and resilience are really just 2 things you don't want to contend with, in the fact that her ulti can really sustain a team through a lot of key and really just visual team fights going into this one. I don't blame them for the ban whatsoever. But look at our team comp. We're going to have the Adam Warlock Luna Snow lineup coming in from Spooning, but on the side of Azeroth, that frontline DPS with Winter Soldier and Zethval could be pretty valuable in the end.
Yeah, definitely 2 very different comps coming in from Spooning side. This is something that we kind of just saw in the Invitational not too long ago, right? You got the team up with the Hulk, getting that power boost with the Strange and the Iron Man, getting that Gamma boost. It's definitely very, very powerful. But I do think this makes sense because the Hawkeye Hela are banned. So 2 major characters that can deal with an Iron Man are just not going to be in this match, which makes this composition even stronger.
I mean, true. We'll say on the side of Spooning the Gamma Radiation team, but that we are going to get between Hulk and Doctor Strange with the extra shielding and the fact that even on Strange, you go from the Dark Magic Expulsion off the cape into just expelling the Gamma Radiation. Could make for some extra AoE potential on that end. But hey, getting started. I'm ready for another barn burner of a match, Alvin.
100% as we're tuning in with the Psylocke already trying to get a pick on the Iron Man, but the Hulk here 92 just being able to just provide that frontline presence and stopping the Psylocke from doing what she wants to do. But they got to be very careful because she's already in trying to flank, trying to provide a lot of value, trying to get those cooldowns again, trying to get that ultimate ability. And if Vernier can actually get their ultimate quicker than everybody else, this can definitely go on the side of Team Azeroth.
And even, that's the thing, you have to be really careful about. Psylocke has stealth capabilities. You leave her unchecked for too long. Obviously, gonna ramp up the kills, especially on the dash in and then the shurikens as well. But as I say that, another Unibeam coming in from the Iron Man, which that pulse bomb later on could be a doozy. Another beam, and that's another secured Elim. Make that 3 on the board for triple Elim secure here. Quadruple to go into it, and even getting rid of a Loki decoy on the way.
Wow, no, literally doing so much damage. And this is why this combination, this team up is insane. That Iron Man without the Hulk, it's already really strong without Unibeam and that charge up. But with the Hulk, you do even extra damage. And we definitely see that coming into play. And they're going to be able to secure the first point. Now, Team Asterix, they have a lot in their hands here. They still don't have an ultimate ability yet. While in the other side of things, it's Spooning, or they already have 2 ultimates, but 2 trades coming in. The turret coming in from that beautiful Punisher. My favorite character, by the way. I am a big Punisher fan.
See, I like the character, not a fan of playing against the character, nor am I a fan of having to play against the Luna Snow here with Fate of both worlds up and active for plenty of sustain off the health at that one. But now with shielding up, Doctor Strange versus Strange match just even momentarily, but the maximum pulse almost gets denied, still does in a way, doesn't exactly find the kills it needs to. And now the Eye of Agamotto going out in full play here alongside the Hulk ulti that we have to worry about. Bruce Banner raging out, and another Fate of both worlds to hit from the Luna Snow, but it is going to be Judge, Jury, Executioner off the Punisher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 multi-ulti damage here, and Dance of the Butterfly not exactly doing its intended effect, gets the damage, but nothing on the board in regards for Elims unless you're Toxic Melody.
Unless you're Toxic Melody, and they're going insane right now. This is exactly what they need to do. They need to pick them off one by one, staggering them, and finally they're able to secure the point. Asterix, but they got a lot to fight for. They already lost 82% Spooning. It just needs that 18% left. But they have to be careful because right now they don't have that support ultimate. They only have the Strange.
Man, Jirov at least 47% here off the ulti, and it might be differentials in regards between Spooning and Azurith if they're not careful enough here. I mean, we saw that team fight and how nasty it got with plenty of engages. We had the Punisher ulti online, multiple back-to-back Luna Snow ultis to hit from Fate of both worlds, but now Eye of Agamotto gets denied in place. Good quick exile, especially coming in here off the Hulk play, and another dive in.
Another dive in, and as we say that, Psylocke, Vernier trying to get their best picks, and oh my god, Toxic getting yet another pick, being able to track, and of course Vernier with the flank getting that double piece as well.
And I will say, thankfully, that Luna Snow ulti couldn't have come at a better time, but as I say that, Azuri gets denied right in their places. Vernier Caliper, remember what I said earlier, you give Psylocke too much of room to maneuver. They're taking the whole mile and taking full advantage of every press place crevice possible moving forward, and really that's no exception here.
Ooh, but we are gonna get a portal. They're gonna have to get crafty here as they're gonna land on top. But do they have any ultimates? They only have an Iron Man. No, are they gonna be able to do something? They're gonna be able to get 3 kills off that beautiful portal. Make that 4.
My god, a slam dunk to hit from the Doctor Strange teleport, which it still amazes me. The fact that we're able to really just maneuver that, especially on a live game server like this one. But then I have to remind myself, hey, previously, but now we have one ulti up and another pulse bomb hitting earlier, but now Dance of the Butterfly hitting from Vernier. Now, Judge, Jury, Executioner, Punisher ulti in conjunction with the Eye of Agamotto, and at least able to find one on the Adam Warlock, and another for Vernier with just Doctor Strange in the sky, and can fall almost twice as hard if they're not careful enough going against the Psylocke.
Definitely, and I think right now what Team Asteroid needs to do, they need to be very mindful of how fast they're killing the enemy team, because you definitely want to stagger them. If you kill them too fast, you're giving them another opportunity to come in as this 6-stack. But if you're taking them off one by one, as you can see, there's no way of making a comeback. And Vernier just taking a full advantage of that, even pushing up because they know they have secured the win. And just like that, Team Asteroid, although they lost the first fight, although they lost 82% in the very beginning of the match, they're able to bring it back and secure the first victory.
And a frighteningly close one on Bifrost Garden here as we capture the Royal Palace, headed into overtime. So I will say not exactly as one-sided as I've previously seen on this map. Really toe-to-toe, blow for blow, if you will, with Azurith and Spooning neck for neck.
Definitely neck for neck, and it looks like no team composition. The team compositions are still the same, I believe. Very interesting. I kind of wanted to see Spooning maybe just flip it around, change things a bit. They need something that can deal with Vernier Psylocke. They're getting way too much value, being able to go into the back line, being able to get 1 or 2 picks, and then just getting out with their life. They need a little bit more like crowd control in order to deal with her.
I will say the one thing that really piqued me more than anything was the fact that one team went for a Jeff ban of all things. And it's understandable if you don't want to contend with that, especially going onto this map in particular. There's a lot of cliffs and edges that you can be thrown off on with the Shark in general, but it's a fact that me personally, I more than likely would have had to have gone for the Luna Snow ban, knowing just how much sustain you can get off of that and the value of fate of both worlds. But hey, speaking of value, we have an ulti to carry over, and it's coming in from the Punisher for 2.2 seconds. It was there before Jiro was able to counter pick against it.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. They made a very crucial mistake. Damn sweet. When you're Punisher ulting, although you're doing a lot of damage, if your strategists are not there to back you up and heal you, you're kind of just like a sitting duck. You don't really have any mobility. But you know who does have mobility? It's the Iron Man with their beautiful... Oh, and they're going to be able to get a double piece, and their team Spooning is going to be able to get that first point.
Man, good point on that one, and where there's one maximum pulse to hit, there's another one denied. And Jarvis, please don't clip that one. Don't clip that one either. Let's just save that for backline. That's totally fine. Gonna be going out, and that's at least gonna be another secure for Iron Man here.
And they're going absolutely insane, getting a lot of control right now, doing a lot of AoE damage, being able to get yet another pick. And just like that, they're charging up their ultimate extremely fast, already at 40%. But look at that, they have the Luna ult as they're popping in now. They have the Atom ult, they have the Strange ult, they have the Hulk ult. They have a lot to work with here. This just wastes a lot of time. It's going to be very hard for Team Asterith to bring this back. But as we say that, they're getting sneaky as they're all rotating into the hill with the Loki immunity.
Oh, and a massive Eye of Agamotto to hit from here. And that's going to be Spooning taking complete and full advantage in every way possible. Asterith, they have no choice but to pull back, leaving only their one rogue Psylocke alive. And I will say a very well-timed one. He's putting Spooning over by at least 50% and counting even more so.
But here comes the portal. If anything, we know that how great these portals can be. And I would say that's a great position to be in as Vernier, being the last one alive in the last team fight, being able to sneak around and get a pick, but unfortunately gonna get picked up by Damn Sweet as well. And we got a 5v5, no, we got a 4v5 as Striver being able to pick off Seth Fowl as well.
Be quick with it, especially off the shielding here, but that's Meteor M coming in from the Magneto to hit. Good value of that one against Striver and his Sari, both going down to Tig, but of course momentarily exiled. Fate of both worlds up at the last second, but that maximum pulse, the Iron Man ulti not getting to intended effect. Thankfully, we have the shielding to contend with it. I will say, getting into the high damage once again. Vernier ramping up off the Psylocke E-links.
Exactly, and it just looks like Asterith is getting so many kills, yet they still haven't gotten the point. Spooning doing an amazing time of just peeling off and an amazing triple kill. That is exactly what they needed. That might be the round. Just like that, Team Spooning might actually bring this back and win the second half. But as I say that, somehow, some way, Team Asterith are able to claw themselves back in. But 99%, they have a tall, very tall hill to climb.
And for a brief few moments, it wasn't the Dark Magic Cape that we had to worry about with the Hulk team up. That was going to be the Gamma damage to really hit massive value at that one. Move a little further over, we are going to have pretty interesting teleport placed down with the Doctor Strange. He's online. You have the shielding from the Hulk as well. Getting the clap to hit once and almost hit twice here. And the Eye of Agamotto gets completely denied, shut down by Dance of the Butterfly.
Wow, that Dance of the Butterfly going insane. It's interesting because Team Spooning started off that fight with a Hulk bubble, just shielding the whole team. That was deep play. They even ended up getting 2 picks, but the Eye of Agamotto with Jirov and partnered up with Vernier's Dance of the Butterfly, it just went insane, and they were able to bring that back. Just like that, they're halfway to victory.
Man, at 52% and counting right now, Spooning is just right there at the precipice to be able to hopefully stay alive for a little bit longer. 99%. They just need at least one more good team fight. They can secure good elims, but hey, good win from there. Hopefully so. Hurrying forward right now with the Hulk. And of course, with the dash forward, Fate of both worlds up and active again from the Luna Snow. Another elim in the backline. Vernier just making quick work of both strategists and DPS.
Exactly, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. But the Luna ultimate is gonna provide a lot of value as well for Team Spooning to be able to just rush in the hill. And although they did get picked, Adam Warlock rests himself right away, and just like that, Team Spooning should be able to secure this hill. And if they play up right now and get the space, this should be over. But you know what? They don't even have to do that. There's no way Asterith can make it in time. They don't have the portal. It's on cooldown. That is a very long cooldown, by the way. And they're gonna tie things up.
Man, and a good tie at that one. Headed over to Odin's Archive by Frost Garden. Taken once, but now Throne Room. Spooning, hoping to at least make a good comeback here in our second match of today. And man, we gotta talk about that last few seconds, or really just the last couple of team fights we got. We had the Doctor Strange ultis to hit back to back. We saw the Gamma Radiation highlight team up between the Doctor Strange and the Hulk to hit as well. Good damage, but then here comes Vernier off the Psylocke, yet again being a menace to anything and every backline opportunity possible.
Exactly. Even at the very last fight, they were able to get the pick on Striver. But Adam doing what Adam does. Literally, as soon as it died, it went straight up to the sky, where Vernier just couldn't really focus them because they need to kill other people. And they were just able to revive themselves. And although they started the fight 6v5, they were able to turn it back around 6v6 with the amazing Luna ult that just provided a lot of value, being able to just go into the hill. And you know what? We got 2 ultimates here. We got 3 ultimates from Team Spooning. So this might be a first round by them, unless if the Punisher can shut them down from Team Astrid.
Exactly, which is why I love to see the uncontrolled chaos that is ultis carrying over to different rounds. Already Vernier Caliper getting first blood on the round so far. And downstairs here, where everything is so destructible, makes for so many more interesting plays, and even more so, Dance of the Butterfly goes from second floor all the way down to another Vernier, securing another elim for the team here.
Yeah, and that's going to be both strategists down already. No heals coming in for Team Spooning. This should be a first point secure for Team Asterith. And they, as long as they play aggressive here, and they were able to also kill Striver just a little later, which is amazing because now they have a lot of time to work with here. I do want to see Team Asterith kind of just play that high ground and just be in their face, but it doesn't look like they want to do that. They're just actually going to play in the hill, which is, to me, a very interesting play.
I mean, Tree, you have to re-strategize, maybe be a little more careful and concise in your plays moving forward, considering that both Spooning and Asterith are kind of 1-for-1 here in the round. You kind of have to re-strategize for Asterith, especially. They have the high damage, backline capability to be able to sneak in with the Psylocke, but now it's Baby Bruce completely getting obliterated by Jiroff. Maximum Pulse ulti from the Iron Man finds one from the Azusa. Vernier getting with the damage again off the Shurikens, almost able to find another as Eye of Agamotto not exactly working to intended effect from Shazam View.
Exactly, and exactly what I wanted to see. Vernier playing that high ground. They need to be able to stagger this. They just need to get map control because they got a little scary there for a second in that last fight, but they were able to still hold it back. And now Vernier, they might be able to get another sneaky pick in the Iron Man if they can hit the combo. They did. But the amazing heals coming in from Striver to save his teammate. That was quite amazing.
And amazing at that one, but now Dance of the Butterfly to hit again. Thankfully, able to get at least one elim, but the Hulk shielding coming up just in the nick of time thanks to the game of team up. But now Eye of Agamotto as well as Fate of both worlds in conjunction. The Punisher ulti to worry about again, coming in from Zeph. That's a Punisher on Punisher. Violence finds one, finds another against a Sari. Fate of both worlds just playing their hearts out with Toxic, finding another elim and another sneaky kill possibly against the Adam Warlock.
And they're doing a good job right now. Team Spooning finding a hard time to just regroup. Right now they're getting picked one by one. That is not what you want to see when there's only 8% left on this hill. This is looking like Asterith is gonna definitely take this home, unless if Papier can just hold on for long enough. 80% of that ultimate, but unfortunately gonna be turning into Bruce Banner and getting picked off.
Man, and Asterith had really been keeping a lock on the point right now, and at 99%, almost too close to call, because Spooning, they've been able to get him with a couple of good team fights, but haven't been able to touch the point in any way, shape, or form possible. But the Eye of Agamotto hitting yet again, while Toxic and Ty getting in with assist kill. Shazam finding one on the Azusa, and the Adam Warlock ulti popping out just at the right time, but Shazam there to deny. Just a few plays in its tracks here. Hulk dive in, and that's going to be the Magneto shielding dead in its tracks. No one's going down. Back to back. Elim's blow for blow, trade for trade, pick for pick, if you will. But Spooning still able to come out on top and deny the Azrith win for now.
That was absolutely insane, the way they were able to crawl themselves back into this, because they were getting picked off one by one. They were completely staggered. But that Adam Warlock rest, it looked a little scary there because they didn't really have the heals to heal everyone up, but it just provided just that extra time that we're able to get their team back together and actually win this. And oh my lord, Iron Man finally being able to hit two there, trying to take care of that Punisher, but that Punisher turret is way too tanky. Definitely making the right play and just flying away. Now it's Team Spooning with complete domination and control of the map. Now I do want to see them play up. I've been mentioning this, but maybe I'm in the wrong here, because it looks like both teams, after winning fights, they don't really care about playing aggressive. They're actually just playing the point. So maybe I've been misinformed here. Maybe it's just know how to play the game better. But at the very least, we do have this Iron Man trying to get as much damage as possible to get their ultimate ability back.
And that's the one thing about Azrith that made him so powerful on this point to put Spooning in a vulnerable position. It's because, you say this for next game, ban the Psylocke hopefully next time around. And I was just as I was getting to that point, it's the dance of the butterflies that made things just so much more worse for Spooning leading into it. Didn't even allow them to try and put a tiptoe on the point. But of course, the Adam Warlock revive coming out will force fate of both worlds hitting yet again, with Jiroff and Zeth leading the charge on Elims, and Azrith able to cap the point and at least tank this first game here.
I do want to say that was an ultimate diff. Spooning just didn't have any ultimates at all. They had to use everything in their kits just to secure that last fight. And Team Azrith just they knew that. They must have known that. They popped the Punisher O. They popped the Psylocke O, and that's pretty much what won them the fight. And to no surprise, Psylocke 40 and I think that was 40 and 10. That's complete domination, getting that MVP. Well deserved.
Man, a gross one at that one. MVP, like you said, very much deserved, which is why I'm kind of a little baffled of all the picks and even bans that we could have gotten. We saw Jeff ban, but no Psylocke ban like we're so used to seeing. And if anything, it might have been the one thing could have needed. You know, Luna Snow ban, which honestly even added more to the sustain going in the back line here.
Exactly. I think for this next map, I would like to see a Psylocke ban because they got way too much value. If not, we might see a repeat of this map. But to be fair, it was pretty close. I do want to say, I think every single map pretty much went to overtime. And just like that, we are going to be going in to another short break, followed by
Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 분명한 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 손들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸
쓰러지지 마 어딜가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 파도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of the world The world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 파도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 파도 믿어 날 때까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 파도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 파도 믿어 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 파도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of the world The world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 파도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면
Welcome back, Rivals. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the Marvel Rivals Championship Asia Server Edition, where currently Team Spooning is down one map against Team Azeroth. My name is Elvin, and I'm joined in with the #1 caster Bach, Asherbach.
Yeah, howdy, everyone. For those of you just joining us, just wrapped up with our first map, head into our second one, which we really have to talk about. Still, those picks and bans are throwing me through a loop. Psylocke! That can't be happening again. That was a 40 elimination game we had from Vernier Caliper moving into this one. Hopefully, the second one this time around, Spooning can make a smart decision and not let that one happen again, especially as vulnerable as they were in backline. It's not pretty.
It is important to note that Team Spooning missed that protection during the pick and ban phase. That could have also played a part in why they couldn't really deal with the Psylocke in the flank the whole time. So hopefully this time around they actually take their time to protect that character, to get their bans and picks properly this time. So in order for them to come back, because they do need to win 2 maps in a row if they want to take this home.
Exactly. Reminder, up to round 9, especially this being a double elimination bracket, it is still, if I remember correctly, best of 3. So if anything, first 2 into this match especially is going to be moving forward, while the other is going to be headed down to our lower bracket. Still have a chance to rise up back from there, but it is still going to be a gauntlet considering, and if I look correctly, a lot of top teams might be floating down there, so you never know who you're going to run into. But hey, we got to focus on this next game coming up. I'm excited for it, and hopefully maybe are they too.
And we're going to be able to see Hell's Heaven domination this time around. I love this map. Oh, and there it is. Exactly what we wanted to see. The Psylocke being banned over from Team Spooning. That's I like this because they're adapting, right? They know what went wrong and they're correcting their mistakes. Now all I want to see is them actually protecting a character this time. And the other side of things, Azeroth banning the Mantis. No surprise there.
Yeah, possibly missed it the first time around when it came to the protect and picks and bans, but now for just Azeroth, focus on that one instead, opting in to protect the Hawkeye, which we did see a little bit of Hawkeye action coming in our first game of the day. That was Diao ZT in obvious, and as dangerous as that was, I imagine, wanted to go for the backline DPS counter picks here.
Exactly, and you know what? Because they banned that Psylocke, that allowed Team Azeroth to just secure one of their comfort picks, which is that Hawkeye. And that is going to be very scary because more than likely we're going to see a Hawkeye versus Hawkeye. and it might just come down to who can hit the most headshots. But Spooning does not want to deal with the double hit scan. They are going to be banning that Hela. Also, not a big surprise, as Hela is one of the best DPS as well. And then the Black Panther being banned from Asteroid to close things out.
You know, I'm really not surprised, especially by these next couple of bans here. The Hela, obviously, you don't want to find yourself cloistered too close in corners, and then that Hela ulti is just going to rain down on you with the crows, the feast, and everything in between. Not pretty. Black Panther especially saw a lot of gameplay of that earlier on the Shin Shibuya 2099, but then when it came to Hell's Heaven, that Vibranium Spear Toss, and then Bass Descent, it's going to make it an absolute nightmare to really try and have to contend with that as well on the counter.
Exactly. I mean, and it makes sense why they're banning the Hela as well, right? They're going with the Iron Man Hulk strange composition, right? They're trying to take care of those characters that can deal with an Iron Man. Although Hawkeye can really handle them, but it can be very sneaky because usually a lot of really good Iron Mans, they like to flank around. They like to play very cheesy around corners in off angles, right? And as long as Damn Sweet can do that, they can definitely take this home.
I mean, not only that, we've seen the plenty of, the slam dunk combination between the Iron Man and then the Doctor Strange. The hit, you place one portal down somewhere else, and then elsewhere, all of a sudden, you just get hit with the maximum pulse and think, hey, where in the world did that even come from? You look back at your Elam feed, and it's like, that's where it was. Halfway across the map, but it was still able to port through, and that is 100% on me. But now, on these teams to either, A, go in through best of 3 and go forward, or make a comeback. And imagine Spooning is going to need something to actually claw their way out of this one.
Get ready.
It's very interesting to note that neither of the Strange actually used a portal in the beginning to get map control. They just decided to walk it down. So this is going to be an absolute brawl here as the Hulk pop here, trying their best to just hold the front line here, but they're taking a lot of damage and they're going to be turning into Bruce Banner. They're going to get picked off unless if they get a lot of support from their strategists here. And just like that, Bucky being able to get the first pick on Bruce Banner.
And Baby Bruce had to make a quick escape with the Gamma Grenade. Even then, it wasn't enough. That's going to be once, twice. A double Elam coming in. A resident Doctor Strange. And even on that side, it's going to be a Doctor Strange trade for trade at that one, with Azrath moving a little further forward with the Hawkeye and getting heavily rewarded for it off the Elam.
And they are going to be able to secure the first point here. And look at Team Asteroid's ultimate percentage. They're going to get their ultimates first, at least when it comes to Bucky, and when it comes to the Cloak and Dagger as well, at 99% already. So that's going to be a very important ultimate here just to secure this, as they're kind of just wasting time right now, right? Spooning kind of trying their best, waiting for the Hulk to dive in, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. But they got to be careful because their Hawkeye's playing. The Spooning's Hawkeye is playing a very off angle here, trying to find a sneaky pick. Oh, Damn Sweet being the one that gets that first blood. Herbie's following it up as well, killing that Luna, and just like that, it might be Spooning being able to win this fight.
Oh, getting a little too close for comfort there in Shazam, which I am surprised by. That we usually see a Hawkeye playing more to backline of their favor, but really getting up close and personal off the DPS and the bulk action as well, finding one and then a second off the Hawkeye ulti with the shadows. But now we have Sweet to worry about. Going to be flying forward. I don't even think the Doctor Strange shield is going to be enough to save Jirov from getting taken out here. Sent back to spawn momentarily.
Herbie G's doing an amazing job with that eye of Aquamoto there, being able to get 2 picks and Shazam, bro, being able to clean it up as well. That's exactly what you want to see. Team-ups being happened, but Shazam, bro, once again, getting that first blood. That's exactly what you want to see. Just like that, they're calling themselves back in, providing a lot of pressure here. Herbie's trying his best to get as many picks, getting his ultimate back fairly soon as well, and Damn Sweet with another pick.
The mini rocket barrage at that one, and we'll say maximum pulse could be active at any point, but I think just waiting for Azrath to push in a little further before doing so. This little corner would have to be an insane 3-pointer from all the way this far back. And as they are soul bonded, even if they get taken out, should be a quick and easy revive a little later on. But for the moment, imagine Spooning just waiting back as Azrath push further up, trying to take peak advantage of this one, and finds one off the Elim. Another one over to our Hawkeye.
Wow, I think it's very important to note that the Hawkeye actually didn't take the portal. He used that advantage, that distraction to get a sneaky pick And a brawl happening here. Ironman needs to be very careful because they're very low. Strange being able to get that sneaky pick. And it might be Team Astrid here that can secure this. But the fight is not over yet. As Bruce, it looked like he was going to turn into Bruce Banner, but both being able to ult and providing a lot of space here as they're going to be able to get some picks. And Spooning turning this fight around.
Man, and hope with the action that makes a grappler player like myself shake in my boots, but have to remind myself, it's in a fighting game, it's a hero shooter, and you have to be more careful of the Hulk going out of ulti, but still able to find and secure a couple of more good elims on the side of Spooning. Have 2 ultis up, and imagine Shazam, Striver going to be saving that for later, especially the Adam Warlock revive, can have more value down the line, especially now that we're heading into Eldritch Monument.
Yeah, they were just able to provide a lot of value. Those ultimate abilities just wasting a lot of time. And that's exactly what you want to see from Team Spooning. They just have that composition, the very tanky composition with the Luna to be able to just sustain very long. And they literally got picked off first and they were still able to win that fight. That's exactly what you want to see. On top of that, it is very important to note that Striver and Shazam, bro, they have their ultimates. Herbie G's also very close with that 89%. And the other side of things, Astrid, the closest one is at 62%, and that's Sethbot with the Punisher roll.
And I'm almost certain that Azure, they have to be aware that Spooning, they haven't exactly popped their ultis just yet. Even if it's just 2 with Striver, like you said, Striver and Shazam still have theirs active. Wouldn't exactly be the wisest thing to use the Adam Warlock ulti just this early into a fresh and a good team fight at that one. For Shazam, I imagine wanting to get a little sneaky here, maybe sneak in the back line, pop the shadows, and shoot those off rip.
Exactly, and it looks like we're seeing a change of composition here, as we're going to be able to see maybe a flank coming in here. They might be able to actually kill the Luna if they play this correctly. Oh no, they're actually looking for the Hawk. This is the perfect play here. If they can pull this off, that's going to be an amazing first blood. And looking for the Iron Man, looking for the second pick, flying up to the sky. They need to hit those shots, and they're exactly going to do exactly that. And they're going to be able to get that 2 picks, but Striver being able to answer back as well.
And the high risk, high reward we usually love seeing from Vernier Caliper, who earlier played an insane Psylocke game, 40 elims to hit off of that last one with Drasil, but now focusing on Hell's Heaven. We are going to be actually seeing the Jeff play here, even if momentarily it's Jeff would be insane, but even more so, it's the Eye of Agamotto right into the Dark Cape Expulsion for extra gamma radiation off of that one with the AoE.
Herbie G's showing exactly why Strange is one of the best tanks in the game. Being able to hit 3 people with that eye, with that ultimate, that's going to completely win them the fight. And although they lost the point in the very beginning, they were able to crawl themselves back with those beautiful ultimate abilities. But Team Astrid, they're able to just come straight back up. But unfortunately, they're Strange just alone, just being staggered. That's going to be very bad. But again, the Star-Lord being able to answer back, getting that pick again.
With Magneto Meteor M out in full force, the intended damage, but it is going to be the Blaster Barrage to at least get a little bit of chip potential here. Fate of both worlds up and active. Actually, both sides here. Luna for Luna, bar for bar, if you will. No goal to be involved, though, to fly in the sky. Imagine Galactic Legend, a nasty play, just waiting out the ulti and going in for the kill. That's one on the board, and another Horn of Proteus coming in from the Namor, actually. Sam down, as I saw, but actually, hold on. Was that? It was. Okay, thought my eyes were deceiving me, but not deceiving me on the elims, the board here.
Yeah, that Star-Lord being able to get so much value, being super patient. They did not pop their ultimate right away. They kind of just waited for Team Spooning to kind of just waste their abilities, waste their kits. As soon as he saw those abilities being used, he knew it was the green light to use that and able to get 3 picks there. And just like that, Astrid once again being able to control this hill, and this is just a back and forth battle, and here comes the portal. Are they going to be able to combine any ultimates here? Are they going to be able to get the eye? And they are both being stunned, but oh my god, that was a 3-man Herbie G's once again Herbie G's putting his team on his back with these ultimates.
In the Gamma AoE damage, we trust that is no exception for Herbie here off the Cape Exploder. But now for Spooning. able to cap in at least 69% and counting. Shazam still at the front line here. He takes down one more Star-Lord and that one. Bernier able to find any safe ground. Now it's 77%. Azrith, I'm hoping, can make another play here with another Doctor Strange teleport going into it. You have the splits to worry about from the Namor as well, getting a little bit of extra damage if you're not careful enough. And as I say that, the Hawkeye double Elim coming out in full force here, Elvin.
Yeah, and unfortunately that portal didn't get as much value, but you know who is getting value?
Uh-oh.
Just the Electric being able to kill two there. And that might be able to turn the ties around, but it's overtime once again. Striver being able to get that pick, that might do it. Team Spooning once again being able to secure that map victory.
And a good map victory at that one against Azrith here onto Hell's Heaven. And even with the last second Jeff hide and seek on the point, wasn't enough, still able to fish that little shark out of the water.
Exactly, and we got ourselves another map number 3. That is exactly what you want to see in this championship. Team Spooning being able to bring it back as Herbie G is getting MVP. Well deserved. I think almost every single eye of Akimoto that they hit was at least for 3 people, and they were able to translate that into kills, which ultimately led them to win in this match.
Exactly, you have to combo it really well with Doctor Strange, and now that you have a Hulk, opens up a whole new boatload of opportunities and potential, especially with the Gamma team up that we saw. We saw the portal, and then get him with Eye of Agamotto, use the AoE instead, and boom, you're good from there on out. Good performance so far, but now tied 1-1 here in our match.
Exactly, and honestly, the way these rounds are going, it's very hard to say who's going to take this home. Every single map has hit overtime. Both teams are fighting tooth and nail to just claw themselves back in. But unfortunately, that last portal just wasn't good enough. They didn't really have the kits. They didn't really have the ultimates to follow up. It was kind of just like a last minute, just glory save. They were just praying for the best, and unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
Exactly, we saw the ulti differential at that one, I believe, as our highlights are getting underway just momentarily. Elvin, what do you think we're seeing in our last game, especially going into this one now that it's tied 1-1 between Spooning and Azrith?
Well, I do believe the pick and bans are going to be kind of similar. I do want to see that Psylocke being banned again. They were able to ban that, and they kind of just forced the Star-Lord out. And although they kind of did the same job as they were able to flank and get those picks, they just weren't able to actually translate that into a victory, right? So I do expect the bans to be very similar.
Yeah, understandable, completely and totally add that one, which I was surprised they didn't ban the Jeff again. Of course, we saw a little bit of that action. Didn't exactly work to intended effect. Hey, that's totally fine. And where there was a Psylocke ban, of course, we did see Verneth come in with the Star-Lord. A couple of good Galactic Legend picks here and there, especially at one key point, waiting for Azure to kind of finish with Fate of both worlds, and then able to sneak in with a couple of good Elims, giving Spooning a little more room here.
Exactly, and this is starting to look more like the same meta going around from different regions. Super different from the previous matchup that we saw. And as I say that, we're actually going to be going into the highlights, followed by a 10-minute break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing now for remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me.
All right, hello and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship. It is officially our Asia Ignition round. Once again, this is your number one caster Vok, Asher Vok, joined here by my co-commentator, Elvin. How are we feeling today this early in the morning?
Oh man, we're feeling nice and prepared, but I actually want to talk about what just happened last match, right? Team Spooning being able to win that last map. Hopefully they're able to maintain that momentum, banning the Psylocke, picking those sneaky picks, those Aya Quasimodos going crazy. So in order for them to maintain this, I do want to see their strange kind of just pulling in those sneaky portals, because that's kind of what just won them the fights.
Exactly. We saw a lot of good plays coming in from Herbie on the Doctor Strange as well. But now that we focus on, before in the next game, of course, focusing on before, that was Hell's Heaven, which I will say, I was a little more surprised not to see the Penny Parker come out in full play, considering that can be heavy counter against the Jeff, against any really just frontline DPSs that might try to sneak onto your point in general. Even the Spider Mines can be just as powerful, but hey, more of a defensive thing, if anything. You really easily get ganged up upon. Would not have been fun, especially knowing that you had Doctor Strange and the Hulk to deal with going into the dive.
Exactly. I think it's a lot harder to get value with the Penny there, especially on domination. Maybe if we get to see combo, we get to see the Penny Parker getting more value. But here we go with the straight pick and bans, and oh my god, just these Wolverines, it just makes me, I want to see Wolverine now. I do think Spooning's just doing this just to mess with the enemy team, but they're going to be banning the Mantis first. Asteroid, this is again consistently banned, and the Psylocke again. So very similar bans as so far.
And it goes the Psylocke ban as well, which I will say the last game, surprisingly, it also didn't opt in for the Star-Lord ban. We saw how nasty Vernier got with that. At some points, though, did get a little counterplay, especially with the Luna Snow ulti fate of both worlds really working in conjunction for better sustain. So Spooning was able to get in with that one, but no protect again. Coming in from Spooning, maybe either to throw the other team off or maybe just didn't get it in time.
Yeah, I do think it's just miscommunication. Because I'm how do you gain any value from not saving a character? I just can't. I just don't really understand. But maybe these players just are at a whole different level. I mean, they are the ones playing this tournament. And again, the Hela being saved going in from Team Asterith and the Hawkeye band as well. They definitely do not want to deal with those headshots.
And absolutely not, especially the shadows after the fact that even if you avoid Hawkeye's line of sight, you're still getting hit by anything and everything possible off those bolt arrows. So go for another ban here. It is going to be the Star-Lord, which I was sitting here thinking, okay, so we're doing everything possible to counter back against Vernier on DPS, who now maybe swapping over in where the strategist pick instead off a Luna Snow.
That is very smart. Team Spooning being able to just target ban Vernier, forcing Vernier to play Luna, to play that strategist. Now they're in a very uncomfortable role here, which might give Spooning the big majority fight that they can get here in the first round.
Man, and hopefully so just doing everything to get rid of any DPS potential. Now we are going to see actually the Luna, Snow, and Jeff team up coming in from Azrith, which you are going to get maybe some extra DPS Jeff play considering now those little water balls, right? I was trying to find a word for it, just turning into ice projectiles. Now, if I remember correctly, a little bit of AoE damage to spark off of that. But on the side of Spooning, maybe a quick little Doctor Strange TP to hit a little later. Striver, though, with the Rocket Raccoon, which I haven't seen in a hot minute, whether it be in comp, whether it be in quick play, or just anything of the sort. And now that I think about it, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, especially with a team of this caliber, wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense. Being able to use that team ability with Bucky as well can definitely get a lot of value here, especially for defense here. As they're going to be starting in, and there it goes. Infinite ammo being used straight off the bat. Finding it hard to get any value, though, as Team Astra is just doing a good job of just providing a lot of pressure. But you know what? This Hope being able to dive into backline and look at him just jumping around, just trying to create as much space as possible. Just trying to be that distraction, right? Using the shield as well to just be as tanky as possible.
Listen, sometimes you have to tear a page of the book of Jalil. You have to dive in as best as possible. And for Hulk, that is no exception. For Average, kind of getting mixed here and there. Winter Soldier getting stunned just momentarily, able to pop up with a little bit of much needed overhealth. Now off the Jeff bubbles. You're definitely going to need it, especially trying to contend against the fact that you have a frontline DPS Hela when it comes to damn sweet.
Exactly. Toxic being the one using the Hela, going from strategist to DPS this time around and doing a good job, hitting a lot of shots. But an ultimate has already been used from Team Spooning. Not getting a lot of value, though, as Azrath is doing a good job of just using the point to kind of just maintain that cover. Oh, and just like that, we're going to have a Bruce Banner. That's going to be the first pick.
And Zeth Val with the good targeting at that one. Baby Bruce left completely and totally vulnerable. But as I say that, a little bit of that AoE damage from the gamma radiation off the shielding. And now the gap Maybe just having a herb, excuse me. Gonna rush up here, try to stop that Hella ulti in its tracks. Back downstairs, we have Luna Fate. Fate of both worlds active.
Yes, and an Eye of Asamoto going in but I don't think they got too much value off of it. But look at this. Oh, they literally just died, but they came back because they do have that revive. And that's exactly why you want to have that rocket. And oh my god, this Hela is gonna do it all, as they're gonna be able to get a pick, and they're gonna be able to get 2.
And armed and dangerous no more. I did hear the Winter Soldier ulti pop off in the background, and for a brief few seconds, I got a little concerned. I saw the health bars, and I'm sitting here thinking, okay, probably gonna be a situation of again and again and again. But thankfully, Hela in the sky to stop that dead in its tracks. For now, at least, into another quick team fight. Eye of Agamotto could be the play here.
It could be the play. They do have 2. Team Spooning does have 2 ultimates, while Team Asteroids, they kind of just have to play a little bit back right now. They have to do as much damage as possible. But the Eye of Akimoto is going to be able to get 2. But they got traded out. They weren't able to get as much value as they really wanted to. But it doesn't matter because the counterplay comes in, and the Bucky doing a lot of damage, being able to get a lot of picks here.
With the toxic voltage at that one, that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier couldn't have come at a better time, especially off the rocket counterplay. Now it seems that Spooning the payload back, forcing Azrath into a bad situation of, okay, it's a retake. About a few seconds left on the clock for this one as well. Still the armor packs and the infinite ammunition coming in for Winter Soldier.
And this is probably going to be the last fight. Somehow, some way, Team Asteroid needs to find themselves to get a sneaky pick here and be able to turn this around, because they haven't moved the payload much. Only 55 meters. That is not what you want to see. But here comes the Luno. This might actually be what they needed. But the Bucky would again. Are they going to be able to get that? Yes,
one more.
Another again. And they're able to get just another pick. This might just be it.
Man, just again, once, twice, make that 3 times almost in a row. Even more so, the work for the Eye of Agamotto to hit. Now pretty much everyone, an out-of-body experience, quite literally. Striver, however, still able to get the revive on the damn Swede, and thankfully so, the shielding again to contend with the Doctor Strange up in the sky, and Hela not able to find the damage needed for the picks that really put Spooning in a better situation, as Cosmic Yarn Amplifier up again, the ulti, and now Eye of Agamotto with the AoE expulsion of gamma radiation to hit as well.
Being able to get 3 picks, they're absolutely massive. There's only 3 players left on Team Asteroid. Are they going to be able to hold them back? It doesn't look like it. It might just be Spooning taking this home. Wow, and only 55 meters. Team Spooning is actually holding this down, and just like that, they're going to win. This should be, as long as they don't make any crucial mistakes, Team Spooning should be able to take this home.
Man, a scary one at that one. We knew it would be an uphill battle, but Azrath not even able to find one shred of point percentage here. Sure, moved a little bit when it came to meters, but now Spooning, stopping them dead in their tracks.
They are going to be switching the composition. They do know that they don't have to travel too much, so they're pulling out the Black Panther to hopefully deal with those strategists in the backline, and maybe that's just going to provide just enough space, because usually you want to see your vanguards kind of providing space, but the Black Panther can do the same exact thing. As a lot of people say, a good defense is a good offense, and you know what? Black Panther should be able to go into the backline, get a pick or two, or even if they don't get a pick, even if they die, it should provide enough space for Team Spooning to be able to take this.
And Black Panther should be an interesting pick at that one. Like you said, you know, the evasion and skills at that one, and really thinking about it, you go for the combo, right? Usually to dash up, spear toss, and then dash forward again, maybe get an extra shred of damage. And even at low health, you're still going to have to contend with the fact that he can deal higher percentage of damage, even at a critical state. So now for Azrath, swapping up here, the Iron Fist pick is not one that I have seen so far, but I imagine wanting to shake up the backline just a little bit, make things more vulnerable moving forward for Spooning.
Yeah, Toxic is going to have to go crazy here. I imagine they're probably just not feeling too comfortable right now since they're going DPS after being on strategist. So hopefully they can get a lot of value with that Iron Fist, but it's going to be very hard. But just like that, the fight has started, and it's going to be Adam getting the first pick on the Magneto. That is a huge pick. That is a frontline presence being taken off the map. Just like that, the Iron Fist also not providing a lot of value, as the Hela is going to be able to take them off. Team Spooning starting this fight very massively, as Hela once again getting another pick. Magneto is back in the fight, but not able to just provide that frontline presence that they need. And Team Spooning, they're just seconds away from taking this home.
At about 2.28 meters at that one, going for the Gamma Expulsion. And now you have a Hela to worry about in your front line with the DPS damage. That's going to be a clean 1-0 victory here. Spooning moving forward in our best of 3.
And that was complete domination. That how long was that match? Did we just cast a 5-minute match there?
I don't have a timer, but if I had to be accurate at that one, I will say only like 6:29. We started at what? 6:25, 6:20 possibly? I mean, about 5 to 9 minutes here.
That was extremely fast. Once again, Herbie G's being able to get that MVP. I do believe, I think across the map, everyone just died once, at most twice. That they must have died collectively around like 7 times, which is nothing at all. They were able to hold them back with the Hulk, getting a lot of space, getting that team up with the Raccoon and the Bucky, providing a lot of value as well, especially with that ultimate ability. They were able to go again, exactly what I wanted to see, about 3 times. And that was just a big time waster. And, you know, they switched the composition up as well, getting that Black Panther, being able to just provide that extra space that they needed. They were able to just secure those 55 meters straight away.
Exactly. Knew at the last minute they had to get in with the shredding of damage, but initially on the defense, I love to see the Rocket Raccoon, especially in conjunction with Bucky. You have the infinite ammunition and then the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, even more so the BRB Beam to make sure you get your quick and easy revives if need be here.
Exactly. We do have the highlights ready for you here, following by a 10-minute break.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 춰봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마. 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지. 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망. 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라. 새벽 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모두 널 지킬 나란 걸 고집해볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러. Oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마. 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나. 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of the both the world is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지. 세계 운명. 한껏 더 높이 날아올라. 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러. Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마. 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명.
Welcome back, rivals. My name is Elvin, joined by the magnificent Astrobach, and you're watching the Marvel Rivals Championship Asia Server Edition. If you're just tuning in, don't worry. There's still a lot of action coming your way as we're going to have another best of 3. Astrobach, I got a question for you. Based off the last 2 matches, there doesn't really seem to be a stable comp yet. Do you think this is going to remain the same for the upcoming match?
If anything, I say, yeah, you know what? I love my off-meta picks. You know that 100% as much as I love Jeff. Let's maybe keep the shark out of this for now, at least. And for those of you who are just joining us, we just got done with the first couple of matches being DLZT and Obvious to start us off with, and then leading into Spooning versus Azerith, which with that last one, that was a record 5, maybe 6 minute match that we got to commentate. It was a short one at that.
Very short one indeed. Hopefully we get to see Team Spooning making it all the way through, because the way that we're playing, they're definitely showing signs of winners. And just like that, we're going to be going into our next match. We have Team Camel Power, very interesting name. And I'm probably going to butcher this name, but I do believe we have Team Cabacy Fans. And just like that, I'm not even surprised. A hella Hawkeye ban.
We saw how nasty the Hela could get in our past couple of matches. Starting off today, we saw 20-30 elims so far. Of course, we saw the heavy counterplay, especially with Herbie on the Doctor Strange in our last game, but this is now Camel Power versus Cabacy Fans, the Hela Hawkeye ban in full effect, but our first protect of this game being the Luna Snow. And imagine maybe a little later, one of the opt-in for Fate of both worlds, considering that sustain is no joke, followed by a possible damage boost if you're able to keep yourself alive for longer.
Exactly. And that's a very sneaky thing you just said. A lot of people don't really utilize that damage boost. And there's actually some secret tech where you can just spam and get the heals and the damage boost at the same exact time. Hopefully we get to see that this time around. And look at that, a Moon Knight Savior coming in from Cabacy Fans. Very interesting, because I don't believe we've seen a Moon Knight as of yet. And then the Iron Man being banned makes a lot of sense. Iron Man right now is very strong, especially with the Hulk combo.
Yeah, with the Hulk and the Doctor Strange combo, that's a full 3 slam dunk of the gamma radiation, if you will, as well as the Mantis ban. So maybe nullifying the potential of an Adam Warlock team up at that one, and the damage boost from Nature's Anger. But now we have to worry about the Moon Knight in DPS, which you're right, we haven't really seen much of today. But now that I think about it, you have the opportunity to get those Onk placements well, bounce off the damage from that, and then Wrath of Khonshu, I feel, can have a lot of value, even going into Shin Shibuya Convergence on round 1.
Yeah, and I do want to say, to answer my previous question, based off these compositions, this is definitely a very, very completely different meta that both of these teams are running. We finally get to see a Wolverine. Oh my god, I play this game a lot, Astrobach. I literally have over, like, I don't know, maybe 100 hours. And everyone used to say Wolverine is really weak right now. Wolverine doesn't really do anything. And all it took was one amazing player to kind of just go into those high elo matches and get into those high ranks with Wolverine, just kind of just proving to everyone that Wolverine is actually very strong. And it is very important to note that this game, because it's brand new, the meta is consistently shifting. A lot of characters that people think are weak are consistently being picked in higher elo, and people are starting to realize that, you know what, these weak characters are actually broken.
Yeah, and with the Wolverine as well, you can find out with the Hulk for the team up as well. You get the fast ball combination, and then get him with a good dive with just a Wolverine lunging at you, and all of a sudden, hey, what am I going to do against this? It's terrifying, if you will. Even more so as I say that already with the Doctor Strange teleport coming into dagger damage, but then the Moon Knight going down and out to both combine Doctor Strange and the Luna Snow. And Poppy here.
And Poppy doing the Lord's work, not only getting a kill, but getting a freeze. Wolverine going in, Jokey being able to get a pick, doing what Wolverine does, just kind of secluding one of the tanks. That is going to be an amazing pick as it's still going around. It's very important to know, I could be wrong, but I do think that was the very first time we've seen a Strange actually use their portal in the very beginning of the fight.
will say possibly could have saved it for a little later, but if you feel you can get value off of that one, I'd say go ahead. But as I say, speaking of value, no longer dollars, that could be an upgrade to that more damage from Joki off the Wolverine into Berserker Rage. Alongside the Hulk trying to get in with the shield dive out just in the nick of time, even if it is momentarily. Swap over to Jazz, now bouncing off the damage with the Onk. Smart play at that one. A double elim here for the Wolverine.
Joki being able to provide so much value off that Wolverine. You can see why this character is very, very, very high meta right now. Being able to get their ultimate ability extremely fast and able to get 2 picks to start this next fight. This should provide a lot of value for KBC fans to just go in and get this second point.
Now you have Wolverine on top, Rage up and still readily active and against a very vulnerable Penny Parker, carrying into the rest of the team to almost be able to secure an elim there. Now for Camel Power, having to take the chip damage, and in front still gonna have to worry about the spider mines if you are KBC fans. They can get hidden, they can get everywhere, and up in your face if you're not careful enough.
You do got to be very careful. And here it comes. Oh my God, the Namor being able to hit multiple people there. And Cloak and Dagger also being able to follow that up. Now it's going to be a beautiful combination of ultimates from Camel Power. That's exactly what you want to see if you're rooting for them.
Oh, Kukul Khan, my beloved, but I believe Zenemies and everyone else, including 20 million other players, know them as Namor. In this case, Namor. Pronunciation really varies where you are, but in with the damage stack as well, that Trident is no joke. With 18% building up to another Horn of Proteus. With the charge. Now, moving a little forward here. Spider Sweeper coming in full force with the Penny. Now with the Thor dive as well, bringing down the Thunder and able to find a few, secure 2 elims.
Ether doing an amazing job with that Thunder, being able to get 2, looking for the Luna as well. If they're able to pick this, they're 100% going to win the fight. And there it goes. Luna being picked off is very, oh my God. Being able to pick the Penny as well on top of that. Now, this is going to provide a lot of space. I want to see the tanks push up a little bit, but as I say that, never mind. They know better than me because Camel Power is actually already back.
Man, I understand that Camel Power is really trying to make a thing on defense, especially with the Penny Parker. We have seen it on Shin Shibuya before, where you spam the spider mines on walls or anything, just in between, and then the Spider Sweeper can come out in conjunction. But what can you do when WC fans has the high DPS, especially the one rare Wolverine pick we did not expect to see just up close and in your face going for the dive. The ulti could be monumental with the Eye of Agamotto online as well. The Wrath of Khonshu, that's 1, 2, 3 on the side. The KBC fans against Camel Power make that one more. The Resident Moon Knight being Jazz and Ethernet securing yet another here.
KBC fans doing a good job pairing their abilities together, being able to control the map. This is going to force Camel Power to just run away, but they're not able to do that. They're actually going outside of the building. That is a great mistake because now they're staggered. What they should have done, in my opinion, was go inside of the building and just kind of play it safe. But now because 3 of them went out of the building, this provided KBC fans to stagger them even further. Now, just like that, again, they're just getting so much space with such little time. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, and there's no signs of them stopping.
And that's the thing I love to see about KBC fans right now. They're forcing a lot of these team fights that even if Camel Power, any player tries to find themselves with a defensive back foot, maybe even find a building to hold themselves up in, all of a sudden you have Joki and Jazz with the Moon Knight and the Wolverine pressuring you into these very unfavorable conditions. Anything, just have the Ethernet to worry about coming in with the hammer again. Got a Thunder off the Thor. That's going to be the damage in as well as the boost. But Fate of both worlds, a Luna Snow as well. So we'll Stampede in your back line.
Yes, and they're just trying their best to hold it down, but KBC fans doing a good job of just waiting out this Luna ult without overcommitting. I guarantee you, as soon as that Luna ult's over, we're going to see them play super aggressive in Ethernet. It's just all over the place. They're doing exactly what Thor does. He's going into people's faces and getting the job done. And here comes the Hulk with the beautiful ultimate, hopefully holding them back, but they're not able to do much. Popping the ultimate, and they're actually going backwards.
Full charge of the spider mines, that doesn't matter. Full 100 stack of the Berserker Rage, and even at low health, doesn't matter. Joki is still alive, and I cannot say the same for the rest of the team here, getting slammed by Wrath of Khonshu. Just in time from Jazz and Ethernet, an extra assist off the Thor Force.
I do want to say, Camel Power is not doing a good job in terms of, they're just grouping up too much. And Hey Jazz is definitely getting so much value off of that alone. Camel Power really needs to learn how to spread out here because they're just taking way too much damage from that AoE that Moon Knight just provides.
Facing Number right into the sky as well. The Eye of Agamotto, again, we've seen a lot of good plays off of this one. You're getting the high damage and the high value off of that. Now, you're having to focus on pressuring instead. The payload, Cloak and Dagger in the back line, and Fate of both worlds up and active, giving him time to force over to Dagger. And with the damage at that one, even with the turret in the way, trying to get rid of the Punisher, and I Hate Jazz actually going down to an opposing Thor here.
The opposing Thor indeed, and this fight is going neck to neck. Both teams just going at it. Camel Power just trying their best to hold them back. I did think at this point, Camel Power, they probably know they are not going to be able to hold this, but they just need to waste as much time as possible. At this point, even if they have to go in one by one, you kind of just have to take that. There's just no time for them to group back up. They just kind of have to just dive in and just provide as much time as possible. But Hey Jazz getting that beautiful pick. Ether, once again, Ether, I believe, just getting so much of value here with the Thor pick, but they're actually going to get pushed back.
Oh.
Camel Power finding a way to claw themselves back in.
Okay, bit of a shock here. I was almost certain it would have been a guaranteed 3-0 going into Shin Shibuya here, but boy, was I wrong. And now we have the web strand setups coming in here. And the Penny Parker with the spider mines, which, you know, kind of hard to get rid of and contend with. And if you are on tank, you have a little bit of more wiggle room with the extra health. DPS, though, might have to be more mindful, especially knowing that Joki and Jazz love to go for these dives on the Wolverine and the Moon Knight. Horn of Proteus active and able to find one Elim. They're coming in through backline. Thor on Thor violence yet again. And now it seems Camel Power might be able to switch this on its head if they're careful enough. Divine Whip as well from the Doctor Strange. Now Cloak and Dagger below. Secure 2 on the board.
Wow. Cloak and Dagger, the strategists of the team, playing super aggressive and being able to get 2 picks. That is exactly what you want to see from your Cloak and Dagger. Not being afraid to be in the enemy's faces, getting a lot of value. And it looked like it was over. I thought it was going to be a 3-0, but they were able to hold them back. Camel Power showing us why they're here, why they're a top team. And you know what? They're actually going to be switching up their comp, going for the Venom, possibly the Hulk. They have a lot of backline presence. They're going to be diving.
Full dive in. That's what I really like to see. I'm just saying one thing though, I don't ever want to hear that Wolverine is one of the worst characters in this game ever again. If you come up to me and say, Ash, I believe he's not that great going into my high elo games, I need you to take a look at this match and you tell me what you think about these Wolverine plays. Personally, I'm starting to dig them. The Berserker Rage right into the combos and then the double claws to force players that get caught in the crosshairs back into your team and to be able to get picks from there. I'm digging it.
No, yeah, that passive is insane that Wolverine has. It is on a 90-second cooldown, which is a very long time. But when they do have it, they're literally a tank. They get so much health off that passive alone. And if you have 2 good strategists, which of course Joki does, they're able to maintain that health and just get so much value. Being able to get one of the Vanguards and just kind of just hijack them off the fight and getting that pick. But we're still actually, I thought they weren't going to pick up, but Joki did decide to get back on that character, which is exactly what I want to see because they're getting a lot of value. And once again, we're going to be able to see a strange port, and it's going to be the same exact port. Oh, no. They're actually going to go to the top left.
Okay, so a bit of a redirect when it comes to the Doctor Strange portal, but still a quick and easy teleport at that one. It's still a Venom in the backline dive you have to worry about, and then covering in with the extra bit of damage. It's the Punisher turret. They're really getting the chip and actually secure themselves a couple of Elims here in attack.
That Punisher turret, super underrated. Not only does it counter so many ultimate abilities, I can talk about it for days, but that splash damage, a lot of people don't know about that splash damage. People think you have to hit them directly, but in reality, if you just shoot at their feet, at the floor, you will get that AoE damage, which is exactly what you want to see with the portal combination. And that might actually win them the fight, as KBC fans are going to be able to take over again. The portal is just providing too much value.
Yeah, they're coming.
Ethernet going from the Thor into the Penny Parker, able to provide a good couple of assists off the web snares. Get much needed Elims for the rest of the team here. Capsy fans really ramping up on the damage. Just see Venom playing around in the back line there, maybe getting in some more information or plotting out another dive. You want to be more careful though, as the rest of the team is alerted to this. I'm pretty sure they're fully aware of what's going to happen.
Exactly. And here comes Jazz with the turret action, shooting at the floor. Exactly what I was talking about. That splash damage going insane. And that infinite ammo, oh my God, that's what I love to play. So I love to see that combo finally. And oh my God, Jokey once again with the ultimate ability, being able to pick up 2 players there. And again, KBC fans being able to control this fight, but are they actually going to be able to take this? Oh man, that's going to be a swing and a miss.
Man, Wolverine is one thing, but Kazuki on Amplifier Wolverine is another. And as I say that, it's the Eye of Agamotto to hit, where there's one again, there's another to have to contend with. Should not be that much of an issue if you are on the side. The Kabuki fans with Hikon counter back against it. The Squirrel Stampede to hit, as well as the Punisher turret in the background. And now it's going to be Judge, Jury, Executioner to get one ulti up and running.
And they're frontlining right now with that ultimate, but the return as well. Who's gonna win it? And oh my God, unfortunately they were able to get a pick, but just not enough value as the Squirrel Girl trying her best to stay alive. But Jazz taking priority of that, taking action, being able to pick off that Squirrel Girl. Exactly what you want to say. Oh my God, the Wolverine almost knocked him off the map. Was not successful, but that was the close one.
I mean, true, we might have taken a wrong turn and ran straight into Groot here, but hey, it's totally fine. So back spawn, we can come back from those. The spider lines out full force, and now Feast of the Abyss hitting Resident Venom. Not that much effective. There was a controversially enough, not the best ulti from Venom, but a good couple of slashes if you are Jokey. Finds 2 elims off the board and off rip 100% Berserker Rage stack. It's a little too scary to deal with here.
And they're not scared to be up in their faces. He still has that passive. So he can literally just be in their faces the whole time and get a lot of value. Unfortunately, they did just lose it there. Being on a 70-second cooldown. That is going to hurt. But at the very least, there's only 25 seconds left. Can Camel Power bring it back?
And only a little bit of time left. I mean, really, what else can you do against Havasu fans, considering the amount of damage output they've been putting in and off the work as well? Our energy going down right now with the Venom. Now, sitting in the corner, sitting there menacingly, if you will. Back up on top of Wolverine, going in for the dive. It is going to be the Luna Snow, Fate of both worlds up and active, and Punisher. They have some air pods and can't exactly counter back against the Wolverine like this with the ulti down. And Squirrel Stampede, there's another multi, if you will. The expulsion off the Dark Cape as well. Eye of Agamotto. Now things getting a little too hectic. If you're on the side of Camel Power, just one by one, they all fall down with Punisher back on top. And that for Kabasi fans.
KBC fans taking that home. They were able to secure that. They didn't even get a percentage, 0.0%. KBC fans coming in very strong here. They have to keep this momentum up if they want to take this victory as well. If I don't see Jokey as MVP, wow. Okay, Jazz did do a lot, but honestly, that Wolverine, those plays, although they didn't get that MVP, those plays definitely won them those fights for sure.
Exactly, because again, we don't see much of the Wolverine. There is a lot, really just contested debate, if you will, on whether or not Wolverine is a good pick to go with, whether it be here or in ranked. And for Jokey, that was an excellent pick to start us off with. Of course, Jazz getting the MVP there. We did see a lot of the plays from the Moon Knight Onks as well as a Wrath of Khonshu to even start us off with here, Elvin.
Exactly. So this is very interesting because I do believe Wolverine will more than likely be getting banned for the next map. I mean, if they don't, I feel like they will be kind of throwing, just providing too much value. So if the Wolverine gets banned, it's going to be interesting to see how KBC fans adapt to that. Are they still going to provide another character that can just swing a Vanguard off their position, kind of like a Bucky Hook, right? Kind of provides the same value that the Wolverine can do it, just not as good. So I do think that would be the perfect replacement, but we're gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah, exactly. One highlight that I did have was the Doctor Strange Punisher combo that we did see. Portal, teleport opened, and all of a sudden you're getting slammed by the Punisher turret, which like I said has that spread damage. Honestly, I thought that was pretty killer. But Elvin, some last thoughts before we head over to our highlights and then a break here.
I do want to point out that the team compositions from every single map, from every single teams that we have seen as far, has been completely different. Which kind of just tells us over in the Asia server side that there's no real comp yet. Everyone is still just maneuvering around. I think everyone's just playing their comfort picks and they're just doing it well. But I think as this tournament progresses, as we continue to cast these tournaments, Asherbach, I do think slowly but surely these top teams that keep making it are going to have those staple comps. And I do think when something is not broke, just there's no need to fix it, right? So I predict that eventually we're just going to see similar comps all around. But because there are 256 teams competing, everyone just has a different mindset. And as I say that, I do want to point out, this is going to be my last time casting for the day. Ruben is actually going to be replacing me, an amazing caster, as we're going to be going in to this next highlight and a 10-minute break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me.
Hello and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship, our Asia Ignition round. Once again, it is your number one caster Vok, Astrovok. However, joined in by a newer face here, rather than Elvin. Now, we have Ruben Sargasm here on the desk. How are we feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm really excited to be casting some of these Asia region games. I mean, I'm loving the differences that I'm seeing between the meta here and in NA. So I'm really, really, really hyped to see some good Marvel Rivals gameplay today.
And I will say we've been seeing some great Marvel Rivals gameplay. If anything, our earlier few matches, we had Yao ZT versus Obvious, we had Spooning versus Azrith, and now moving on to Cavasy fans versus Camel Power. I think you were here a little bit for it, but speaking of Wolverine, I was just about to go into a tangent about that band off rip. So Jokey might be a little bit out of luck here when it comes to DPS.
Ooh, starting off with a Hawkeye and the Wolverine ban. I can't really blame Camel Power for being afraid of the Wolverine pick because, I mean, that is one annoying feller to have, just diving your tanks into your own team and just evaporating them instantly. And Kabusi fans with the protect on Moon Knight. Okay, they're cooking something up over here.
You know, I really don't blame them for that. I mean, when it comes to the Moon Knight, we did see a little bit of that action from I Hate Jazz and how valuable that was, especially going off the damage, bouncing off the Onks, and then able to find plenty of corner elims. On top of that, Wrath of Khonshu, of course, came in full conjunction after. Now we have the Hela ban. So not having to worry about, you know, I don't want to say one of the most broken characters in the game right now, but still up there in regards to that. Okay, believe I might have lost my co-caster for 2.2 seconds here, having some technical difficulties with a disconnect. So I gotta solo it for a minute. That's totally fine. So finally exit our picks and bans. So no more Hawkeye, no more Hulk to deal with. But then on the side of Camel Power, immediately going for the Wolverine ban, I don't blame him for again, considering that Jokey was an absolute off-meta nightmare. We had to deal with the Undying Rage, and then came the ulti. Everybody getting dragged back into the firing line of Cavasy fans, and then having to contend with that. I mean, I was about to say no issue, but if you are Camel Power, you had a massive issue to deal with in regards to that DPS diff. Just waiting on the caster to get back here. So chat, unfortunately, you're going to be stuck with me for a little bit longer. Everything set up here, Cavasy fans. See the lineup. We have Hikon on the Groot, so I imagine one to get in with the Thornwood walls. The build damage as well. You're too close to them. You do get slapped by the Vinewood and the Thorn Whips as well. Nasty stuff. On the side of Camel Power, I imagine wanting to get in a little bit of that extra sustain, especially going into dive. You have the Namor and then the Venom to really contend with. Get things started here, going in on Asgard. Just skating on through. And rather than deal with the Wolverine, considering that he was banned going further into this game, Jokey instead opting in for the Black Panther, and then back on top. Venom, you see him as an ambush character, but Vibranium Spear Toss, first blood instead. Going over to Jokey, or actually, excuse me, SM94. Two Black Panthers now to deal with on the map. And Groot with the Christmas skin, which I still have yet to get. Would be nice. Give a little Christmas gift to myself, but love the gift of Christmas in regards to damage. More on the board for Venom and Namor. And then the Vibranium Lunge coming into it for the Black Panther. Another one at that one. And even injecting the gamma radiation, excuse me, dark magic, I should say, considering you don't have the Hulk to contend with. And Doctor Strange on their own. And Snow having to play into the DPS on Strategist. Backline dive again from the Venom. Good free swing.
A very clean first team fight win for Camel Power here. And ooh, SM94 getting picked off really early before the fight even starts.
Oh my gosh,
that's
my
not looking too
commentator
great for him.
finally back. Oh. Scared there, was wondering what happened to poor old Ruben, but we'll say, going in for poor old Doctor Strange 1-2 to fall, the Cloak and Dagger, now again the back, Black Panther lunge, went through backline.
And a big point flip from Kabusi fans over here. And they're looking like they're coming up on basically all of their ultimates here. But then again, so is Camel Power. So, I mean, this fight is basically anyone's game as RMG1 goes in for the dive as Venom. Targeting the backline here. Getting Raccoon. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, corner Proteus to hit though coming in. Miyagi, make that twice, actually one last one off the Trident. Now, we are going to have to contend with the fact that Thor, ulti off that, Ethernet was to find one before getting taken out by SM94. Off the lunge instead. Those Vibranium markers, I swear, make Black Panther an even scarier character, considering get him with the high risk, high damage, and then the evasion. Can't even catch him by the claw here.
No, yeah, I mean, Camel Power's looking really, really, really good here. Oh my goodness, and Oyagi is tearing it up on the Namer here. And I'm just really impressed with the coordination we're seeing from DPS here on Camel Power. They're doing a really good job.
We saw the momentum, especially Doctor Strange getting in with the push. Might be able to pop the ultimate. One more Elim, another lunge into it from SM94. 1, 2, make that 3 actually. All back to back, triple Elim. And poor young Tress's cloak and dagger didn't even know what hit them.
Yeah, I mean, Camel Power, all they needed to win that fight was an Eye of Agamotto and Venom ult there. And thankfully, Kabusi fans took that fight loss really well because they have 4 ults going into this next fight. So they're looking pretty good as long as they get the recontest here, which I'm not sure if they will. And Kabusi fans is entering this next phase of the map down 1, but looking really, really, really well postured for this first fight here with 4 ultimates.
And especially that ulti differential could really be the one thing they need going here. Actually, 3 ultimates, excuse me. We have Cosmic Yarn Amplifier that would be up and active from Poppy, and then Bass Descent from Joki, as well as the Punisher ulti from Jazz, which I am surprised not to see the Moon Knight again. I feel Wrath of Khonshu could go far, and considering that Camel Power, as cloistered as they are in your backline, maybe it would have been better to bounce those onks off with the damage, but hey, have to focus on the now. 20 seconds left, so we get back into things and re-strategize a little bit here, Ruben.
Yeah, I do like how they're adapting because they did protect the Moon Knight in the pick and ban phase. So the fact that they swapped off now is rather surprising, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to pull off. But I mean, Camel Power's DPS have put on an amazing performance last map. So I'm looking forward to see what they're going to pull off here as well. Seeing if they can put on the same stellar performance and tear everyone up just the same.
I mean, you do have some decent shredders in regards to both Kamasi fans and Camel Power with Luke Ford and as well as Joki, both on the Black Panther, and both have been really excelling at a lot of these quick evasion plays, getting in with the spear toss and then the dash forward off the claws. And like I was mentioning, fast descent a little earlier, thankfully, happened heals to keep Kamasi fans alive, but cannot say the same for the Black Panther with Doctor Strange able to get in with the Thorn here.
Hytall with a really crucial pick onto the enemy team's Black Panther here. I mean, that was really, really, really big for them. And they look pretty well set up to capture the point here and turn the round in their favor.
Now back into it. Maybe Kamasi fans at Joki able to get slammed with the Vibranium Mark here. A trade for trade just a little bit. Now Thor back on top, trying to get in with the hammer. Thor force up and early active. And the lightning could be a crucial point here. The Wrath now back downstairs. Shielding, able to save Camel Power. A little bit of time, effort, and damage trying to jump back into this team fight. Co-commentator disconnected again, but we are definitely not disconnecting from the game. Some 94 finds one more off the Vibranium Spear Toss as well. And RNG, the Venom Tendrils, looking for another dive opportunity back into it. But as I say that, Feast of the Abyss might be getting denied here by the Luna Snow ulti. Fate of both worlds, providing the health boost and much needed damage boost, possibly. As I say that, just not really finding any Luna maneuver or value from it whatsoever. Hopefully, I won't be able to say the same for the Eye of Agamotto, as even though didn't secure a couple kills, finds one, finds two, especially coming in from Bony Bone. Hopefully my co-commentator might be back momentarily. Even then, ends up finding one against Poppy. Thorn again. And with the Trident, even though you might not have Hela, I feel Namor could be a very good replacement going into it with that frontline DPS damage. She's finding another on the Ethernet. Even with the pick leading into it. Doing too hot. Now back on top. Venom still very much alive and kicking. Used the diving strike. Now seems that everything back over in the Camel Power's favor. 36% and counting so far on the board.
Oyagi just has so much presence on the point here as Namor, with all of his squid shooting everybody that he wants. And ooh, Joki turning it around immediately with a big Black Panther ult.
Where Bass Descent, you can get plenty from that, and if you're not careful enough, you get caught in the Panther's claws and you won't even see it coming. I will imagine you're seeing the shot coming right at you, even behind the shield, not going to be enough to contend with, nor is the Mjolnir bash in from our Thor here.
I mean, we're seeing really good, even play from both teams here. It's looking like a very close match. I'm very impressed with the level of play we're seeing from both teams here. And Camel Power making the swap over to the Psylocke. I'm really excited to see what they're able to do with this pick. I mean, I really, ooh. SM94 just doing an incredible job picking off the backline already.
And Oyagi with the immediate shutdown. The trajectory execution of that Punisher ulti not as effective as I would have liked to have seen. Camel Power looking to be back on the up and up. Good combo in the launch into it. Black Panther as well to dive. Vibranium Spear Toss on top of that from SM94. We climb up, double jump, damage boost coming into it as well.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the Psylocke pick has already gotten really immense value for Camel Power here as they go into this next fight. Probably the last fight of the map here. Looking to wrap it up here so that they can bring this map to an even 1-1.
Hopefully so, but Fate of both worlds up and active yet again. Seeing health boost. Blow for blow here, but if you are the Doctor Strange, you're able to shut down the Psylocke as well as the Mantis. Healing feed lighting up like a Christmas tree yet again, and the Eye of Agamotto should provide for some good plays here. The only bash off the hammer, and then the Mantis can hit through your back line. Luna Snow and Thor all day. Venom can't even catch a break from this, but Bass Descent trying to change the tide of the game at least for the brief few seconds as Cavity fans look to retake.
That was a really beautiful Eye of Agamotto from Camel Power's range, but Kabusi fans' Mantis just did a really good job countering it, keeping everyone alive. This fight is still anyone's game as SM94 is just obliterating everyone in his sight. Camel Power does not want to make this match any closer than it has to be, looking to wrap up this fight quickly and decisively.
And with the Bass Descent!
Yeah, at this point, Kabusi fans has no choice but to stagger back onto the point.
Man.
Map 1 from Red Team here.
The quick denial at that one. You saw the last second Bass Descent just, was not enough. Ignore the fact that I almost bashed my knee right into my desk. And of course, to nobody's surprise, SM94 popping off with the Black Panther MVP of this map.
I mean, SM94 was performing extremely incredibly the entire game, just lighting up the kill feed constantly. It never, ever stopped. And honestly, there's a little part of me that hopes that Black Panther doesn't get banned next map, but I totally understand if that would happen after that performance, because I want to keep seeing SM94 just tear it up on Black Panther. I mean, he is absolutely insane on that character, but I'm sure they can do the same on plenty of others as well.
I mean, true, I imagine as a revenge ban, maybe seeing the Black Panther ban, and then Wolverine ban yet again, just saying, okay, if I can't have my DPS, you most certainly can't have yours moving forward here, but goodness gracious. I will say the Luna Snow ulti is playing really well, especially going into Odin's Archive, knowing they have little room to maneuver with, but health boost, it's very much needed. And as I say that, we're going to be moving into our highlights before, yet again, we head into a quick break here.
마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 흐르들어서 내 운명에 The fate of both worlds is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리와 명예 The fate of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 내배까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명
And we are back with a close series 1-1. Looking pretty good so far. Looking like a good close match that we all deserve. I mean, wow. After watching that Black Panther gameplay, I'm excited to see a little bit more. Maybe Black Panther gets banned. I wouldn't be able to blame the enemy team if they were to do that. But I mean, we have a really solid match on our hands thus far. What do you think about it so far, Asher?
If anything, what I think is that these bans are going to be the most interesting thing moving forward. We saw both Jokey and then SM come in with the Black Panther picks like you said, but then Camel Power were still able to get the upper hand, and now we're tied between 1-1, last bat being Asgard, and now as we move on forward, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Black Panther gone, maybe the Wolverine gone, but then that kind of leaves room for opportunity of, hey, maybe we still might see Hela, even a little bit of Psylocke like we did with our last one.
Yeah, we did see the Psylocke get busted out last minute, and I mean, personally, that excites me as a Psylocke player. I would love to see my hero get played a little bit more, and I want to see them just do absolutely crazy things on her because she is just so much fun to play and so much fun to watch, and we're already starting off with a Hawkeye ban from Kabusi fans because, I mean, who doesn't want to ban Hawkeye? That guy can be really, really, really painful to play against sometimes.
No, genuinely, especially with the Shadow ulti that follows after. So even if you don't get a pick at one point or another, all of a sudden you just look behind you, just trailing. It's like, wait, how did I still die? Hawkeye was there, just caught you by the tail in this situation, caught you by the after Shadow. So of course, we're going to see the Hawkeye ban as well as the Wolverine ban. We do not want that falling into Joki's hands yet again, but the Black Panther protect. So I imagine from both SM and Joki, we might still see that this time around, along with the Punisher. To get into it, it's going to be more bans coming up, about 14 seconds to really re-strategize. And yes, your eyes do not deceive you. Everyone watching at home, that is a full bar of all Spider-Mans, which would be nice to see. But I mean, let's be honest, not everyone can be the main character and successfully pop up with Spider-Man combos, but no more combos coming in from Venom. We did see the last game that dive was just too good to let go. And at certain key situations, Feast of the Abyss just got a little too gnarly. Now for another ban coming up. Rocket! Really? Okay. Really thinking about it, if somebody even will play... Okay, now that I see it a little more, we have the Punisher Protect, but now with the Rocket ban, obviously you don't want the infinite ammunition being a thing you have to worry about a little later, so not even contending with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier or the BRB Beacon as well, so wanted to get that team up completely just shred it dead in the water. As Joki, instead of opting in for the Wolverine, which has been banned, or the Black Panther, which has been protected, now it looks like we're going in with the Winter Soldier.
Yeah, very safe ban on the Rocket Raccoon there after seeing the Punisher protect, because, I mean, you really don't want to play into that guy when he has increased fire rate and infinite ammo. That is just going to be a world of pain for you. And also the targeted Venom ban on RMG1, because, I mean, if we all saw the same Asgard last map, his Venom does not spell good news for Kabusi fans.
No, absolutely not. If you were Kabusi fans, you had to watch not only your frontline DPS that were getting mauled and shredded upon by the Venom, but then the Black Panther dive that really put them through a loop, and even though they tried to respond in turn, the tremble before, and then complete and total cut off. A perfectly cut time, if you will, but now we have the teleport going into it and back in with the big action as well as the Vibranium Spear Toss. Not able to find anyone going in off the Ego.
And Namus starting off that fight, using the portal not just as a tool to help them win this fight, which might be a little bit debatable, but also used it to scout their team comp off the rip, which is just really smart and really creative use of such an important piece of utility in Doctor Strange's kit. I love to see that.
And I will say, the one thing that they didn't ban this time around, it's the Moon Knight, allowing Jazz to actually maybe make some plays that we did see earlier off of Shin Shibuya, and in this next map with the off bounce off, and now another one coming in from our resident Namor, even with the stuns. I was about to say, might have survived, but I spoke too soon. As Joki, able to get a revive off Ethernet, but then here comes Jax with the Moon Knight Elim and another blade toss from Joki to find Bony Bone in the back.
Kabusi fans with an extremely decisive first point fight win, and they're getting so many staggers, which is going to guarantee them to get at least halfway to the next point. And I mean, so far not a great start for Camel Power, but we do have SM94 on that Black Panther, and this is his time to shine, if any. Let's see you do some crazy things again.
Yeah, I mean, especially as close quarters as this map here, this might be a Black Panther playground, even more so with the Onks and the wrath that haunts you as the moon haunts you, haunting you even more so. It's SM94 sneaking right in through the back line. We're getting taken out by Heat.
Yeah, it seems like SM94 is having a little bit more of a tough time on the Black Panther this map, but I am sure that we will not stop seeing his Black Panther anytime soon. And he's going to come back with a vengeance as Joki just keeps absolutely KOing everybody on the enemy team, doing a really wonderful job of helping Kabusi fans get a very, very decisive push here. But NM94 coming back with a really clutch kill on the Mantis that could be point losing for Kabusi fans here.
Really gotta be a little more quicker than that and even more careful now that Joki may not have access to the Black Panther or the Wolverine, but now something even possibly worse depending on who you ask. It's the Hela, and even more so to worry about the Spider Mines and the web snares coming in with Penny Parker and the Spider Sweeper ulti to hit as well, even on top getting pressured down by SM. That's gonna be Joki finding one, finding another Elim on the RNG before Bony Bone off the Mantis, stopping that dead in its tracks before we can get the Hela to ramp up.
A really scrappy fight here with both teams losing people individually, one by one. But, oh my goodness, Namus is popping the Hulk ultimate here, looking to get something done, but gets frozen immediately. Kabusi fans does not want him doing anything with that ult, and oh my goodness, they are doing an amazing job cleaning that fight up.
Man, and sickening with it, with the amount of web snares, and then the Black Panther dash forward off the Vibranium tosses as well. Not much you can really do against that much of a high damage output in your front line. But now, Joki trying to get back, clean this up as best as possible, having to contend with the Spider Mines, getting rid of the Mine Porter, and with the web snares as well. Blades fly out, and now has 84% on the ult charge.
Kabusi fans trying to play a little slow, just poking out Camel Power, waiting for everyone to come back, forcing ultimates out. Oh my goodness, everything is starting to get popped right here. They really, really, really want to capture this objective right here, right now. Joki going crazy, immediately picking up SM94 as soon as he comes back, and it looks like Kabusi fans is going to be on the last point here, and ooh, a really unfortunate Luna Snow ultimate from Malmari here after the point's already been captured.
Yeah, not much you can really do with that. Now having to contend with the Moon Knight Onks as well. Kabusi fans really pushing inward as Poppy finds one off the Ice Blade against Malmuri. He's really clean with it. And cool.
Kabusi fans doing a really good job staggering Camel Power here, making sure that they are not going to be able to take a clean fight here. Taking so much space off the rip immediately. They've been doing a really, really good job consistently pulling this off after every single checkpoint.
Of course, a little further inward. Joki, however, still sticking to backline. One well-placed Hela ult might spell doom for Camel Power if they're not careful enough. I'm hoping that I'm certain that they know exactly what they're in for. They have 3 ultis up, you would have Hela to worry about, as well as Wrath of Khonshu and the Mantis ulti. But now, Wrath of Khonshu goes down, knowing that the Punisher would have been too much of a hassle to deal with a little later. Jazz and Ethernet making up for it, finding one against Malmuri, and Joki finishing up. Jazz, however, making sure that RNG not sticking out of this one alive, save can be said for Malmuri.
Jazz summoning the moon on top of their heads, getting a ton of value and cleaning up so efficiently. And 2 minutes and 27 seconds is a really, really, really solid time bank here. I mean, Kabusi fans is looking really, really good so far this map. They really want to wrap this series up and go on to the next section of the bracket. But will Camel Power be able to, you know, bring it back together and put up a fight that we know they're capable of putting up?
No, I'm hoping so. I mean, you know me, I always love an underdog story, or really just any upset of any kind. And against Kabusi fans, we really have just a lot to worry about. They shut down the Penny Parker when need be, and when it came to SM in their backline, knew to target that with the Hela and make sure to sustain themselves off of heals to get things settled. Ruben, what would you like to see going into this next one, especially from Camel Power?
Camel Power, I mean, we've seen what SM94 is capable of doing on the Black Panther, and I also really, really love to see the Squirrel Girl pick from RMG1, because I don't know about you, but on NA, I have not seen a lot of Squirrel Girl gameplay. I feel like most of us think that she's kind of like a bottom tier pick, but seeing her get busted out now at this level of play is going to be really interesting and exciting to watch. So maybe RMG1's going to be able to pull off some miracles here, and SM94, you know, hopefully going to be doing his usual shenaniganery on the Black Panther, just hopefully tearing everything up.
I mean, absolutely love to see the Black Panther shred, but every time I hear Squirrel Girl and people saying, oh, she's bottom tier, I have a feeling that Jake is probably just somewhere saying, my sleeper pick, bottom tier in this world? I think not. And you know what? I gotta agree with that. There's some underlying potential, especially off the DPS, the Acorns, and then Squirrel Stampede. But speaking of potential, that's Young Tress is finding SM94. Just a sneaky little Panther wasn't sneaky enough. The same can be said for Amalgamari with Jokey with the upfront blade damage.
Yeah, that entire fight got turned around as soon as Young Trees just immediately put SM94 to sleep. I mean, there was just no hesitation on that. It's such a strong ability, puts you out of commission for so long, and has a little area of effect, so it's extremely hard to dodge. SM94's flanks just completely dismantled with one ability, and I mean, he's got to be a little more careful when he comes back, and careful he is as he picks up I Hate Jazz, immediately opening up the point to Kabusi fans. Hopefully, I mean, opening up the point to Camel Power. Hopefully they're able to get a fight win here and make this series a little more advantageous for them.
Man, and the high damage, high evasion plays coming in for Black Panther, but now the Squirrel Girl Hella effect is in full effect, I should say. Now, Black Panther back at it again, trying to find Luna Snow, tag her off almost immediately. You don't want those heals. Gets two right in quarter pocket going forward for Camel Power.
RMG putting all the Squirrel Girl doubters to rest with that performance on the first point. But, I mean, of course, our one and only Black Panther expert here, putting on quite the show for us. Very reminiscent of that Asgard map earlier, because just lighting up the kill feed once again. At this point, we've got to come to expect it. What else is SM94 going to do but KO absolutely everybody on Kabusi fans off cooldown?
And now we have Wrath of Khonshu, Luna Snow, Fate of both worlds, all to contend with. Verheek with the rare group pick, finds up with the group on group violence reaction and the Elim on top of that. Now, Camel Power moving a little further onward as Kabusi fans now having to play on the defensive back foot. This could be a nasty Hella ulti if you're not careful, and I might have spoken actually too soon. Finds one, but these group walls making it a little bit of a nightmare to have to navigate these bombs at.
Listen, why Kaital might have not gotten any picks with that Hella ult, they did make so much space and force them so far back. But it seems to not really matter as Jokey is just cleaning everybody up after the fact. Doing a really good job here, just all of his shots on point.
Dr. Jokey has ulti up and ready, available if need be. Imagine saving it for a little bit later. The angle they're at right now wouldn't exactly be the best time to use it against Camel Power. Vibranium Mark now being forced to back up off the top.
SM94 just creating so much space with one spear, going back into the back line. Ooh, picking up Young Tweezus, and just, ooh, they're trading. It's looking like a bit of a scrappy fight here. It's honestly anybody's game at this point. Poppy Felna popping another Luna Snow ultimate, just having one not too long ago, building it incredibly quickly. I'm incredibly impressed. Wow, that is a fast Luna ult, and he's already 25 to his next one.
And with two Luna ultis to hit, just the dueling K-pop playlists, I imagine, going back and forth, blow for blow, but really, in the end, a lot of value, especially if you are on the side of how right now, at least further, but Kabusi fans, still with the damage, Jokey on top, and that could be a nasty Doctor Strange teleport if you're not careful enough. Even then, might be a little too risky. Majority of Kabusi fans already know you're there. Might not say the same for SM right now. Trying to get sneaky with it. Vibranium Spear Toss, not able to put a Vibranium Mark up as I expected here, Ruben.
Kaital, while visibly not doing too much with the portal there, he did get some really important poke damage in order to get his Eye of Agamotto up. Coming into this next fight, looking to win with that one ultimate alone, as NM94 just picks off the enemy Hella once again. And a Squirrel Stampede going absolutely nuts here. Oh my goodness, this is the Squirrel Girl gameplay we've always wanted to see. Wow.
Listen, I had to stop myself from acknowledging that pun there. Nutsy stick. Gotta get nutty with it on Squirrel Girl. No exception. Giant Acorn and Squirrel Stampede abound. But now back over to SM right now. Spirit Toss got once, twice, almost 3 times. And that E couldn't have come at a better time. Fast Descent to try and make up for the damage as well. But now the Eye of Agamotto in your backline completely catching Havasu fans off guard. And one more rip, roar, and tear for Black Panther.
NM94 doing absolutely everything in his power to try to clutch that fight up. Getting 2 picks after the fact, but unfortunately not enough. But hopefully these Saggers are enough for Camel Power to come back and capture this objective. But unfortunately, I think they might be a little too slow for those picks to be of any meaningful value as we watch Ethernet set up their spider nest here for the next fight, looking to blow up the enemy team. As he gets trapped by our Lord and Savior Squirrel Girl. Oh my goodness.
He has to place down the spider mines, maybe opting in. Team fight can get a little defensive, and for Ethernet, it's no joke. Finds one off the mines with SM going down, pushed in too far, and RNG as well. And the group picks off of Heat. The Ox couldn't have come at a better time. Damage just bouncing all over the place if you are Jazz. Exactly why we saw the Moon Knight bans previously. And, you know, now that I really think about it, a Hella and Moon Knight ban maybe could have been better moving into this one.
I mean, Camel Power put up a great fight there. We really saw some stellar DPS plays from them, but unfortunately it was not enough to cinch the series, and with that, we have them win. Congratulations. That was a very clean, pretty close series. I mean, I am very impressed with the level of gameplay we're seeing thus far. And as much as I was rooting for Camel Power after watching that Squirrel Girl gameplay and that Black Panther gameplay, it simply wasn't enough to bring the series home.
Man, gotta give them some credit, though. It's not every day that you see some amazing Black Panther plays. We saw plenty of that today, but in the outside world, again, at least at my elo, not exactly one of the character picks, and is considered B to C tier based on a lot of people. Me, personally, if he just gets a little bit more work and in the right hands, I feel he's okay. SM proved that majorly, especially off the Vibranium Spear Toss combo in conjunction with the E, and Fast Descent made up for some pretty good plays here, Ruben.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great series to watch. I absolutely loved seeing the Penny Parker gameplay. I mean, those spider mines came in so clutch so many times. It was just absolutely beautiful to watch every single time as Camel Power would just explode into smithereens upon walking into the fight.
Absolutely, but before we get started again, I believe we should have our highlights, a quick break, and stick with us. We'll be right back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Child!
Hello and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship Asia Region Ignition round. Once again, it is your number one caster Vok, Asher Vok, and this time around, Ruben, we have a caster cam.
Let's go! I'm so happy to be back. I missed you guys. I'm sorry you guys were stuck with that mirror selfie of me for so long, but we're back and we are ready for another wonderful match. That was a really nice game that we just had between Kabusi fans and Camel Power. And I am looking forward to more close matches like that. I love when best of threes are played till the third map, because if it's not, it feels like we were robbed of a map. And Kabusi fans and Camel Power did make sure to give that to us, and I'm very, very thankful, because that was a wonderful game to watch. And both teams did an excellent job, and I'm looking forward to see what the rest of the teams today have in store for us.
Absolutely plenty to be thankful for over the holidays, for some good Marvel Rivals here, for some good matches, and then for some good Black Panther plays that we did see going into our last match from SM. And then earlier on, the insane Wolverine that we saw over on Shin Shibuya 2099, which neither I nor Elvin were expecting. And then, as wild as it was, obviously got banned in the next couple of games after the fact. But speaking of bans, first one on the board, first two, I should say, it is going to be the Hela and Mantis bans from both teams here.
Hela and Mantis bans, very common, very ordinary. I'm not sure how much each team is acquainted with one another. Maybe they're not completely familiar with what team comps the other team is going to run, so they're just banning the very safe, normal, standard characters. And Saint coming out with the Psylocke Protect, which personally excites me because I am always down to see some Psylocke gameplay. And Diggs coming out with the Black Panther Protect, which we may be seeing some SM94-esque Black Panther gameplay this game, which also excites me very much.
And as wild as that was in our last game, we saw a lot of high evasion and then the backline dives that followed after. But speaking of backline, you don't exactly have to worry about yourself getting picked off by the Hawkeye. So it's gone in the water. And the Doctor Strange ban also. So I imagine not even wanted to contend with the Eye of Agamotto a little bit later. And even if there were a Hulk team up, that Gamma Explosion off the Dark Cape, not exactly something you want to get in close quarters with off the AoE damage, Ruben.
Yeah, very standard bans thus far, but we are leaving the Hulk and the Iron Man open to being played. And it doesn't seem like we're going to be seeing them off the rip, but maybe it'll be an emergency swap later into the map. But so far, looking like relatively standard team comps from either team here with the Strange ban, you know, forcing them to mix up the tank line. So I'm liking what we're seeing here.
Yeah, especially with the Doctor Strange ban in conjunction. I mean, where there's one shield gone, you kind of have to replace that with another with the Magneto. And then later on down the line, I imagine Meteor M could make for some good crowd control. And if you're not careful enough, you're getting sent back to spawn almost off rip. About 17 seconds left here, Ruben. I'm excited. hoping that everyone watching at home is excited for this one as well. You know, our next match between Saint and the Nice Diggers.
Yeah, Saint running a pretty standard 2-2-2 comp here, but Diggs is busting out the triple support, which we don't see too often, relying on Skooks to be their solo DPS carry. And I mean, if they're putting that much confidence in him, that excites me to see. I mean, this guy better be tearing up everybody on the enemy team. I'm excited to see what he is capable of.
And that's the thing, we have seen teams that are really built around either 1 to 2 people. In this situation, built around solo DPS from Skooks off the Black Panther. So I imagine hoping to put plenty of heals in that. So we go for backline dive, but you have a Psylocke to contend about, changing POVs back to it. It is the Moon Knight Augs back down, and now the Vibranium markers going out in full force here against Saint.
And it seems like Nice Diggers' game plan is to bubble the Black Panther in every single fight off cooldown and see just how much damage he can do. And considering that he already has ult less than a minute into the match, I would say the amount of damage Skooks is doing is rather considerable as Shiza goes back into his backline to peel for EDH. That is just lurking around back there. And Skooks showing us exactly why Nice Diggers wanted to protect the Black Panther, carrying it up, but EDH getting some important revenge kills, possibly clutching. It seems like EDH is successfully clutching up this fight rather impressively, as maybe Nice Diggers will have to reset here, although this is looking like a really scrappy fight. They might actually come out on top here.
I'm hoping so. We did see the Black Panther ulti to hit a little earlier on, with Skooks was just able to build up on that, considering the damage farm that they were building for themselves. But now we focus on the now. It is the Luna Snow ulti right into the Thor ulti. That's the Thor Force on lock, but now Wrath of Khonshu in your backline, slamming for damage, at least finding one here, so no more Magneto to have to contend with, but you still have a Black Panther that's getting scarily close, and if that won't get you first, it is going to be the Mjolnir Bash as well as the Vibranium Claws to hit you second.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time talking about Skooks on the Black Panther, but I think the spotlight should be more so on Shiza. Nice Diggers' Thor was absolutely doing an incredible job staying alive that entire fight and getting so many necessary picks the entire time, as Saint cleans up and seems to be successfully holding this first point here with only a minute 20 left on the clock, with the Iron Man, just like we anticipated, coming into play. With that, I mean, without the Hulk team up though, I mean, that's pretty impressive and bold to run.
Mini rocket barrage to hit coming in from our Iron Man. And we get a little swap here. Still, Skooks being as much of a menace off the Black Panther. Where there's one dive, there is another. But thankfully for them, already on the hits off the Magneto, I should say, is able to secure another Elim. And that's going to be a few more going over to our Iron Man and make that a double dang near triple knockout so far.
I will say there have been a lot of picks going between the teams back and forth without really a full moment to reset for Nice Diggers. They've just been kind of staggering in for a really long time, and now it seems like they're taking a moment to calm down, reset, and she's just applying a bit of frontline pressure here as he waits for his Luna Snow to come into action, and EDH with a massive Iron Man ultimate. That is crazy. This is the last fight too. I mean, yeah, Nice Diggers was just not able to get a full reset here, and they paid the cost, getting full held by Saint.
Man, and we saw Nice Diggers a little earlier, right? Just completely ramped up everything possible. They had the Black Panther, the solo on that one with the DPS, played around him, and they were able to build up the ulti almost dang near immediately within 5 minutes of starting this game. Still not enough. Might have to re-strategize a little bit on that one, as Saint had the defense on lock. Were able to hold their own for quite a while here on Yggdrasil.
Yeah, Nice Diggers just failed to get a full reset in to take one entire fight as a team. It seemed like there were just two really long team fights that were going on throughout that entire round, with picks going between the teams, but nothing ever really coming of it, with Saint successfully full holding, and now they're on the attack, and we're going to see what they will be up to here.
30
Probably
seconds
just
before you
up to
attack.
general shenanigans as we've seen in these previous matches going into Marvel Rivals. Now Saint and Nice Diggers up head-to-head against each other, still both at 0, but all you need is one touch of the payload and you should be set from there. Still sticking to our guns off the Groot and Magneto, as well as the Cloak and Dagger for the extra heals. Dagger just in case you need that DPS strategist backline in full swing. Moon Knight, yet again, Wrath of Khonshu should be pretty painful if you're not careful enough, as on the side of Nice Diggers, now we are seeing the Namor come out to play.
Yeah, Saint feeling pretty good about this map, looking like they're just going to be keeping the same exact team comp as their defense, while Nice Diggers understands that they have to switch it up right now because a full hold is no easy task, and they will really have to bust out all the stops to hold them here. Looking like they're going to have to pull off a solid hold here.
Hopefully so. Payload is moving along swimmingly. We don't want to be involved in anything. Now Ironwood Wall going back up for Diggs. The Psylocke in your backline trying to contend with the Namor, and the Rocket Raccoon going down and out momentarily to the Shurikens, and really just making a mess of any strategist caught in the crosshairs, Ruben.
Yeah, Diggs unfortunately gave up the first corner with no real pushback, so that just gave Saint such an easy time taking all of this space and taking that top right high ground. And now Diggs is really paying for it as Saint very handedly captures first point in just over a minute. Very, very spectacular performance from Saint. I mean, they full held. They capped about as quickly as you can cap, and it's looking like a pretty one-sided match so far. Let's see if Diggs is able to bring this back in the next map and give us our, fully length best of 3 that we're all hoping to see here.
And I'm really hoping so. I held out so much hope in seeing a very off-meta lineup, right? We saw just everyone building around the Black Panther off Skooks, and then after the fact, a lot left to be desired, as they were pretty much getting heavily countered by the fact that an Iron Man and a Rogue Thor were going completely and totally near untested in the sky here, Ruben.
Yeah, and while Iron Man is very powerful, they didn't even run Hulk for the passive damage increase on him, showing just what Saint is capable of without even having to use everything to min-max their damage and min-max their power output. I mean, they're just doing a really good job, and I really, really want Diggs to really bust it out and show us a really strong next map so that we get the close match that we deserve.
Of course, but looks like we're going to be moving into our highlights, so stick with us, reel that, and then head into our break. We'll be right back.
좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 한도 믿어 날 때까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 방바늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 한도 믿어 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나 새벽 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 결정을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명
And welcome back from our short little 10-minute break. We are in the midst of a match between Saint and Diggs. Currently, Saint is up 1-0 over Diggs with a very, very decisive first map. Full holding Diggs and pushing the cart to the first point in just a little over a minute. It's looking really good for Saint, but we all want a long, drawn-out best-of-3 match where we play 3 maps, so we're here hoping that Diggs, hopefully steps it up a little bit, and we're gonna have to see how this match goes. Asher, what have you thought about what we've been seeing thus far?
If anything, I understand it was, one thing to maybe get a little creative or put some hope into the 3 strategist, 1 solo DPS lineup that they were going with Skooks on the side of Diggs, but didn't exactly work out into their favor for the long run, as after the fact, hey, we had 1 Black Panther ulti, popped off, not to that much effect. And then here comes Saint with the heavy and really insane Iron Man Moon Knight counterplay, which nobody really contested the Iron Man in the skies, which is what I was concerned about, really allowing them to get off with the beams, mini rocket barrages, and then coming in full force with the magnetic pulse after the fact, Ruben.
Yeah, Diggs was really not able to do anything about that Iron Man pick. Unfortunately, they fell subject to the guy in the sky with nothing to attack him besides some kitty claws. So I am sure they will not be making that same mistake again with Diggs off the rip, banning the Moon Knight, which Saint did put to extreme great effect, both on attack and on defense. And I'm a bit surprised here to see the Spider-Man ban from Saint, considering we haven't seen any Spider-Manning from Diggs, but maybe they're just getting so confident that they feel like they can do whatever they want and still win the match anyways, which again, hopefully it'll be a close match and it won't be a roll, but we will have to see.
And then hopefully so. Going into Symbiotic Surface, like you said, especially Convergence, thinking about the Spider-Man ban. I imagine if it's one thing you really want to save your backline to trouble, and then, of course, if there's a Venom pick on tank, you don't exactly watch touch of Clintar going into any way, shape, or form with the suit expulsion, able to get Spider-Man those extra needed picks and damage. But speaking of even more damage, more bans, Hawkeye gone and out of the picture, and now waiting on another ban of, to no one's surprise, it is gonna be Hela.
Whoa, a Hawkeye and a Hela ban. I have never seen that one before. Holy moly, guacamole. This is absolute revolutionary insanity coming in here from both teams. And we do see the protect on the Strange, which maybe reveals that Diggs is a little reliant on the Strange pick because Strange was banned last match and they did get kind of smoked. So maybe now that they are protecting Strange and they will be able to use him, they'll be doing better. Hopefully, we'll have to see. We are on a hybrid map here, and we are going to have to see Saint defend. Will they pull off another full hold with the Iron Man off the rip? No Hulk, mind you.
I mean, listen, sometimes you can really successfully run the Iron Man without the Hulk, but of course you want that extra boost of the gamma radiation might be the best thing moving forward. But considering the last game, I imagine Saint maybe playing off the fact that, hey, Diggs didn't exactly look up the entire time that we were playing. Do we want to run this again and hope it's the same situation this time around? And if that's the case, it would be a wild one at that one.
Listen, all I'm saying is if Saint keeps smoking Diggs, maybe we'll see some Jeff and maybe we'll see some Squirrel Girl. I mean, maybe they're gonna play for the audience and give us what we want. We want to see more Squirrel Girl. We want to see more of our precious little Shark Boy as Diggs pushes up through the left side here. And I'm sure player 4 on the Groot from Saint is going to be able to do some magic here with his Groot walls. With already two picks from the Iron Man. Diggs, again, not really doing the greatest job at looking up to contest him.
And the health sustain is just too good. Saint knowing to pour most of their health right into the Iron Man, and thankfully working a little too well. But now Namor in your front line, one Trident might make it another coming into it from Quebix, but that's not going to be a secure E limit just yet here on the side of Diggs.
Quebix did get a pick on the Groot here, but will we be seeing the same problem from Diggs that we saw last map, where they will get one-off picks here and there and just keep the fight going forever? Although Quebix does get another pick here, maybe, just maybe, we're going to be seeing a successful push here from Diggs as they keep cleaning Saint up. Wow. Already looking significantly better. Maybe the Strange was the difference for them.
I mean, might be. I mean, so far, really proving it to a point. And now, at least for Diggs, able to cap up off the point, a little further onward, as now Saint having to recuperate and re-strategize just a little bit here. Almost lost Cordy in the jam there. Got very scary considering damage output being poured in by Saint right now.
Saint is probably thinking right about now, okay, guys, we just lost first point to them. We gotta lock back in. What are we doing, fellas? And now I'm hoping to see that maybe they just continue to hold Diggs right here for the rest of the round. They have 4 minutes to go, and Spooks pulls off a Psylocke ult, but doesn't get anything besides the Luna ult out, which actually is really big value. That is a good trade. We take those.
Ooh, and up in the sky, finally somebody putting an end to EDH, and that's going to be Quebix with a very well-placed, well-timed Trident. Scoots finds one, finds two, finds a third. Massive trifecta Elim. Now, the QR gets taken down by Shisa going in off the Mjolnir Bash.
Diggs and their DPS are doing a wonderful, clean job cleaning up Saint. And that is a really big stagger on Bush Maori. Oh my goodness. They're going to have a little bit of a tough recontest here, but I think all of Saint will be able to successfully get back to the point in time as Skooks skulks around in their backline and looks to get a pick here as the giant fish from the sky gets sent into the team, and they keep getting picks, and that looks like it's going to be a second point capture for Diggs here.
And already down with the hammer, just getting shocking with it. Quebix, of course, already off rip, finding another one with the Trident. And now, if we're talking ulti differentials, Diggs, they do have 1, 2, 3 readily available. One of them being Dance of the Butterfly. Imagine saving the Eye of Agamotto for a little bit later. These Groot trees making it a little harder to kind of navigate. But for Quebix, shouldn't be that much of an issue finding VQR off in the left.
It seems as if we're going to be having a closer match on our hands here than the first map would lead us to believe, as Diggs is making a very strong push here. And oh no! Oh, Saint just drops an Iron Man ult on the goopy payload. Not getting much there, besides probably an angry little symbiote.
All right, I think the one thing that Diggs is finally adjusting to here, hey, let's start looking up. They find out EDH, who now realizes the Iron Man is not working out, swapping over to the Black Panther, and considering how close quarters we are, Fast Descent as well as the Vibranium markers should make for some good elims if Saint can actually secure them.
And it seems like with the Black Panther pick, they're already getting value out of it with Diggs' Thor being picked off the rip. But Quebix and Skooks are already back to just decimating everybody on Saint. With ease, might I add. Wow.
Holy, you're kidding. You're kidding. A penta off Rip Skooks, just allowing themselves to be uncontested and really the top dog in this lobby. Saint couldn't exactly do much against that, where there was one shuriken slash, there was another dash forward. Didn't need the stealth for it, and that's already going to be a full cap at 3-0 so far here, Ruben.
Skooks is certainly feeling themselves because, I mean, they have just been the entire kill feed, the entire round, with the exception of a few kills from Quebix here and there. But Skooks is just doing God's work on Psylocke here. I am loving to see this. As your resident Psylocke player, I always love to see her get played effectively, and it seems like Skooks is doing exactly that, but maybe YSL can one-up Skooks this round and get an even faster push. But we'll have to see. They need a cap in the first place to make this map, fightable for Saint here.
Of course, you have to find something, just anything to make things way more viable going into this, but really looking back at it, where Diggs really excelled is the fact that they focused more on the Iron Man, knew that EDH would be in the sky and got close quarters with them, and of course, we don't have a Hela, so Quebix had to make up for that off the Namor Tridents. It worked frighteningly well, because where there was Quebix up in the front line with your damage and DPS, there was Skooks to come into back line and clean it up all the way for them. And against Saint here, it's starting to look fresh.
Saint, I'm really surprised to see this team comp come out from Saint here. They are running triple tank with... Oh, okay, there we go. That makes a little bit more sense. I was going to say, triple tank with Raccoon and Mantis as your two supports, but it seems like they've swapped the Raccoon over to Luna. Much more standard, much more expected of a team to run, with YSL solo DPSing on the Psylocke and off the rip coming out with the TP here.
Strange teleport coming out in full force, and that's going to be Quebix up front, given no choice but to have to bubble up, get a little bit of that health back, and the Groot walls being placed down, extra bit of healing, an extra bit of damage. If you are on the side of Saint here, Digger's going down one by one, trade for trade, blow for blow right here. The Psylocke up in front, and now Magneto to contend with. Magnetic Spear, and that's going to be the Mantis done and dusted. Doctor Strange, the only one left on the point, gets slapped and promptly gets taken down.
I will say I absolutely love how VQR from Saint, the group player, everybody on the team took the portal behind enemy lines, but he alone off-angled by going main by himself, and he got a ton of value by doing so. And it just worked out amazingly for Saint as they now clean up the start of the next point, and they seem to have a very similar performance to Diggs last round, already coming off to a strong start.
Man, and Saint just giving them no quarter here, where Diggs really trying to run away, maybe re-strategize as best as possible. Just a Magneto you have to worry about at frontline. Spears really tossing out in damage, and now a Venom to contend with going on this map. Saint wanting to opt in instead for just frontline specifically. Now we have an ambush to worry about, Ruben.
Yeah, I mean, Saint's Venom was pushing the symbiote payload for a little bit, but decided to abandon his little buddy for the sake of trying to win the team fight here, going into Diggs, and ooh, Shiza did unfortunately knock him out, separating Venom from his goopy little buddy that Saint is trying to push to the objective.
Now on top, it is going to be Shiza. Still have at least one stack and building of Thor Force here. And shielding going out so far. Of course, VQR going to be there to try and at least deter from any Thor play whatsoever. Bringing down the hammer. Pretty painful depending on where you are right now. And goes out in full force with the shielding as well. But now having the Iron Man in the back for the maximum pulse, and it should be at least one good Elam against EDH.
Yeah, both teams came into this fight with 5 ultimates, but Shiza got his canceled halfway through the cast, and Saint, thankfully, they're doing a really good job maintaining their ult economy, not blowing everything they have at once, with still a Psylocke ult, a Venom ult, and an Eye of Agamotto in their pocket, with a Mantis ult coming up really soon.
Uh-oh. Dance of the Butterfly, and readily available. Wolverine is no more, but a lot left still to be desired. Now we have the Spider-Man to contend with. Web snared immediately. Now the Psylocke having no choice but to pull back, but Eye of Agamotto should open plenty of opportunity. If you're not careful enough, finds one, finds two, dang near, finds a third, and that's Punisher. Everyone else under the sun gone. Quadruple potential. And the Wolverine, even with the rage up and active, that's majority of digs down and out.
Saint did an excellent job not using all of their ultimates at once on that second point there. They're coming into this next fight with a Mantis ult. They did a good job spreading out their ult usage, and they very successfully and handedly captured that objective. While Diggs, on the other hand, kind of used all of their ultimates at once, and now they don't have a ton going into this next fight. And this is very reminiscent of just the last round, except on the other foot in Saint's favor. And it looks like we're going to be having a closer map than we initially anticipated. Because, I mean, Diggs just looks so prominent. In the previous...
Oh my good
God!
Lee. Icarus, I will say, forget flying too close to the sun. The majority of Saint flew too close to the maximum pulse bomb and paid massive consequences for it on top. I almost ignored that until I see over in the feed. It's like, wait, that's not a full penta, is it? It was. Dang near was.
Wiping 5 with an Iron Man ult is a really rare sight to see in high elo, let alone such a high-level tournament like this one. But Saint is probably coping and thinking to themselves, hey, it's a good thing we died to Iron Man ult because at least we didn't give them any ult charge. And here they go into this fight looking to stop Quebix from againning over and over again. Not to much success.
Not too much success at all. Finds pent-up potential. And Quebix just given too much room to maneuver, wasting this one here. And we have plenty of charge the next time, about 15% and counting. I thought for 2.2 seconds that Push Maori could have been able to save themselves with the Magneto shielding, but it still wasn't enough, as Quebix was able to pop in with the uppercut and toxic voltage on top of that.
Yeah, Icarus and Quebix just back-to-back really big plays. Team fight behind team fight. But now, ever since that last fight where Quebix went again, Icarus is building up another Iron Man ult really soon and is looking to kill another 5 people, hopefully. And oh my goodness!
Nasty!
Saint with a nasty Psylocke ultimate, getting so many KOs.
We've seen back-to-back pentas, full team wipes to hit, whether it be Dance's Butterfly or whether it be the Maximum Pulse. And now coming in off of Saint, the Luna Snow to finally get that one last Elam, and much needed one at that. Diggs now finding themselves that much room to maneuver. Spider Sweeper having to play out in full force, but there's not much you can really do on Penny Parker here. And now left alone with a turret to try and contend with. Magneto still securing an Elam.
Now, while Saint tries to clean up this fight, to their success, they did a really good job and captured a lot of time, not with as much time as Diggs, but I mean, 136 left in the time bank is nothing to scoff at.
Genuinely isn't, and now 3-on-3 here. Everything's tied up. We have a potential for either survival or Saint could move forward 2-0. It's starting to get a little too scary, Ruben, and I really don't like this.
Listen, Saint, they may have like, roughly half the time bank of Diggs, but I mean, this is still anyone's game. If both teams do the same thing that they did previously, where they just cap first point after the first fight, This game could go absolutely either way, and we could maybe get our best of 3 map that goes to the 3rd map.
Man, oh man,
30
gotta be
seconds before
strategizing.
you
We gotta
attack.
calm
Get
down a little bit after those insane plays we got, not only off the Iron Man, but then the Penta Elim Psylocke that we had in conjunction. That maximum pulse, I'm telling you, is scary, and I never ever want to hear somebody else tell me that Iron Man, you know, I don't think he's that good. No, you replay this, watch it, and you tell me what you think after the fact. But now, again, Diggs has that dreaded triple combination in regards to tanking and damage. Iron Man, Hulk, Doctor Strange should make for some interesting teleports and the Gamma boost.
And while we have seen a lot of Iron Man being utilized in this match, this is the first time we've seen Iron Man combined with Hulk, which is extremely surprising because Hulk is part of what makes Iron Man so strong. And here we see Saint scouting out what the enemy team has, and with the counter portal? Oh my. Diggs perfectly anticipating the portal and just absolutely ready, mowing down Saint immediately, making their portal work very much against them.
Exactly, just essentially saying, hey, you want to see me hit that portal counterplay? Do you want to see me hit it again? This time with all the plenty of turret involved. And now, Diggs getting plenty on the ulti. Build up on this side of Saint. A lot left to be desired, trying to at least push as best as they can on point. No one really dealing with Quebec's in backline just yet. I am expecting more dive, especially coming in from VQR.
Yeah, Diggs did a really good job adapting because the first time they lost their defense was to that immaculate portal, and they were ready for it this time with Shiza just pummeling through Saint in their backline. Ooh. And oh my...
Not again!
Jarvis, clip that. Watch this guy just tear up Saint with no concern for their well-being. Oh my goodness. Icarus just absolutely popping off here, and Saint not able to touch. They're going to have to bust out a full hold here where Diggs is not allowed to get a singular tick on the objective. And wow, we have a game on our hands.
And an absolute barn burner with all the Psylocke, Iron Man, and everything else in between to now have to contend with. We got to talk about that teleport earlier. Just Diggs, they calculated that to a precise point. Knew it was going to hit and did not allow that in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. But jeez, it's starting to get a little too spicy in here, Ruben.
What an incredible job they did to adapting, because I mean, both teams pulled off a portal on their attack. Saint did a bit more of a, you know, in a little bit more of a fashionable manner, but they still won the fight within the first point. And that was just a really good counterplay from Diggs' end. They were all set up looking at where the portal was going to be. They even gave Saint the necessary space to put down the portal so that they could just be ready to mow them down as soon as they falsely believed they had a safe place to get into their back line.
Man, just rolled out the red carpet. It's like, okay, you know, don't be shy. We're not going to jump you. I swear on my mother's life, I'm not going to do anything to you. It's like, psych, I lied. That's not happening. We're still going to get these elims if need be. About 3 seconds left on the board. Here's to get everything set up. Excited to see how this plays out and if we have to deal with the Iron Man menace yet again.
Yeah, Saint running a very similar comp to what they were running on the first map, except this time instead of a Moon Knight, they're running a Bucky because Moon Knight is banned. And hopefully they're able to bust out a similar performance with Diggs just jumping out of a portal straight onto the point from the heavens. Let's see how this pans out for them with Icarus and Quebec's in. Oh, this is not looking good for Saint. I mean, they have seemingly been exploded with relative ease, capping the first tick. And we're going to map 3 here.
And of course, it is going to be Diggs tying this 1-1 between themselves and Saint. Far from our last performance and really just hunkering down as best as they possibly could. Paid off well, and to nobody's surprise, Icarus with the MVP, 38 elims and 7 deaths later, still managed to hit him with the gnarliest maximum pulse ulti possible this stream.
Gosh, I would just love to see that maximum pulse again because that was very impressive. I mean, you do not see a 5-man maximum pulse just every single day, especially at this high level of play. I mean, that was just absolutely ridiculous. Good job, Icarus.
And you genuinely don't. Another highlight that I would like to point out here is Skooks coming in with the Psylocke, able to zip-zap with these kills, and then playing a lot to the stealth, the fact they had that coverage as well. Dance of the Butterfly. Once, twice, not 3 times, but for multi-penta success. You know what? I'm starting to dig it. I like it very much, and sets us up for a very interesting map number 3 here.
And while Saint did lose that map, they also put up a really good Psylocke performance there. I mean, both teams just had a really, really talented Psylocke, and they really did as much as they could for the most of that map. I mean, very impressive stuff on either end there.
And genuinely so. So I imagine going into our next map for hero picks and bans, would not be surprised again if Psylocke and Iron Man were placed on the top of that list being banned in general. But then moving forward, you have to think, what would be good counter pick if they don't move forward with those?
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, if they were to ban Iron Man and if they were to ban Psylocke, what kind of new creative compositions could we be seeing from these teams? I mean, we've seen that they are both pretty flexible, running a wide variety of heroes on a wide variety of different players on the teams. So I'm really excited to see this map 3, and I'm looking forward to a close match because I don't want that first map again. I don't want a team to get rolled. I want a good game.
Exactly, and what I like, especially going into the Asia region that a lot of people pointed out, is that there's plenty of variety, and at that, it is very cool to not see the hard stuck goats meta that we're kind of getting used to in NA, but as I say that, moving on to our highlights, and of course, we'll be back after break.
See you soon-ish.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift stopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Child! Hello and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship, our Asia region ignition round. Once again, it is your number one caster Vok, Astrovok, here with my co-commentator, Ruben.
We are back to the Saint and Diggs match. We are tied up 1-1, and we have a much closer match than we anticipated because on the first map, Saint absolutely smoked Diggs. I mean, it was not even close. They full held them on a payload map, and then they proceeded to cap to the checkpoint in just a little over a minute. But thankfully, Diggs brought it back with the next map, the symbiote map with the goopy payload. Very close fought game. And it's looking like at this point it could be anyone's game, with Strange being banned immediately by Saint because they might have noticed, hey, Strange was banned the first game and Diggs lost, and Strange was protected the second game and Saint lost. So maybe that is the difference maker here.
Exactly. Kind of have to figure out that chemistry just a little bit here, and we are not surprised to see the Iron Man Protect coming out because the last game, right? Icarus hit possibly one of the gnarliest Iron Man ultis that I have seen in a very hot minute. It sure wasn't a full team kill, but it was still a penta and high enough to be on the radar for an MVP hit. Another Protect coming in, so wanted to get in with the health sustain and the damage boost off of Nature's Wrath coming into it from the Mantis.
Yeah, I mean, if Jarvis did not clip that 5K from Icarus, I don't know what he will clip because that was just absolutely ridiculous. And I am a little surprised to see a Mantis Protect. I'm a little caught off guard by how crucial they believe Mantis is to their team comp succeeding. And Saint coming in with the very expected Hawkeye ban. Whoa, oh my goodness.
Who would have
Hawkeye
thought?
and Hela banned.
Wowee, in big 2024 in my Marvel Rivals game, who could have possibly seen this coming at any point in time? I wonder.
Gosh, I mean, man, Hela and Hawkeye must be pretty okay if they keep getting banned every game. That's wild. This is just such a rare sight to see.
Gosh, there's just some poor beginner players out there that are seeing this saying, hey, Hela and Hawkeye are getting banned constantly. I might as well just play them and get easy kills. Oh, if only you knew. If only you knew.
Hey, to any new players out there, the reason why Hawkeye and Hela are getting banned constantly is because they're terrible heroes and you shouldn't play them. Just avoid them like the plague. Maybe stick to like Storm or Squirrel Girl. Those guys are OP.
Okay, listen, I can joke around a little bit, but that's you can't just be out here telling people to all of a sudden pick up Squirrel Girl, Jake, or really just Storm. As much as I like to see those two characters, we can't be misguiding our beginner players like that. But I can tell you for a fact that in this tournament, some of these players are far from beginners and have really been putting their all into this. So we head back into Hell's Heaven, starting off our next game.
Oh man, no meddling with misinformation for me today. That's okay. Now, we are seeing Saint bust out the Spider-Man, which is surprising because Saint actually banned Spider-Man, I believe, the previous game. So what strategy do they have cooked up here for them to immediately pick off Icarus? They saw that 5K from last game and they're like, we're not letting that happen again. This guy is getting shot down from the sky like a bird with a rock being thrown at it.
Not only that, Bush Maori and EDH responding in turn off the Magneto and the Psylocke as well, leaving only Shisa and Icarus to kind of have to fight their way out of this. Now it seems Diggs back up on top here. He's now getting a few character swaps with regards over the side of Saint.
And EDH here taking the little elevator, taking a little high ground angle, third personing around the corner, ready to pick someone off in the back line and just absolutely ruin their day. What are you going to do against EDH on Psylocke? I mean, besides suffer and explode immediately upon impact.
Exactly. Cope, mauled, see, there's not really that much you can do except having to fight for your life. Tainted Voltage out in full play, and that's going to be another Evelyn over to YSL against Skooks, even with the Psylocke dash forward, not able to escape the Winter Soldier, and back down with a baby Bruce. Immediately, Shisa goes down and out.
And as we discussed, I mean, Saint really seems to be focusing Icarus on the Iron Man here. Only 71 to ult this deep into the round. Also dying first both fights. EDH is doing a magnificent job keeping him in check.
Man, a good one at that one. So you have YSL still sticking in backline. Not finding any picks just yet, but maybe have to sneak over. And the fact that they have a pretty good point on here, considering the group walls you have to worry about, especially with the healing and damage capabilities. But falling off the map, that's Mantis gone. And now the Namor playing into the Trident, Meteor, and finding for a good pick. Plenty of value at that against Shisa. And then Dance of the Butterfly out in full force yet again. Double Elim play from the Iron Man hit.
I am really surprised from Saint to be committing so many ults that point when the first pick of that fight was the map eating up their Mantis immediately. So I'm not sure if that was exactly a wise play from them to try to commit to that so hard whenever their one defensive ult is just off the table. But here they're re-engaging, they have the opportunity to go again, and they have Mantis ult coming up as well.
Now that's one limit yet again with the Shuriken sprint against one Psylocke to another. Now in the back line, Rocket Barrage. One of Proteus, however, coming in from the Namor. And now we're hitting it again and again and again off the Winter Soldier ulti. We're only able to find at least a few off the chip damage. Groot still sticking it out. Now back over to the POV EDH. Wanted to contend with the Iron Man. Thankfully does it. Pops back the stealth to get that health back.
That is a good team fight win for Diggs here. I mean, but Saint coming in, EDH once again picking people off left and right, doing his job immaculately. Looking to enforce a Psylocke gap here, perhaps? Unless he backs off because he's a little scared, which understandably so. You don't really want to risk getting picked off this early into the fight.
And it's totally fine as Bush Maori was able to find at least one magnetic sphere onto another, getting Evelyn there. But now Shisa gets stunned down and out. Not be surviving that one. And it's a guaranteed Dance of the Butterfly out inactive again with the Magneto shielding popping up to try and save or get a little bit of reprieve here. YSL finally cleaning up the final dregs with VGR. Now onto the Venom Tendril dive. Getting in a few more.
A really good capture from Saint here as Diggs is going to be forced to stagger onto the point to try to touch, but they do have 3 ults with them, and they're just hoping that they'll be able to get onto the point and do a little bit of something as EDH uses their Psylocke ultimate in their backline, not securing a kill, but certainly baiting out some cooldowns and drawing a lot of attention as Diggs here gets a ton of picks, making this a very close point.
Now Meteor M and then Horn of Proteus to hit the Iron Man flying in. Trying to go at least for the beam hit. No more Magneto as Bush Maori gone. Sent back to spawn almost momentarily, leading only. Better try and dive out here as best as possible. And as I say that, one more beam pulse, and then we have the now more Trident. Why don't we take out the Psylocke?
every single ult on the field being used that fight. But we do have an again coming up really soon with no ults from Diggs to be able to do anything about it. Oh, and that is a really, really unfortunate way to get picked off at the start of the fight. You're the only ultimate your team has for this fight, and you just cannot be dying first there.
We go so far against the Hulk combos at that one, and Venom no more overhealth to really be found or desired, even with the Psylocke stealth try last second. Captured a point here on Hell's Heaven. Not enough moving on to Eldritch Monument.
With Saint started off that round really, really strong, but Diggs seems to have done a really good job recuperating and securing that objective. Now, if Diggs does secure this point as well, that is the end of the match. It is best of 3, and both teams are tied up 1-1. There's a lot riding on this 1 point here for Saint. They better lock in here, or else they will risk just losing the entire series immediately.
Exactly, in the great words of my cousin, you have to peep game. Lock it in. If not, ball up top. We got next one. That's totally fine. But this is the now and right here. Focus back and strategize, recuperate a little bit, take deep breaths, and then move forward from then on out. As Eldritch Monument, if I remember correctly, this has to be the one section where everything just shifts at certain map points. Am I right?
Yes, you are. That is the exact map that they are playing on right now. And the only two ults we have in play right here are soon to be both of the Cloak ults and Psylocke ult, and again. And I really, really, really want to see Saint just go again and again and again. But Icarus immediately 2 picks off, and this fight already seems to be relatively over for Diggs, unless EDH is able to part the Red Sea here, picking off 2 people. Skook solo ulting the Mantis. Oh my goodness! What a clutch!
Okay, kind of felt that maybe Skook's going in with the solo ulti might not been for naught. After all, at least able to put the team back onto a point, and now beat down, beat down, beat down. Absolutely sickening coming in from Hulk right now. The ulti's coming up.
Oh,
really have
no,
to worry about, but still smashing out. Yikes!
Oh, all that Hulk smashing for EDH to just get out with full HP. Neither team has captured the objective yet, as this is a really scrappy fight where everyone's just popping their ults as soon as they get them. YSL coming back with them again, perhaps looking to wipe them out, but maybe they won't have to use it, and they're just holding on to ults for the next fight.
Rocket Barrage on top. Icarus might have flown too close to the sun in this situation, flown too close to EDH. Able to get in with the dive and secure another kill off the Shurikens. Now seems that one team able to place themselves on the point. Good defense at that one. Preparing for another team fight coming up momentarily. Is looking at our ultis here. Skooks should have Dance of the Butterfly up and ready available just momentarily at 82% and counting, and trying to catch Icarus off guard yet again here.
EDH seeming to be the sun to Icarus's wings, not letting him get away with anything, not letting him breathe easily for even a moment, as EDH just makes sure to keep him in check constantly the entire match, which honestly I think is exactly what Saint needs, because last game they did win largely in part because of Icarus's Iron Man gameplay, as Diggs engages with Psylocke ult and cleans up Saint.
We nab a triple kill off of that one. Even with the Magneto shielding wasn't enough for Bushmaori to stay alive. Great retake at that one. He was keeping up on the point. Back up.
I mean, a really clean teamfight win for Diggs here, with only the use of Psylocke ult as they come up on basically everything else for this next fight. But Saint is also looking pretty good in their ult economy, holding on to there again for a period of time, looking for the perfect opportunity to just wipe out 6 people with one ultimate, maybe, as Icarus positions for hopefully another moment for Jarvis to clip.
Hopefully might be coming up pretty soon with a double elim on the board, and make that one more in conjunction off the Psylocke. Make that a triple. Still not enough to contend against the Dance of the Butterfly, and on this point might have been good enough in the moment, but still, where there's one Psylocke, there is another to kind of take you down, put you down a peg or two coming onto this again.
EDH doing everything in his power to try to win that team fight, but Saint did capture the objective in the middle of that fight, and they got some very necessary, very helpful point capture percentage, as they still are holding on to their again, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Please give us the again that we want to see.
I will say, speaking of the again, we are going to be seeing not the Mantis ulti, but also Bush Maori in with Meteor M. Not careful enough, he might just get a little armed and dangerous, like we were mentioning earlier. Tainted Voltage into the uppercut, and now again, right into backline dive. YSL unfortunately can't snag another one. Just going to have to wait a little bit longer, but I don't think the Iron Man up top can wait any further. Icarus goes down, and now Dance of the Butterfly from yet another Psylocke ulti to rip tear right through onto the point. Double elim so far for EDH, trying to secure a third at least onto the Punisher before the grenade goes out. Still, smokes aren't enough to save Quabix from that wrath.
A very sufficient amount of againing from YSL over here, and EDH doing a wonderful job cleaning everyone up, building up his next Psylocke ult, doing a great job poking and applying pressure exactly where he needs to make sure the enemy cannot rest easy, as Icarus is 90 to another maximum pulse, hoping to recreate that clip from last map.
Back up top, that's going to be the Judge, Jury, Executioner ulti to hit from the Punisher, but much left to be desired as Quebix and Sheeta fall to both EDH and YSL, and hopefully a maximum pulse can secure even more. So, no more Magneto, no more Winter Soldier, at least just for the moment, but we are going to have Dance of the Butterfly back in here, but still, secure the point, find at least a good couple chips and chip damage, Ruben.
I will say EDH is doing an amazing job of keeping everyone on the enemy team in check, and I am really impressed with Icarus's consistent maximum pulses, always getting at least 2 people, which honestly I feel like is relatively uncommon to get.
It genuinely is, but now back into it. Break just a little bit, have to recuperate and re-strategize, which, you know, not gonna lie, this is me speaking from bias, but whole fastball special from the Wolverine would be fun to see, especially in these certain situations trying to take down anyone in the sky. But since we have that Iron Man to contend with Psylocke, you know, that's totally fine. We can swim along fine just with that. Couple of swaps though, now we are gonna have to see the Penny Parker and how well that plays out with Spider Mines and Sweeper in full effect.
Yeah, I would consider that last map to not be the greatest Iron Man map, but this map might be even less so the case, with Icarus having less cover to work with in the skybox. So let's see if EDH has just as easy of a time keeping him in check as he did before.
Man, damage. EDH giving no choice but to pull back here, and now realizing, hey, there's web snares, there are spider mines about. Have to play this a little more carefully, so definitely going into the anti-Psylocke counter picks with the Penny Parker, as really expecting the full line dive. Doesn't want that to happen at any point in time. The Cloak and Dagger up and active. Now everybody really filing into the corridor here, Ruben.
Saint did a really good job taking all the space that they needed and making sure that they have point control before the point even opened up for Diggs. And they capped immediately. They're starting off really strong, getting the picks that they need. They're just doing a really, really wonderful job of holding space and not giving Diggs any room to breathe.
Man, it's that space that you really need. I imagine for EDH really regretting not moving out in the nick of time against Shisa. But Dance of the Butterfly gets completely denied and rejected the last second. And that could have been in the more painful ulti denial that I've seen in a very long time.
It's really tough because some of the heroes in Marvel Rivals, they get some of their ult charge refunded whenever they get their ult canceled, but Psylocke is not one of those heroes. So Skooks is forced to go from 100 to 0 and has to build up another Psylocke ult for the next fight, as Shiza is just running everyone over with spider mines and spider sweeps.
Power Sweeper out in full force, but where there's one, there's multiple ultis. The Luna Snow Fate of both worlds might not even be enough to save you from the absolute wrath that is the Winter Soldier ulti. Again, once, twice, almost 3 times, finds a quadruple Elim though. And that just might be enough to still themselves on point at 72% and counting.
YSL finally giving us that again that we've been hoping for last
Again
round.
and again.
That is absolutely beautiful. Picking off 3, almost 4 people with that one ultimate alone. And man, this is looking really, really tough for Diggs here as they come into this ult with only one again of their own. And oh, EDH is just tearing it up in the backline with a very, very successful Psylocke ultimate. And I don't think there's much Diggs can do to win this fight. It seems to me as if Saint has successfully cinched the series from when it was looking grim, when they were down a point on this map, from the last map where they seemingly got kind of rolled for certain parts of the Goopy payload map. They did an amazing, immaculate job keeping their composure and continuing to play some dang good Marvel Rivals as we would expect of them. And EDH, the MVP, unsurprisingly, just absolutely tearing it up and making sure to deny Icarus from all of the space and all of the activities he wanted to participate in because he just had a Psylocke on him at all times. What are you supposed to do about that besides suffer and swap to Magneto as he did?
I mean, we did see a little bit of the counterplay, with the Penny Parker to try and combat against Psylocke even then. It got a little terrifying. And then here comes the Winter Soldier plays that we weren't expecting to go on this map again and again and again. The multi back-to-back Elims, which, we really like to see here, but still, YSL and EDH really making a name for themselves here in regards to damage and in regards to the frontline DPS plays.
And I was personally rooting for Saint for certain reasons. I thought they did a really good job. I'm really proud of them for coming out on top today. And I hope to see them perform excellently in the rest of the tournament. And I hope they go far because I believe that after that game, they are certainly one of the fan favorites.
Yeah, absolutely. I know I'm rooting for them. Bias aside, this was still an amazing match to watch at that one. But Ruben, I gotta ask, when it comes to highlights, favorite moment going into this map, I gotta ask here.
I will say, watching Icarus get 5 with a maximum pulse on the Goopy payload map was kinda nuts. But also, while that might have been a single spark of brilliance and maybe a little more impressive on its own, I really, really, really enjoyed YSL going again and again and again on that last point there because we've been craving it for so long. He held onto that ult for so long. So, I'm just really glad he managed to pull it off.
Yeah, and as we get things settled going into our next game, we should have a quick little highlight reel. So stick with us. We'll roll that. We'll be back momentarily.
See you after just a little itty-bitty break.
A little bit. Just a little bit.
For some more good matches.
Exactly.
쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모른다 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The weight of the both worlds is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모른다 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명
Hello and welcome back to today's games. We have been having a nice handful of best of 3 matches that have been going to the third map, and I'm looking forward to hopefully another example of that. We just hopped off a game between Saint and Diggs. Saint edging them out by 2-1, doing a magnificent performance on the last map, really clutching up, making sure that they do not lose that game. Showing us a wonderful Psylocke performance, showing us a wonderful way to counter Iron Man because Iron Man was tearing it up. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of really good gameplay here today, Asher. What have you been thinking about the games thus far?
Games thus far is that one thing that I've realized in watching a lot of these, Asia is a very off-meta type place. We've seen so much more variety than I have seen so far over in NA. I have yet to see a little bit of Europe action. That's later down the line, but dang, Melee characters have been abound. A couple of rare picks, especially coming in from the Wolverine that we saw a little earlier from Joki. And as damaging as that was, a 30 elim game led to the Wolverine ban. And then Black Panther starting to shine out a little more in regards to damage, along with the Psylocke as well as the Winter Soldier.
We've been seeing a lot of success with the Black Panther and with the Psylocke and with the Iron Man. Black Panther, a little less commonly so, but every single time we do see him, it is an absolute treat. I mean, I just love watching people combo the enemy supports and just living in their backline for so long. And we're starting off the match with the pick and ban phase immediately. As I start talking about how much I love watching Psylocke, she this, and then we also see the Hawkeye ban, which is to be expected.
And absolutely no more Psylocke to contend with. I remember watching you on stream the other day, Psylocke possibly being banned, and then I'm like, okay, Ruben can't possibly be mad at this. Was very mad about it. I'm like, okay, note for later. Let's not ban the Psylocke or make any mention of it whatsoever. But of course, speaking of another ban, we do have Black Panther on the chopping block, so no more to deal with. And of course, to nobody's surprise, following the Hawkeye ban, it is Hela being taken out of play.
Honestly, really interesting bans here because artists went for banning Black Panther and Psylocke, both characters that benefit from Magic's team up, giving them a free recall ability that lets them gain some overhealth for free, leaving both targeted bans on Hawkeye and Hela to the enemy team, which kind of puts them in a not so great situation because they can't have any creative bans of their own. They have to ban the two demon characters that everybody loathes facing.
Before speaking in regards to our teammates, one thing I would like to say, okay, I was about to say, for Plant, especially on the left here, I was about to see the Rocket Raccoon, and I thought, okay, maybe swap out DPS and Punisher here, but instead, they're sticking over to the Luna Snow Mantis team up, as well as the Wolverine to follow in conjunction, which, with the Hulk, that fastball special, I cannot be excited more for enough.
Yeah, I forgot which team was the one that protected Doctor Strange. Not Doctor Strange, Hulk. But it seems as if both teams, coincidentally, are running nearly the exact same comp, with the only difference being that Artist has a Punisher and Plain and Thought has a Wolverine. Both characters that I love watching. I do have a slight preference for Wolverine because it is just so funny to watch him kiss the enemy tank and then bring that enemy tank into his own backline just to shred them into little ribbons.
Exactly. One thing I love about Wolverine, you can be precise in who you pick off, same backline, like you said, drag heroes back to the rest of your team and shred from then on out. But up top, it's the Doctor Strange damage, and knowing that the Iron Man is right behind them, beam for beam, to have to hit in here.
Plain and Thought immediately taking a portal, taking control of the high ground, which is really big for them, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be of too much benefit to them because their Hulk got kicked off the rip, and their Luna is down, and it's just not overall looking too great for the first fight for Plain and Thought. Although they are getting a few picks here and there, I'm not sure if it'll be enough to capture the first point here.
Be enough, even with the Unibeam active coming in for Iron Man, has the ability to launch these missiles, but instead still opting in for the beam, and Root finds two, securing a double elim, might almost get a third here. Luna Snow on top isn't careful enough.
Not Rue with a close call on on play select. I mean, that was a really close survival. That was really close, and both teams haven't captured the objective yet. They've still been skirmishing here for quite a while now, with Artist finally capturing the objective, making some progress here, as Plain and Thought sneaks around the corner and picks off the enemy Iron Man, asserting his dominance and hoping to establish a long-standing canyon for the rest of the game, but we'll have to see.
Really building up on the height here when it comes to the flight, but that's the Mantis ulti as well as the Luna Snow to hit, so kind of making this Iron Man ulti null and void, if anything. A very misplaced and mistimed thing, if at all, having to deal with the Punisher turret, still for at least go. Getting through on the dive and finding one more elim for the rest of the team here.
Yeah, Zin's unfortunately whiffing his Iron Man ultimate, and Naru still has his for the next fight, and it doesn't seem like he has to even use it, as Artist very decisively wins this fight. I mean, oof. And getting the stagger kills on top of that. It's not looking too great for Plain and Thought for this map thus far, but there still is 50% left of progress that Artist has to make. So it's not over for Plain and Thought yet.
Not over just yet. Is back on top. Naru hoping to catch out a couple of stragglers, especially with the maximum pulse, as nasty as that would be. So if I were Plain and Thought, I'd be a little more careful in how I'd possibly maneuver this, because even with the Doctor Strange shield, you never know what's coming at you right around the corner. And I say that complete full denial shutdown off the sedation and absolutely slept. So no more Iron Man, no more Doctor Strange, thanks to the Wolverine coming in through backline and a Unibeam counterplay.
Wow, Zins just seems to be addicted to beaming down the enemy team. I mean, that was quite beautiful to watch, I must say. And Plain and Thought's Luna Snow hitting a really clutch freeze on Naru. I mean, that is just really tough, getting so close to casting it. But thankfully, Iron Man is one of those characters in the game where if his ultimate gets interrupted, he gets half of the charge back. And they are engaging with an Eye of Agamotto. Poor Hexia getting targeted so hard with that Eye of Agamotto, not standing a singular chance. Just getting solo ulted there. Ouch.
That just playing into the heavy gamma radiation, we saw the AoE damage. And speaking of that, the crowd control and area hit. Only able to find one off the Bruce banner, and that's going to be Iron Man. Desperately sticking out to one kill. Hulk dived back in full effect.
No, yeah, it seems as if Zins was actually able to get an Iron Man ult off this fight and successfully knock someone out with it, which I'm rather proud of him for doing, because, I mean, after the performance he put up with that beam in the backline, and he just KO'd 4 people consecutively, that was just beautiful stuff. Keep it up. I'm loving this Iron Man duel that we're getting to watch here.
I mean, not only that, if we're speaking in regards to team-ups, Plain and Thought really running the Hulk, Iron Man, and Doctor Strange that we're so used to seeing, but then one more extra side team-up when you think about it, off the Wolverine fastball special team-up with Hulk, and now full back-in dive. Thankfully, Zinlo finding Kamashi off the rip with the gamma grenade just in the nick of time as well. Iron Man versus Iron Man action, and even though Iron Man gets taken out, man, actually, I thought they were going to be able to find one off the maximum pulse beam, but maybe not, as now we have Fate of both worlds up from Luna Snow. Hulk decided to plant, hoping to die.
Yeah, this match is in very big contrast to the last game that we were watching. There are not very many people falling to the maximum pulses this time. As we see, if they're lucky, they're picking up one kill with it. They are much better at shutting them down and making sure that they're safe and spread out so that they don't all explode to the maximum pulse. And 89 Tenoshi doing a really wonderful job diving the enemy tank into his own team, but for that fight it was not enough, as Artist recaptures the point, and this will be the last fight of the point here. They are going to have to make their ultimates and everything count.
And I don't even know if I can make it here in time, but as I say that, I have to remember the Doctor Strange ulti, or excuse me, portal, can always be a big favor in changing the tide of a lot of these key team fights, and at 99%, both players, or teams I should say, in the massive overtime, having the Warrior, and even with the Scourge Grenade, smokes won't be enough to save Zinlo from getting slammed, and even with the Wolverine hits exiled momentarily, still able to find Banner.
A really close first point here. Both teams doing really well. It was really fun watching that Iron Man duel, and I'm excited to see how it goes for these next 1 or 2 points, depending on if Artist is able to pick up this next point here on the Eldritch Monument. I believe this is the map where everything moves around a bunch and it's super scary and unpredictable.
Yeah, that's the thing when it comes to Eldritch Monument. It makes things feel a little more claustrophobic, like we saw in the beginning of our games very earlier. That on Eldritch Monument, there really wasn't room for a mistake, because getting caught in a corner, all of a sudden statues just shift around, you find yourself stuck, and you find yourself being either dived upon or maybe slammed with the Iron Man Unibeam. For Goff especially, imagine wanting to really neutralize a lot of these key plays with the Hulk dives, and of course the fastball throws in conjunction with the Wolverine.
And Goff is absolutely fiending to be let out of his cage, out of this spawn room, hugging the spawn door, kissing it, wanting to leave so badly. And Hulk smashed absolutely everybody on Artis. And off they go. We are back with the Iron Man duel, except this map does seem to be a little bit less great of an Iron Man map, and Artis does have a Punisher to help contest the Iron Man in the skybox. So we'll see how this pans out for Plain and Thought, considering that they won the first point here, if that'll happen again.
Free movement from Iron Man is kind of lessened a little bit here to make things a little more cramped, but the rage, as I say that, wanting to burst down the hole as best as possible. Even then, that Luna Snow ulti, Fate of both worlds, adding better to the sustain. But I will say, can't say the same for Sins here, as Zinlo finds another before the Mantis ulti's popped off in the back line.
Oh yeah, I mean, ooh. 89 is doing a really good job, like I said, diving the enemy tanks into his own team. That's the whole job that Wolverine has. I mean, a lot of people, when the game first came out, they looked at Wolverine and they thought, man, this guy is just not that great. But then players in high elo discovered the ancient hidden technique of just diving the enemy tank and bringing him to everybody else so that they can shred him to pieces. And I mean, they are putting him to work.
And genuinely so, we have to talk about the multi-elim coming in from the Iron Man beam as well, just still in the sky, nobody really contesting them so far, and has the maximum pulse ready if need be. But playing the front line, it is going to be the Doctor Strange shield, at least just for now, 21% and counting on the side of Plain and Thought.
No, yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of ults coming up on both sides, with Plain and Thought with a bit of an advantage, and they're already holding the point. And oh my good, what a good block on the maximum pulse. Holy moly, from both teams, if I do say so myself. Yeah, they're just not able to get a lot of value with maximum pulse here. Again, in stark contrast to the last game, as both Iron Man's duel in the skybox. Naru coming out on top. Hopefully, maybe that'll be enough to start the snowball to get them the point back.
And in hoping so, still sticking to the point, sticking to their guns, and the Eye of Agamotto going to come out at a worse time depending on who you are here. With Ricia finding out Doctor Strange, that's going to be a quick little sneak kill off of our Mantis, but now Naru kind of caught out a little vulnerable even with the healing buff off of Luna Snow. Given no choice but to pull back here, missiles up and active. If need be, trying to at least find a few members. Plain and Thought, but sticking back, playing more in the defensive back foot away from point.
And Naru doing a wonderful job poking out the enemy team, not giving them a lot of space as Tenoshi gets picked off by Zinlo. Unfortunately, not able to close the gap and touch the Hulk so that he can bring the Hulk back to his team as a little meal for later. Yes, so walk back from spawn and come back, because I mean, this fight does not seem like it's going to be going in Plain and Thought's favor, as the two Iron Men duke it out in the skybox with a little bit of interference from Zinlo, disrespecting the 1v1. Naru cleaning everybody up.
Okay, we have to be very honest here when it comes to competitive, and in a tournament like this one, there's no respecting 1v1s. If you want to be able to move forward in this bracket, you have to fight dirty. So you know what? I got to give it up to Zinlo there, prioritizing the Iron Man. I think the teammate is in a little bit of danger here to move on.
Helping out his teammate in a time of need, absolutely. Exactly. Yeah. Although I will say Zins is probably not too happy about that one. If this were the latter, he would probably be typing some disrespectful things about, oh man, my 1v1, oh dang
I was gonna say, we can get creative in chat all we want a little later on, but we have to keep it professional for now. And I'll say the same for Naru fighting dirty yet again. Cross pulse on the way. Even more disrespect, but we have to worry about Zinlo, the judge, the jury, the executioner with the Punisher. Ulti finds a double elim to at least be able to secure Artis a few more seconds on the point. 93 seconds, or 93% and counting.
Zinlo getting a ton of value out of his judge, jury, executioner there, with them capturing the objective, turning this map into a 1-to-1. It seems like we have another close game on our hands. I am so happy that we have not had any sweeps today. It is so relieving to see. We just love seeing close games. We want to see games that go to the third map. And I'm judging by the looks of it, from how close this is so far, I'm expecting that for this game. I'm expecting a map to 3.
30
Please.
seconds before you attack.
I'd love to see these games and these maps go to a third one whenever possible, as you know what, I'm with you right in that same boat. I don't like to see sweeps, it makes things a little less interesting, and it leaves me wondering, okay, what could we have possibly done to maybe not allow that to happen? Maybe we strategize a little bit later, back to the drawing board we go, as it will say artists, now really finding themselves tied here, 1-1 against Planet Thought. Should be an interesting one at that, Ruben.
And both teams with a pretty similar ult economy, with having, if not 3 ults, then, you know, almost 3 ults for Plain Thought. And I mean, this first fight is going to be anyone's game with 2 maximum pulses on the field and an Eye of Agamotto. So maybe, perhaps, we're going to be seeing a little bit of an Eye of Agamotto combo with a maximum pulse to just see everybody on Team Plain Thought evaporate. But we'll have to see that. We'll have to see them set that up first. Oh, seems like Rue is just going for it off the rip. Unfortunately, not picking up any kills.
Back in the corner, poor Erlen caught off rip. No more Bruce Banner to be desired as we get the plunger grapple. Now even up top, that is still Anashi and Zins securing at least 2 more E-limbs and hopefully trying to be undefeatable. Salty out of that one, coming in full force. And now a couple of Luna Snow buffs off the health, and still 1 more Ice Spear of damage, enough to take out Banner.
Despite Artis coming into that fight with an ult advantage, they were not able to secure the point, and now it's looking a little rough for them in the ult economy, as they now have a maximum pulse to use to hopefully greater effectiveness than not Rue did, but we will have to see. And Hulk is eyeing his Wolverine, hopefully maybe going to initiate a lift. That would be absolutely hilarious to see, to just see the little Wolverine in his big hand.
Now we have to crank up the music. Snow ulti Fate of both worlds up and readily active. And at least 1 more Elim over to Not Rue. To win out the battle against Zin. Tanashi, no more Wolverine. Arisia finds 1 more. Go finds another. And this seems to be majority of Plain Thought just going down twice and twice again, even more so. But now having no choice but to rage out off the Bruce. Still not enough for Erlen to contend against, with Not Rue hitting with the beam.
I will say Not Rue throughout this series has been doing a really good job keeping Zins in check, perhaps establishing a bit of a stark differential here. I mean, it's looking a little rough, but they portal onto point and just start using absolutely everything.
Man, and a danger in the skies. That is going to be the Stark versus Stark matchup. Iron Man's going against each other, and as I say that, the gamma radiation couldn't have come at a better time here for our Doctor Strange. The AoE damage very much needed. Now flying in, it is the Wolverine. Back full stack of rage. Can't really contend against the claws.
Yeah, I mean, Wolverine just, again, proving everyone wrong on release about him not being a great pick, because he is doing absolute work here as all of Plain Thought hides behind cover, trying to not get blown up by Zinlo. And then Not Rue getting really big value out of his maximum pulse by picking off the enemy team's Mantis. I mean, that is just a really, really good value pick right there.
About to say, speaking of high value, having Snow ulti to hit yet again, but already full dive, pushed right off the cliff. Wolverine taking full advantage. Rip, roar, and tear, if you will, just getting with the damage boost. Punisher as well. Zinlo finding Tenoshi, so putting an end to the Wolverine, at least for now. Back to spawn momentarily, and Hulk dive in. I guarantee right now, Plain Thought don't want to let this point go even at 80% and counting. Artists have a chance to retake, but those chances starting to look a little thin. But as I say that, Plain Thought able to push back a few members back, including one very caught out Luna Snow.
I am really surprised to be spectating Zinlo here and seeing how close range he's playing as Punisher, but he doesn't seem to be using his shotgun very much, and I think we all know just how ridiculously powerful Punisher's shotgun is close range, to the point where we see a lot of high-tier players pretty much exclusively using his shotgun and playing Punisher sort of more like a shotgun hero than a character with an assault rifle, and only using his assault rifle whenever it's a long-range engagement. So he just wasn't able to exert enough pressure on the point or onto the tanks with his, little, not really a pea shooter, but in comparison to the shotgun, I mean, I feel like you'd want to be blasting them with buckshot, surely.
Yeah, I mean, up close and personal, you want to be able to hit in with that shotgun, and Zinlo really showing that in full force. 27 E-limbs to count us out so far off the Punisher. Honestly, looking real good with the... I will say, you kind of cooked with the stark contrast line. I'll admit, that was a bar. That was fire.
What can I say? I'm a bit of a creative genius. I mean, that's why they hired me. That's why I'm here. That's why you're here. We're just the best of the best. I mean, how else is there... What other way is there to explain it?
Absolutely. Listen, we're doing our best. But, of course, as we move things along here, I believe we have our highlight reel coming up shortly. Stick it to a quick break, and then we'll be back momentarily.
See you after a little bit of a highlight reel and a little teensy-weensy break.
Exactly. Shush.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me.
And welcome back, everybody. We have returned with the Plain in Thought and Artist match. Currently, Plain in Thought is up 1 to Artist's 0, and we had a really interesting last map with Plain in Thought and Artist running the same exact team composition with one difference, and that one difference being that one of their DPSs were Wolverine and one of their DPSs were Punisher. And the Wolverine team, which was Plain in Thought, came out on top. So I don't know what that says about the greater picture of meta and team comp matchups, but I'm just saying what I saw. Asher, what did you see last game?
I saw that a lot of you really need to stop downplaying Wolverine and really start fearing him just a little bit more. I mean, when it came to the DPS differential, Punisher, where Zinlo played more around pokes and then the close-up shotgun damage if need be, didn't have a choice but to contend, and the rest of the team as well. With the Wolverine dive in from Intermission, as scary as that was, even into Berserker Rage, find yourself caught out in backline, dragged back into the rest of the team, and Plain in Thought would just handle you from then on out. And of course, as we get to our hero picks and bans, nobody surprised, Psylocke and Hawkeye gone and out with the Black Panther protected.
And contrary to popular belief, Wolverine is proven to be one of the best DPS in the game for the sole purpose of his ability, his unparalleled ability to displace tanks and get them absolutely shredded by his team. And I mean, people have got to stop sleeping on that guy because he is absolutely nuts. And so far, yeah, we're seeing the Hawkeye ban, very standard. Oh, Team Artist came out with a Wolverine ban as I was just talking about him. Chat, listen, I'm just saying the proof is right there. Wolverine is a force to be reckoned with. And we are also getting the Hela and Hawkeye bans as expected, and the Psylocke ban as well, even though she didn't get played last game. They are still wary of that being a potential threat, with a probable Iron Man, Doctor Strange, Hulk coming out from both teams, I would assume, unless Plain in Thought is going to rock with the Penny instead, which would be a great surprise to me, because, I mean, they are running the Star-Lord to take care of the Iron Man, which does work really effectively, so we'll see how that pans out.
And it genuinely does. All it takes is just look in the sky. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it is the Iron Man that you have to worry about. Like you said, the Star-Lord should be a fairly good counter pick, with the team up activated yet again on the side of Plain in Thought. We have to talk about, though, the Natru versus Zin's dogfight, which I imagine for Iron Man up in the sky had everyone back on the ground in absolute stark terror, trying to figure out, okay, are they going to attack us next? Do I have to clutch up for my teammate and take down the other Iron Man, respect the 1v1? And we did see a little bit that Zinlo said, no 1v1s here. I need to win for my team. That Iron Man is going down if I have to do something about it.
Absolutely, and I would love to set up a counter to see how many times throughout this series can we put Stark in front of a sentence relating to both of the Iron Men, because at this point, let's push it as far as we can go, because we kind of peaked with that little bit of creativity right there.
Maximum creativity with the maximum beam as well. Back through the portal, making sure that nobody, really just any stragglers, try to get through there. Mr. Barrage not exactly active, but with the Luna Snow, at least damage buff coming into it with the health as well. This should be Artists trying to best their push up on the point here. Another Iron Man off in the corner they still have to contend with, as well as the gamma radiation boost.
Yeah, no picks from either side yet, but Artis is doing a really good job of holding and maintaining the high ground that they acquired through the portal, which we haven't seen any other team do to this much success thus far today in all of the matches, with them finally getting a pick off onto Zin's, and now Rue is allowed to fly free in the skies, doing whatever he wants, getting all the picks he could ever possibly dream of, with Artis successfully capturing the first point here, with Plain in Thought not really being able to do much about it besides stagger and stall onto the point. And I am very surprised by Kenoshi's usage of the Black Panther ultimate in such a losing fight. Maybe he's considering swapping off, but you do keep your ult charge whenever you swap. So I am a little surprised by that decision.
And yeah, I will be in the same boat as you here. I'm surprised considering Tenoshi, the best thing to do, especially in that situation. And on the Black Panther, you have all the skills to be able to evade, run as best as you can, maybe hide out and save the ulti for later. But Fast Descent, I hate to say it, wasted in such probably even really a crucial moment. That was kind of a losing moment. And now Erlen popping in with the Hulk. Coming into it though, Vibranium Spear, and then the Eva lunge forward again. And Tenoshi able to scare a few more, or the Hulk and Mantis backline able to clean it up.
I think the message that Tenoshi is trying to send is, hey, guys, look, I'm going to intentionally waste my Black Panther ult because I don't even need it to eviscerate their backline. I'm just going to use it for funsies to give the enemy team false hope and then KO everyone anyways.
Back in the sky, the repulsor just getting in a little bit of that much needed chip damage if you are outside of Planet Thought. But as I say that, 1-0 dogfight so far. Now Rue fighting against the Iron Man and off the beam as well. A very hulked out Hulk in general to worry about being boosted along. But then with the Iron Man ulti, Pulsar, so Pulse now working as well as you'd initially think, and that's going to be Tenoshi forward off with the Black Panther.
Plain and Thought Strange coming out with a really clutch shield on Rue's maximum pulse, because had he not blocked that, the entire team would have exploded. So that was really important. And Tenoshi, once again, proving my point, building his ult back up again. Let's see if he tosses it into the ether to further reinforce his point that he's just so talented that he just doesn't need his ultimate as much as these other simpletons.
Not simpletons is insane. We have to be professional about this. We're casters, commentators, if you will. But I imagine if you're on the side of Planet Thought, nothing professional about the dirty fighting they have been getting in so far, especially with the Black Panther and Tenoshi. Really good with the evades, and then Spear Toss finds a Vibranium Mark, but can't capitalize just yet. Unfortunately, not able to capitalize yet again. The Doctor Strange shielding just got in the way of everything possible. As I say that, I have Agamotto to hit. Finds one, almost finds another, but thankfully, the Snow ulti comes out just in time. They have both worlds active.
Oh, Tenoshi just enforcing his superiority as a Black Panther player. Just running everyone over, doing an incredible job. Looking to build up another world record speed Black Panther ultimate because he is just tearing it up and there is no one to contest him as he just keeps KOing everybody on Artis.
The gamma radiation have to worry about still. The Black Panther that's just making mincemeat out of everybody, and even in the sky. Multiple Loki decoys that get in the way of this Luna beam, but shouldn't be a pressing issue. Finds the real Loki, even finds out the Luna Snow. And that's going to be a few more going over to Planet Thought. Another to our Hulk.
Planet Thought is doing a really, really impressive hold at this first corner here. I've never seen anything quite like this before, where a team is so successfully holding this choke right here of all of the chokes on this map. They are doing a really, really good job.
Now, still the decoys to contend with, which means Loki's such an annoying character. Am I shooting the real one? Am I shooting the fake one? You'll never know until that happens. And still, with this dogfight, Zinz has been really putting in the damage against Naru, especially off the Unibeam. And with the Scourge Grenade, that's Doctor Strange as well as the Punisher, finding a few more, snuffing them out. And in from the sky, still, no one has yet to take down Planet Thought's Iron Man, who's just yet the Judge, Jury, Executioner, still countered heavily by Maximum Pulse.
Artis down to a minute now compared to the really big time bank they had going into this point. They do have a lot of ults coming into this fight, but I mean, considering they've been held for this long, will they be able to break through Planet Thought's incredible defense here? As, oh my goodness, the Iron Man differential being enforced right here. What a good job contesting the Maximum Pulse.
And not only that, the double Luna Snow ulti and just the opportunity waiting for Tenoshi to try and get in with these Vibranium markers still isn't enough. Forced to have to evade back down, especially off the E. Just the lunge, now going for the beam again and off the gamma radiation, extra damage buff, not rude. And finding two more, and now that's going to be Fast Descent up in the corner. Seems like plenty of that headed into overtime. AoE damage off the gamma radiation cape.
And it seems like they are pulling off quite the successful hold here, which is really good for them. But, ooh, Plan and Thought mate. I mean, this is a scrappy fight. This is anybody's game at this point. But it seems like Plan and Thought is, Plan and Thought finally, their defense falters as Artis pushes the little goopy guy.
Oh, goopy is an insane way to describe it. When it comes to Venom, I mean, kind of, not really, still wild to hear, nonetheless. And now with the Doctor Strange report coming in and online, even up top, another Iron Man gets taken out. I imagine on the side of Planet Thought having to work overtime, especially with the Mantis healing. But that's going to be 2 elims on the board for Artis here moving forward. Actually, 3, excuse me.
Artis doing their absolute best to lock in here, but Zins is tearing them up from the sky. Not sure which direction this fight is going to go, with Tenoshi fighting for his life on the payload as he tries to back up so he doesn't stagger and make this an unwinnable contest.
Now moving a little forward, going back to Hulk mode, even from down below. Iron Man taken down yet again, so good to see that Planet Thought prioritizing going in for the skies, and Eye of Agamotto gets completely shut down, denied. Cannot say the same though for multi-ultimates coming up here, including Fate of Both Worlds and the Mantis ulti. Maximum Pulse not working to intended effect. Now, in the sky, Zin's gonna take a good chunk of damage here. Everything starting to get a little too hectic for my liking, and the Loki trying to get in with the healing as well as the copy to contend with another double KO in conjunction for Luna Snow.
Plan and Thought doing absolutely everything to make sure that they win this fight. Oh! And the Strange from Artis just gets absolutely obliterated by a Maximum Pulse here. If they get off the payload for even a moment, overtime wick will expire and they just lose it all. And Tenoshi once again with a really nice Black Panther gameplay, doing absolute miracles on that hero.
And it got a little scary, especially at certain points that Tenoshi maybe didn't exactly hit the Black Panther ulti as well as I would have liked, especially in the beginning, but really made up for it later on down the road, going in for the lunge and then Vibranium Marker, especially off the spear toss. But so far, things starting to get a little hectic with double radiation team up on both sides of Planet Thought and Artis.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like a pretty close match with, that was such a fast first point capture and such a long, impressive hold on the second point, especially at the first chokes. This still could be anyone's game. It's not really decided quite yet. I do think we're going to have a good 3-map series on our hands here.
That's what I like to see, barn burners. I don't like to see sweeps. I want to see plenty of gas left in the tank for either team moving forward. Really, that is going to be the case for Planet Thought and Artis as well. As we're seeing the Iron Man dogfights, we're seeing the Doctor Strange hits as well for the Eye of Agamotto, and then the Gamma Radiation and the boost coming in from our respective Hulk players.
Yeah, and we're looking to... Okay, Plan and Thought could possibly end the series right here by just pushing it all the way to the end of second point. And, oh my goodness, is Rake going to do the funny off the map portal? Or is he just scouting with his... Oh, he's trying to counter their portal. This is genius. I love this plan. I absolutely adore when strangers try attempting this.
Just have to pull it off as best as you can, maybe even well time it. And as I say that, right through the portal, rip roaring and tearing the way through, it is Tenoshi yet again on the Black Panther before being taken out, scouted by the Iron Man. Things getting a little tricky off the portal. Is it the right one? Is it the wrong one? It's a whole guessing game, and really no exception, especially for the Hulk taken down back to baby Bruce. Might not be alive long enough to see this out.
A successful first fight hold. Let's see if Artis is capable of keeping this up, because those were some good portal plays that we saw right there. And now that the portals are out of the equation for the 3-minute cooldown that it's on, we're going to see what happens in this next fight as Plan and Thought pushes up through main.
Now back in the corner, we are seeing the poke pressure again from Zinlo on the Punisher. Only want to get up close and personal. Obviously want to switch over to the shotgun, but maybe not getting really just forced down by the Hulk. And the AoE damage looking exceptional off of our Doctor Strange. Zins, again, winning out the dogfight against not Rue, but focusing back on point. Frozen momentarily, has no choice but to pop the shield, the Hulk, and now Fate of Both Worlds active.
No, yeah, I mean, Tenoshi's coming back from spawn, looking to make a difference here in this fight, as he got picked off early, and maybe it'll be successful considering Goff is just getting some picks off, but the Mantis ult comes out, and I mean, just really clutches up and makes sure that no one on Artis is dying, as Tenoshi picks 2! This is so crucial and so huge for them.
Good at that one. A far cry from the earlier performance we did see. I was a little scared thinking the Black Panther might not perform as well, but color me surprised was very wrong, as that's a full charge on that cape. So if you want to go for the Gamma Explosion, the Reku could be good to use, and I say that power prediction finally comes out in full force. A solid taken out. And we're going to Snow, at least for the moment. Now it's shield for shield. Doctor Strange for Doctor Strange, trying to get in with the damage for Dope is there to end it right, and it strikes another off the clap against Tenoshi.
This does seem to be another one of those really, really long, drawn-out, staggered fights that just keep going, and it just does not end. When I really feel like Plan and Thought needs a full regroup here to be able to re-engage into Artis's, well, 4 ultimates they have coming up, but Plan and Thought does have their own pretty decent ult economy to counter that.
Counter at that one, hoping to be undefeatable with the Mantis ulti denied in their tracks. That's not Rue going down in very sad fashion. Zins as well. Zinlo sticking it out with the rifling. And now 2 Luna Snow ultis that we have to kind of contend with. Fate of Both Worlds, but make it twice. Judge, Jury, Executioner active along with Eye of Agamotto, allowing Zinlo to get a good couple of picks. Same can be said for Pluto on the Tenoshi, and just chasing my solid down. That's Go, and Naru securing a good couple of E-limbs for Artis.
Zinlo making really, really good work with the Punisher pick, and Loki with the copy onto the Punisher as well. I mean, they are doing an excellent job, and this is going a lot better for them than it did last map, where the team with the Punisher, which is Artis, just did not come out on top in comparison to the Wolverine. But now they're doing absolutely amazingly here. They're doing a fantastic job holding Plan and Thought, as this is the last fight, and it does not seem like Plan and Thought is going to be able to cinch the fight here.
I'm not sure if we low-key skipped over it for 2.2 seconds, no pun intended, but the fact that Zinlo popped up with the turret in the last few seconds to counter back against Tenoshi, the fact that the armed and dangerous ulti hit, not to that much of an effect, but still kept them out of danger, but it did look a little scary here.
Yeah, Artis did a wonderful job with that hold. It is scary as a team to hold the enemy, to be held at the second checkpoint. So the fact that Artis was able to full hold Plan and Thought is very, very impressive. They did a really, really wonderful job with that hold, and I am thoroughly impressed. And I am very happy about the fact that we are going to map 3, because these are 2 very equal teams, and I'm excited to see how they fare against each other in the final map.
Exactly. Love to see our map 3s, absolutely. So no sweeps here, at least just yet. I'm hoping it's not just yet. Anytime in the future, it would be upsetting. But as we focus on the now, got to talk about a couple of highlights. But the Black Panther coming out in full play from Tenoshi, and then last second, Winter Soldier to maybe try and counter back against the Punisher up top. Not to that much effect as we did see, but it was full on radiation to a point that somebody, perhaps Geiger counter, whatever, has to be going off in this round. Has to be.
Yeah, I'm really happy that the Loki pick worked out and the Punisher pick worked out, and we will be heading to the highlights in a moment here, and I'm sure there will be a lot from that map right there, because that was certainly an entertaining map to watch as we go into the map 3 here.
Exactly. See you in a bit after these highlights.
After just an itty bitty break.
Just a little bit.
마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라 새벽 딱 봐도 스포츠스타 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The weight of it both the words is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The fate of both the worlds is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 때까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 혼란한 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명
Hello, good morning, or good night, depending on where you are, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship, our Asia Region Ignition round. Once again, your number one caster Vok, Astrovok, joined by my co-commentator, Ruben. How are we doing today?
We're doing pretty well. I feel like we've had a really good day of games, a lot of very close matches, no rolls, which brings me a lot of joy because everybody wants to see the best of three go to three, you know? I feel like it's a little bit of a shame if one team just absolutely sweeps the other.
Man, and I will say no sweeps so far that we've had a little bit earlier, been very back and forth. That is no exception between our two teams here. But as I say that, Ruben, you want to give the chat a little bit of a taste of what we have going on with our winter event.
Oh my goodness, would you look at these skins? Do you see this snow symbiote costume for Venom? He looks so cool. I absolutely love what a wonderful job Marvel Rivals has been doing with all of their skins. They all look so nice. The Venom skin does come out today, which is a joy to all of us, because I mean, that means you can go get it. And his tongue looks wicked. It's so cool. But yeah, I mean, just a really awesome skin and a really awesome day of games that I have had the pleasure of bringing you with my fellow caster, Asher. I mean, I think we did pretty well today with all the games. It was a pretty great day of games. Bunch of close ones.
Absolutely, and frighteningly close in some occasions. We saw, the off-meta picks. We saw some shock picks, including Wolverine is now starting to see a little more play than I initially expected, especially going into the Rage, and then being able to snatch up everyone, or at least just one person by another into the back line, claw them down from there, and move on to the next. I'm liking it so far here, Ruben.
I'm so glad to see that the Asia region is maintaining its tradition of being more creative with its meta picks and switching it up and being different than NA and EU in a lot of ways, with just a lot of different out there hero picks. Because I mean, they are revolutionizing the Wolverine game, which I love, because I have known from day one that Wolverine is slept on, and this is being proven today. And with the future days of the tournament, I mean, I'm sure we'll see plenty more where that came from.
I mean, true, not gonna lie, I have to apologize. I was unfamiliar with Wolverine's game. I was, one of those people in the crowd that was kind of downplaying it, and now I kind of have to do a little bit of a reverse here and be like, okay, I think I might have made a mistake in underestimating just how powerful it can really be, especially the new GOATS meta, or, some people have started calling it for some weird reason or another, the Groot meta, no Groot involved, considering it's Marvel, Doctor Strange, Hulk, and then you also have that to worry about with the Iron Man gamma radiation boost.
Oh man, it's been so fun to see Iron Man just absolutely tear it up with the Hulk team up, and just seeing all of the Iron Man and Hulk team ups and Iron Man duels. It's been a wonderful day of games, and we are so thankful to have you here to have watched all of these games with us, and we would like to thank you all for watching. We will see you again tomorrow. Asher, any final words?
Final words, I will say, glad y'all really stuck with us through this tournament, and us as casters getting into Marvel Rivals. We're hoping stick here a little longer, as so far, newer game, I'd say plenty of fun along the way to be had here.
But yeah, thank you guys for watching. It's been a wonderful day of games. We will catch you again tomorrow in not even tomorrow, in 8 hours from now with more games, which there's so much more to look forward to. And then in the next week, January 3rd through 5th, even more games. So a lot to look forward to. Excited to see you then.
Absolutely. So, be seeing you. Thanks to everyone sticking with us for the Marvel Rivals Championship Asia Ignition round.